Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Izuku became the king of Beacon Academy in RWBY and fell in love with Pyrrha and Glynda Goodwitch? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Green Comet. The air in the Emerald Forest was thick with the scent of damp earth, pine, and something acridly metallic, the smell of fear. For John Ark, that scent was a suffocating cloak. His breath came in ragged, useless gasps, each one a betrayal by lungs that refused to draw in enough oxygen. His shield, a proud family heirloom, felt like a flimsy piece of scrap metal. His sword, Crocea Morse, trembled in his grip, its weight an anchor pulling him down into the abyss of his own inadequacy. Before him, the source of his terror unfolded like a nightmare given form. The Death Stalker was a monument of glistening black chitin and primal malice. It was larger than any of the textbook illustrations, a hulking beast of segmented armor plates that shifted and ground against each other with the sound of grinding stone. Its 10 legs, each tipped with a razor-sharp talon, carved deep furrows into the soft soil as it advanced, its movements a scuttling, inexorable crawl that promised a gruesome end. A pair of massive pincers, large enough to shear a bull in half, snapped open and closed, the sound a sharp, percussive clack that echoed the frantic, terrified beating of John's own heart. But it was the tail that held his gaze, a hypnotic pendulum of death. It rose high above the creature's body, a segmented whip of obsidian armor culminating in a stinger the size of his forearm. A single droplet of viscous, gold-colored venom clung to its tip, shimmering with a malevolent beauty in the dappled forest light. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that a single touch of that venom would mean a slow, agonizing end. Okay, John, you can do this, he muttered, his voice a pathetic squeak. He tried to adopt the stance his grandfather had described from old war stories, feet planted, shield forward, sword ready. But his knees were jelly, and his arms felt like lead. He was a fraud, a fake. He had cheated his way into Beacon Academy. And this monstrous grim was his karmic punishment, the universe's brutal way of telling him he didn't belong. A burst of gunfire rattled through the trees to his left. He flinched, glancing over to see Weiss Schnee, a blur of white and silver, darting through the undergrowth, her rapier, Mertenaster, flashing as she dispatched a pair of lesser Beowulfs. Her movements were a dance of precision and elegance, each thrust and parry a testament to a lifetime of training he could only dream of. "You dolt," she shouted, her voice laced with aristocratic frustration, though it wasn't directed at him. "Stop leaving openings. Your recklessness is going to get us all killed." Her rebuke was aimed at a red and black blur that was currently ricocheting off tree trunks with explosive force. Ruby Rose, leader of their impromptu group, was a whirlwind of rose petals and righteous fury. Her scythe, Crescent Rose, was a fearsome extension of her own hyperactive energy, a sweeping crest of crimson steel that carved through grim like they were made of paper. "I'm creating a distraction," Ruby retorted, firing another high-caliber round from her weapon that decapitated an advancing Ursa. "If we just stand here picking them off one by one, we'll get surrounded. Your distraction is breaking our formation and drawing more of them." Weiss countered, freezing a patch of ground. To trap a Borbatusk before shattering it with a precise glyph-enhanced strike. Their argument, a chaotic symphony of combat and youthful indignation, was a distant noise to John. It was happening in another world. A world of competence and strength he wasn't a part of. His world had shrunk to the space between him and the Death Stalker. The Grim had ignored the more dynamic threats of Ruby and Weiss. Its multiple glowing red eyes fixed solely on the easiest prey. On him. He saw a flicker of bronze in the corner of his eye. Pyrrha Nikos. She was moving with a liquid grace that made even Weiss's fencing look rigid. Her shield, Akoo, was strapped to her arm, and her spear, Milo, was held in a low, ready grip. She hadn't spoken a word since the fighting started, her focus absolute. She was a true warrior. The invincible girl of Sanctum, and her emerald eyes were filled not with fear, but with a sharp, analytical calm. He saw her glance at him, then at the Death Stalker, and a subtle shift in her posture told him she was preparing to intervene. She was going to save him. The thought brought a fresh wave of shame. He didn't want to be saved. He wanted to be the one doing the saving. He wanted to be a hero. With a surge of foolish, desperate adrenaline, John let out a war cry that sounded more like a panicked yelp. He charged. It was the stupidest decision of his life. Death Stalker reacted with terrifying speed. Its tail whipped down, not with the slow, predictable arc he'd half expected, but with the blurring velocity of a striking cobra. He tried to raise his shield, but he was too slow, too clumsy. Time seemed to stretch, the golden stinger growing larger and larger in his vision, the forest fading into a muted green backdrop for his imminent death. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable, searing pain. He didn't feel pain. He felt pressure. A wave of force, like standing too close to a dust explosion, slammed into him, throwing him backward off his feet. He landed hard in the dirt, the air knocked from his lungs. His ears rang with a deafening, all-encompassing roar that wasn't a sound, but a physical violation. It was a high-pitched shriek that tore through the forest, a sound that seemed to shred the very fabric of the air. A sonic boom. John's eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was the sky. It was wrong. A brilliant, emerald-green comet was tearing through the canopy, leaving a trail of shattered leaves and splintered branches in its wake. It wasn't burning like a meteorite, it was wreathed in a furious storm of green lightning that arced and danced around a central, man-shaped object. The sheer speed of its descent was terrifying, a controlled plummet that defied physics. In the control tower overlooking the Emerald Forest, Ozpin, headmaster of Beacon Academy, took a slow, deliberate sip from his coffee mug. The screen before him displayed dozens of camera feeds, each tracking the progress of his prospective students. He watched Ruby Rose's reckless enthusiasm, Weiss Schnee's disciplined technique, and Pyrrha Nikos' effortless mastery with a quiet, practiced neutrality. Everything was proceeding as expected. Initiation was a test not just of strength, but of character, of the ability to form bonds under pressure. Their teamwork is unrefined, Glynda Goodwitch observed, her voice as crisp and sharp as the riding crop she held clasped behind her back. Her eyes, magnified by her small spectacles, scanned the feeds with a critical intensity. Miss Rose shows potential as a leader but lacks the necessary discipline. Miss Schnee is technically proficient but her arrogance isolates her. And Mr. Ark, she trailed off, a frown tightening her lips as she watched John's foolish charge. He is going to be the first casualty if Miss Nikos does not intervene. Ozpin offered a small, enigmatic smile. Patience, Glynda. Sometimes, the most unlikely individuals possess a strength they have yet to discover. His words died in his throat. A new icon flashed on the primary sensor display, a crimson alert that hadn't been triggered in over a decade. Atmospheric breach detected. High-velocity object. Trajectory. Emerald Forest. Impact imminent. What in the world? Glynda murmured, her eyes widening. An Atlas dropship. Did Ironwood send an unsanctioned observer? No, Ozpin said, his voice suddenly losing its light, casual tone. He leaned forward, his knuckles white on the edge of his console. That is not a ship. The energy signature, it's organic. And it's immense. On the main screen, the camera nearest John Ark tilted upward, struggling to track the object. They saw what John saw. A figure cloaked in a maelstrom of green lightning, descending with the force of an orbital bombardment. My word, Ozpin breathed. The green comet did not slow. It did not deviate. Its target was precise, its intent clear. It aimed directly for the massive, chitinous grim that loomed over the fallen form of John Ark. For Pyrrha Nikos, the world was a collection of vectors and probabilities. She saw the angle of the Death Stalker's strike, calculated the force required to deflect it with her semblance, and plotted the 3 steps she would need to take to place her shield in its path. She was already in motion, her body a coiled spring of potential energy, when the sky screamed. She felt it before she heard it, a sudden, violent shift in air pressure that made her ears pop. She looked up, her warrior's instinct screaming that this was a new, unprecedented threat. The green light was blinding. The energy it radiated was a palpable force that felt like a physical weight on her aura. It was raw, untamed, and more powerful than anything she had ever encountered. It dwarfed the power of a maiden. As she understood it, it felt primordial. The impact was an event of pure, unadulterated violence. The green-wreathed figure slammed into the center of the Death Stalker's back. There was no clang of metal on chitin, no sound of a weapon striking armor. There was only a singular, definitive crack that was instantly swallowed by a cataclysmic explosion of kinetic energy. A dome of emerald light and concussive force erupted outwards from the point of impact. The Death Stalker didn't cry out. It didn't have time. Its massive, armored body was instantaneously and utterly annihilated. It wasn't blown apart. It was vaporized, its black carapace disintegrating into a cloud of fine, black dust and superheated steam. The shockwave that followed was a physical blow. A wall of air that tore trees from their roots and ripped the ground asunder. John was lifted and thrown again, tumbling end over end. RWBY, caught mid-dash, was sent spinning through the air, saved only by a timely blast from Crescent Rose that arrested her momentum. Weiss erected a glyph shield just in time, the glyph cracking and shattering under the strain. Pyrrha braced herself, her shield raised, her boots skidding several feet back as the wave of force washed over her. Silence descended, a heavy, profound quiet broken only by the sound of falling leaves and the faint, electrical crackle that hung in the air. In the center of a newly formed crater, 50 feet wide and 10 feet deep, a figure stood up. He was tall, with a lean, powerful build that was evident even through the tattered remains of his strange uniform. It was a dark green, almost black, bodysuit, heavily armored at the shoulders and legs, but it was torn and scorched, as if he'd survived a war zone. A metal respirator hung broken around his neck, and his gloves were shredded, revealing scarred knuckles. His hair was a wild, untamed mop of forest green with black undertones, and his face, though young, was etc. Head with a weariness that seemed ancient. His eyes, a brilliant, determined green, scanned the chaos around him. They weren't panicked or confused. They were the eyes of a professional assessing a disaster scene. For a moment, everyone was frozen, stunned into immobility by the sheer spectacle of what they had just witnessed. A grim that would have required a full team of experienced huntsmen to defeat had been erased from existence in less than a second by an unknown person who had literally fallen from the sky. The moment was shattered by a deep, guttural hiss. From the darkened woods emerged another grim. This one even more formidable than the last. A king taijutsu, a two-headed serpent of immense size, slithered into the clearing. One head was stark white with red markings, the other pitch black with yellow. They moved independently, their forked tongues tasting the air, their slitted eyes zeroing in on the scattered, disoriented students. Several smaller grim, Beowulfs and Cr. Eeps, crawled out of the forest behind it, emboldened by their massive alpha. RWBY scrambled to her feet. Weiss, on your left. Weiss was already moving, but she was off balance. Pyrrha was too far away, helping a dazed John to his feet. A group of 4 other students, including Lai Ren and Nora Valkyrie, were pinned down near the edge of the clearing, directly in the path of the Blackhead's charge. They weren't going to make it. Before anyone could even shout a warning, the stranger acted. His movements were a blur of green lightning and solid black lines. Tendrils, like whips made of solidified shadow, erupted from his back and fingertips. They shot out with impossible speed and precision, wrapping around the waists of Ren, Nora, and the other 2 students. With a single, powerful flex of his arm, he yanked them through the air, depositing them safely behind him 100 feet away, their surprised yelps echoing in the clearing. What was that? Nora exclaimed, wide-eyed, from her new vantage point. The king taijutsu, its prey snatched away, hissed in fury. Both heads struck at once, a pincer movement of fangs and fury aimed at the green-haired stranger. He didn't dodge, he met the attack head-on. As the white head lunged, he dropped low, his body glowing with a soft, internal light. A faint shimmer, like heat haze, enveloped his legs. He kicked off the ground, not jumping, but launching himself forward with explosive force. He twisted in midair, allowing the fangs of the white head to snap shut on empty air just inches from his face. He planted his feet on the serpent's snout, the scales cracking under the pressure. Fa Jin. The word was a low murmur, almost too quiet to hear, but it carried an immense weight. The internal shimmer around him intensified, coiling and compressing like a spring. He used the momentum from the first serpent's lunge, adding his own stored kinetic energy to it. The lightning around his body flared, no longer just a passive Aura but a raging storm that converged on his right fist. The black head was upon him, its maw wide enough to swallow him whole. He faced it, his expression one of absolute, unwavering focus. Detroit smash. He punched the air. He didn't strike the Grim directly. His fist stopped a foot short of its face. But the force he unleashed was absolute. A cannonade of pure, kinetic power erupted from his knuckles. The air itself seemed to shatter, compressing into a visible, swirling vortex of wind and green energy. The shockwave hit the King Taijutsu's black head like an artillery shell. The result was grotesquely spectacular. The serpent's head didn't just explode, it atomized. The scales, flesh, and bone were turned into a fine red mist and black dust that was instantly blasted away by the gale force winds of his punch. The shockwave continued, traveling down the creature's massive body, its spine snapping in 100 places at once. The entire 30-meter length of the Grim Conva ulced violently before its very structure gave out, and it dissolved into the same black dust as the Death Stalker, swept away by a hurricane that was the mere aftereffect of a single punch. The remaining lesser Grim, their alpha obliterated before their eyes, seemed to hesitate, a flicker of something akin to fear appearing in their soulless red eyes. It was a moment of instinctual terror in the face of a truly apex predator. The stranger landed softly, his tattered costume fluttering in the winds of his own making. He didn't pause to admire his work. He turned his attention to the rest of the students, his gaze sweeping over them, cataloging their positions, their states of readiness, their potential threats. Then, a thick, gray fog billowed out from his body, not smoke, but some kind of dense particulate screen that spread rapidly through the clearing. Smokescreen, he stated, his voice calm and clear, carrying easily over the ringing in everyone's ears. It was the first time they had heard him speak. Stay within the fog. It will mask your scent and visibility. Move toward the cliffs. Now. It wasn't a request. It was a command, delivered with an effortless authority that left no room for argument. In the control tower, Glynda Goodwitch was on her feet, her hands gripping the console so tightly her knuckles were white. Fury warred with utter disbelief on her face. Unsanctioned interference. That level of power is completely unregulated. He just leveled a significant portion of the forest. He needs to be apprehended. Ozpin. Ozpin remained seated, his mug resting forgotten on the console. His eyes were wide, fixed on the screen where the green-haired boy now stood. The usual calm, knowing twinkle was gone, replaced by an expression of profound, unadulterated shock. He had seen millennia of history, witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, wielded magic that could reshape the world. But he had never, in all his long life, seen anything like this. Glynda, he said slowly, his voice a near whisper. Record everything, every movement, every word. Down in the forest, the students didn't need to be told twice. The fog was disorienting, but the boy's voice was a clear beacon. He moved at the edge of the smoke, a phantom of green lightning. Every time a Grim tried to charge the group, he was there to intercept it. A flash of black whips would disarm an Ursa. A flicker of impossible speed would see him behind a Beowulf, a simple, non-lethal chop to the neck felling the beast. A small, almost imperceptible tingling sensation prickled at the back of his neck, his danger sense. He spun around, his hand outstretched, just as a creep Grim launched itself from a high branch, aiming for an unsuspecting Blake Belladonna. He didn't even look. He simply caught the creature by the face mid-lunge, its momentum stopping dead, before casually tossing it into a tree trunk with enough force to shatter its bone mask. Blake stumbled, her amber eyes wide with shock. She had never even sensed the attack. Pyrrha watched him, her fascination growing with every impossibly perfect action. He wasn't just powerful, he was a guardian. Every move he made, was designed for maximum efficiency and minimum collateral damage to the people around him. He preempted attacks before they happened. He controlled the battlefield with a casual mastery that was breathtaking. He moved like a king protecting his subjects. Weiss Schnee, for perhaps the first time in her life, was utterly speechless. Her family's dust company produced the most powerful weapons in the world. And Atlas had the most advanced military on the planet. None of it mattered. The power she had just witnessed was not born of technology or dust. It was personal, physical power on a scale she couldn't comprehend. She found herself huddling in the smokescreen, following the stranger's directions without a single sarcastic comment or complaint. His competence demanded it. They reached the rendezvous point at the cliffs overlooking the forest. The ruins there held the relics they were supposed to retrieve. The other students who had already arrived stared in shock as this large, smoke-shrouded group emerged, led by a figure they didn't recognize. The green-haired stranger stopped at the edge of the clearing, the smoke dissipating around him. He gave the assembled students one last, quick scan, his shoulders slumping just a fraction, a silent sigh of relief that everyone was safe. His duty, for the moment, was done. Pyrrha was the first to approach him. The other students kept their distance, a mixture of awe and fear keeping them at bay. But Pyrrha felt neither. She felt a strange, powerful kinship. She knew what it was like to be set apart by strength, to carry a weight that others couldn't understand. His eyes, for all their power, held a deep, profound loneliness she recognized all too well. She stopped a respectful few feet away. "Thank you," she said, her voice clear and steady. "You saved us, all of us." The stranger looked at her, and his intense, battle-hardened expression softened slightly. He seemed surprised that someone was speaking to him so calmly. He offered a small, slightly awkward nod. "It's what heroes do," he replied simply, his voice earnest. "I am Pyrrha Nikos," she introduced herself, offering a hand. He looked at her hand for a second before gently taking it. His grip was firm but gentle, his hand calloused and scarred. "Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, Izuku." She repeated the name, testing it. It felt foreign, but strong. "Where did you come from? No one has ever displayed a semblance with that much power." Izuku's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "Semblance? I don't know what that is. My quirk is called One for All." He looked around, at the shattered moon in the sky, at the strange architecture of the ruins. A dawning, horrifying realization began to creep into his eyes. This isn't Japan, is it? Where am I?" Before Pyrrha could answer, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the air. "That is what I would like to know." Glynda Goodwitch had arrived, her bullhead landing softly on the cliff edge. She strode toward them, her riding crop tapping impatiently against her thigh, her expression a thunderous mask of professional fury. Several Atlas Knights, humanoid combat androids, disembarked behind her, their weapons at a low ready. "You," she said, her sharp gaze pinning Izuku to the spot. "Identify yourself. By whose authority did you interfere with the Beacon Academy initiation exam? By whose authority did you unleash such destructive force in this territory?" Izuku immediately let go of Pyrrha's hand and stood straighter, adopting a posture of respectful attention that was clearly ingrained. It was the way one stood when addressed by a figure of authority. The shift from godlike warrior to polite young man was so abrupt it was jarring. "Ma'am, my name is Izuku Midoriya," he said, his voice unwavering despite the threat of the armed robots. "I didn't act on anyone's authority. I saw people in danger, and I helped. I'm sorry for the property damage, but I will always prioritize saving lives over following the rules." The capitalization was almost audible in his earnest declaration. Glynda's eye twitched. The boy's sincerity was disarming, but the implications of his power were staggering. Lives that were in danger during a controlled test, monitored and supervised by professionals. "You are an unknown variable, Mr. Midoriya, a dangerous one. You will come with me for questioning." Now, Izuku looked at Glynda, then back at the students he had just saved. He saw their weary, frightened faces. He understood the need for protocol, but he also understood that this woman's sudden, aggressive appearance was frightening them further. "I will," he agreed calmly. "But first, please see to them. Some of them might be injured. Their well-being is more important than my interrogation." His unwavering focus on the safety of others, even while being threatened, gave Glynda pause. It was a confusing mixture. The raw power of a god, and the humble, selfless heart of a true hero. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Pyrrha stepped forward slightly, placing herself partially between Izuku and Glynda. "He's right, Professor Goodwitch. He saved us. He is no threat to us." Glynda's gaze hardened. "That is not for you to decide, Miss Nikos. Stand down." A tense standoff hung in the air, the hero from another world flanked by the school's star pupil, facing down its formidable deputy headmistress. The other students watched, holding their breath, sensing that this was a moment of profound significance. A new power had arrived at Beacon, and the old order was already being challenged. The uncrowned king had arrived, and his reign had begun not with acclaim, but with a selfless act. Unseen by them all, deep in the forest, the crater from Izuku's impact had begun to change. The compressed earth at its center had started to glow. It wasn't the brilliant emerald of his power, but a faint, sickly, violet-black light that pulsed like a diseased heart. The energy was thin, almost ethereal, and it seeped into the ground, tainting the soil and the roots of the ancient trees. A lone Beowulf, one that had fled the earlier massacre, limped near the crater's edge, drawn by the strange energy. It sniffed at the air, its grim instincts telling it something was wrong. As it drew closer, a tendril of the violet energy, no thicker than a thread, snaked out from the ground and touched its leg. The Beowulf let out a pained, guttural shriek. Its body convulsed violently. The white, bone-like armor plating on its body began to shift and sharpen, growing new, cruel-looking spikes. Its claws elongated, becoming jagged and serrated. But the most terrifying change was in its eyes. The dull, instinctual red glow brightened, but it also sharpened, coalescing into points of malevolent, calculating intelligence. It looked at its own claws, not with animalistic confusion, but with a dawning, horrifying awareness. It was no longer just a beast. It was something more, something worse. Far across the ocean, on a continent shrouded in perpetual darkness, a queen sat upon a throne of obsidian. Salem, the immortal mistress of the Grim, felt a tremor. It was not a physical shaking of the earth, but a deep, discordant vibration in the very fabric of her existence, in the eternal, hateful connection she had to the brother gods and their failed creation. For millennia, the world had operated on a set of rules she knew intimately. There was dust, aura, semblances. There were the maidens and the relics. There was Ozma. These were the fundamental forces of her world. The pieces on the board of their endless, stagnant game. This new feeling was alien. It was a power so vast, so potent, that it felt like a needle had been violently shoved into the tapestry of reality. It was a power that did not belong. It was greater and more foreign than the gifts of the gods, more raw than the fury of the maidens. It was the feeling of a glitch in the system, a fundamental error in the code of the world. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine unease stirring within her for the first time in centuries. Something had changed. A new piece was on the board, one she did not recognize. And she knew, with the chilling certainty of an eternal being, that this was not a piece that belonged to Ozma. It belonged to no one. It was a wild card, and it had the potential to shatter their game entirely. She looked out from her tower, toward the distant kingdom of Vale, and for the first time, her ancient war against Ozpin seemed like a secondary concern. A far greater, more terrifying uncertainty had just fallen from the sky. Chapter 2. The Uncrowned King. The sterile, almost antiseptic scent of recycled air and old paper filled Izuku Midoriya's lungs. A stark and unwelcome contrast to the earthy vibrancy of the emerald forest. He sat on a surprisingly comfortable but rigidly formal chair in what he had been told was Headmaster Ozpin's office. The room was a marvel of contradictions. Ancient-looking stone walls supported a ceiling of gleaming, modern metal and glass, through which he could see the relentless blue of remnant sky. The back wall was a single, colossal pane of reinforced glass, offering a panoramic view of the Beacon campus, a sprawling tapestry of Gothic architecture, manicured gardens, and students milling about like brightly colored ants. But the most captivating feature was the relentless, rhythmic tick-tock of immense clockwork gears, some as large as a man, turning slowly and silently behind the glass. It gave the impression of being inside the heart of time itself. He was no longer in his tattered hero costume. Glynda Goodwitch, with a tone that brooked no argument, had provided him with a simple, function outfit. A plain black long-sleeved shirt, dark gray combat trousers, and sturdy black boots. The clothes were devoid of personality, a blank slate, which felt fitting. He was a blank slate here. A ghost, an anomaly. Across a large, polished desk sat the man in question, Headmaster Ozpin. He held a steaming mug in his hands, his gaze distant, as if peering into possibilities Izuku couldn't begin to fathom. To his right stood Glynda. Her posture as severe as a drill sergeant's, a data slate held in a white-knuckled grip. Her expression was a thunderous mask of professional frustration. A third figure dominated the room, despite only being present as a life-sized holographic projection. General James Ironwood of the Atlesian military, his face a grim sculpture of granite and steel, stared down at Izuku with an intensity that could melt lead. "The situation is untenable, Ozpin," Ironwood's voice boomed, sharp and clipped, echoing slightly in the vast office. "This individual appeared from nowhere, leveled a significant portion of your forest, and demonstrated a power level that eclipses anything our databases have on record. He has no identification, no scroll, no aura readings that conform to any known pattern. For all we know, he could be a new form of Grim, a weapon sent by Salem, or something far worse. He needs to be taken into Atlesian custody for immediate and thorough evaluation." Izuku shifted slightly in his seat. Grim, Salem. The names were alien, yet spoken with such weight. His mind raced, cataloging everything he had seen. The monstrous creatures in the forest, black-furred and bone-plated, dissolving into smoke upon defeat. The glowing energy fields the students called aura. The magic. He wasn't sure what else to call what Glynda had done, repairing the entire amphitheater with a wave of her riding crop and a violet glow. It was all new, all dangerous. Ozpin took a slow, deliberate sip from his mug before placing it down with a soft click. "James, your concern is noted, and your prudence is, as always, appreciated. However, let us not be hasty. Mr. Midoriya," he said, his silver eyes finally focusing on Izuku with a disconcerting sharpness, "has demonstrated not only immense power, but also immense control. He neutralized threats to the students with what Ms. Goodwitch described as surgical precision, and a complete lack of malice. He acted not as an invader, but as a protector. Intentions can be fabricated, Ozpin," Ironwood retorted, his holographic form taking a step forward. "A sufficiently advanced weapon could be programmed with a protector protocol to gain our trust before it strikes. We are dealing with an unknown variable of catastrophic potential. Protocol dictates we contain it." "He is not an it, General," Glynda interjected, her voice tight. Izuku glanced at her, surprised by her defense, however slight. "I was there. I saw him." His actions were instinctual, immediate. He shielded students, cleared paths, anticipated attacks. There was no cold calculation in his eyes. There was conviction. Her gaze flicked to Izuku, her eyes narrowing. "That being said, his refusal, or inability, to answer our most basic questions is a significant security risk. Where did you come from? Who sent you? What is the nature of your power?" The questions hung in the air, heavy and demanding. Izuku met her gaze directly, then looked to Ozpin and the imposing hologram of Ironwood. He took a deep breath, the familiar ache in his bones a grounding sensation. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he began, his voice steady. Huff his heart hammered against his ribs. I was, a hero. Where I come from, we have abilities we call quirks. Mine is called One for All. It's a power that is passed down from one person to the next, and it has grown over time." He flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar hum of energy thrumming just beneath his skin. How could he explain the vestiges, the generations of lives and powers stored within him? How could he explain a war against a man who could steal those powers, a world without Grim or aura, a reality that apparently no longer existed for him? "I was fighting," he continued, his voice dropping slightly as the memories flashed behind his eyes. Fire, smoke, the screams of his friends, the terrifying, smiling face of All for One. The battle was overwhelming. There was a final clash of power, an explosion of energy. I felt like I was being torn apart, and then, I was falling. I woke up in your forest." He looked down at his hands. "I don't know how I got here. I don't know what this place is. I only know that people were in danger, and I had the power to help them. So I did. That's all I can tell you, because that's all I know." A heavy silence descended upon the office. Ironwood's expression was unreadable, a mask of cold skepticism. Glynda's frown deepened, a mixture of disbelief and something else, perhaps a sliver of empathy. It was Ozpin who broke the silence, his voice gentle. "A power passed down through generations, he mused, a flicker of understanding in his eyes that sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. A legacy of heroism. It is an extraordinary tale, Mr. Midoriya. It's an absurd one. Ironwood snapped. A trans-dimensional hero powered by a magical legacy. Ozpin, you cannot possibly be entertaining this fantasy. This is a threat that needs to be neutralized. And I believe it is an opportunity that needs to be understood, Ozpin countered, his tone hardening just enough to show the steel beneath his calm exterior. James, you want to lock him in a cage in Atlas. The Vale Council, he gestured vaguely towards the window, towards the city beyond, would want to parade him as a weapon, a symbol to cow their rivals. Both paths lead to mistrust, fear, and a potential escalation we cannot afford. I propose a third option. All eyes turned to the headmaster. We observe him, Ozpin said simply. Here, at Beacon, where I can keep an eye on him, and where he can learn about our world. He is, by his own admission, a protector. Let us give him something to protect. Let us see the character of the man, not just the caliber of his power. Ironwood looked ready to explode. You want to enroll a potential doomsday weapon in your school. With hundreds of children. Have you gone mad? I want to place him under the supervision of the most capable person I know. Ozpin said, turning his gaze pointedly to Glynda. Ms. Goodwitch, you will be his official evaluator. Your task is to ascertain the limits of his abilities, the truth of his character, and the potential threat he poses. You will be his handler, his guide, and, if necessary, his warden. You will have full authority to use any means you deem necessary for your evaluation. Glynda's back went ramrod straight. She looked from Ozpin to Izuku, her lips pressed into a thin, severe line. Izuku felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. The woman radiated an aura of authority that rivaled Aizawa Sensei's, but with a crackling, kinetic energy that felt far more volatile. He saw the conflict in her eyes, the professional duty to follow her headmaster's orders, the personal fury at being handed such an unpredictable and dangerous assignment, and the undeniable curiosity of a powerful woman faced with a power far beyond her own. Very well, headmaster, she said finally, her voice like chipping ice. I accept the assignment. She then turned her gaze fully on Izuku, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. My evaluation will begin immediately. Mr. Midoriya, you will come with me. Ironwood's hologram sputtered, but Ozpin raised a hand. The decision is made, James. Trust me, as you have so many times before. The general stared for a long, hard moment before his projection fizzled out with a hiss of static, leaving an echoing silence. Izuku stood, his body tensing instinctively. Glynda Goodwitch's eyes were locked on him, and in them, he saw no warmth. No welcome, only a challenge. We are going to the sparring arena, she stated, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I intend to see this, one for all, for myself. Do try to keep up. She turned on her heel and strode from the room, her riding crop tapping rhythmically against her thigh. Izuku gave a hesitant look back at Ozpin, who simply offered a small, enigmatic smile and a nod. With a deep breath, Izuku followed Glynda, the sound of the giant, invisible clockwork fading behind him as he walked towards his first true test in this strange, new world. The Beacon sparring arena was less a room and more a cavern. The ceiling soared hundreds of feet into the air, crisscrossed with steel gantries and dotted with powerful dust-powered floodlights that bathed the space in a clean, white glare. The floor was a vast expanse of polished, dark gray metal, segmented into plates that could clearly rise, fall, or retract to create any number of combat environments. A transparent, shimmering energy shield separated the combat zone from the tiered rows of empty spectator seats that rose up one side of the colossal chamber. The air hummed with latent power, a low thrum that vibrated through the soles of Izuku's boots. It felt like standing inside a sleeping giant. Glynda stood in the center of the arena, her back to him, her rigid posture silhouetted against the bright lights. She had shed her usual cape, leaving her in her crisp white blouse and black skirt. It was a less formal look, yet somehow more intimidating. It was the attire of someone ready for serious work. The rules of this evaluation are simple, Mr. Midoriya, she said, her voice echoing in the cavernous space without her even raising it. You will not hold back. I need to see the full scope of your capabilities. I, in turn, will be using a fraction of my own power, sufficient to gauge your responses. Do you understand? Izuku nodded, stretching his arms and neck. The lie was so blatant it was almost funny. Danger sense wasn't screaming, but it was sending a low, persistent thrum through his skull, a clear signal of imminent, controlled threat. The woman in front of him was coiling her power like a spring. And the idea that she would be using a fraction was laughable. She was preparing for war. I understand, Ms. Goodwitch, he replied, settling into a loose, familiar fighting stance. But, just to be clear, I don't want to hurt you. A flicker of something, amusement, annoyance, crossed her face as she turned to face him, a faint violet glow already shimmering around her hands. An admirable sentiment. You will find, however, that I am not nearly as fragile as the Grimm you encountered in the forest. She didn't wait for a response. With a sharp, commanding flick of her riding crop, a dozen large metal plates from the floor behind Izuku ripped from their moorings with a deafening shriek of tearing metal. They hovered in the air for a breath, rotating to face him like a swarm of angry metal insects, before launching themselves at him from all directions. Izuku's world narrowed to motion and trajectory. He didn't need to activate one for all at a high percentage. He just needed to be faster. He pushed off, a flicker of green lightning tracing his path as he weaved between the first two plates, the wind from their passage tearing at his clothes. He leapt onto the face of a third plate as it flew past, using its momentum to kick off and spin through the air, narrowly avoiding being crushed by two more that converged on his previous position. Glynda's eyes widened slightly. His speed was beyond anything she had anticipated. He wasn't just fast, he was unnaturally fluid, moving with a three-dimensional awareness that was baffling. She increased the pressure. With a wider sweep of her crop, she tore up a massive section of the arena floor, a slab of metal easily 50 feet long and weighing dozens of tons, and hurled it at him like a discus. The shadow of the colossal projectile fell over Izuku. There was no room to dodge. Instead of retreating, he shot forward to meet it. He activated Black Whip, thick, dark tendrils of energy erupting from his arms. They weren't aimed at Glynda, but at the projectiles he had just dodged. The tendrils wrapped around the metal plates, and with a grunt of effort, Izuku pulled. He used the immense kinetic energy of the plates, still flying away from him, as an anchor. He was yanked sideways, out of the path of the giant slab of flooring a mere microsecond before it would have flattened him. It smashed into the far wall of the arena with a cataclysmic boom that shook the entire structure, leaving a deep crater in the reinforced wall. Impressive evasion, Glynda commented, her voice strained. Her telekinesis, her semblance, was a force of nature. She could feel the weight, the inertia of every object she manipulated. To see him treat tons of metal as mere stepping stones and anchors was deeply unsettling. But evasion is not a victory. She thrust her hands forward. The wreckage from the impact, shattered chunks of metal and permacrete, rose into the air, forming a dense, chaotic storm of shrapnel around him. Let's see how you handle this. The storm converged. Izuku, now airborne, had nowhere to go. Fine, he thought. If I can't go around, I'll go up. He activated Float, the quirk of Nana Shimura. The downward pull of gravity simply ceased to apply to him. He shot upwards, leaving the grinding, pulverizing storm of debris to collapse in on itself below him. He hovered 100 feet above the arena floor. The green lightning of One for All now crackling around him more intensely as he channeled more power to maintain the flight. Glynda stared up at him, her mouth slightly agape. Flight. True, unaided flight. Not a gravity dust propulsion system, not a semblance that launched him. Just flight. It was another impossibility stacked on a pile of them. You have more surprises than I thought. She called out, her composure strained but intact. She wasn't done. She began pulling down sections of the gantries from the ceiling, twisting the heavy steel beams in to makeshift javelins and launching them at him. Izuku dodged and weaved in the air, the massive beams whistling past him. The fight had become a bizarre ballet of overwhelming force and impossible grace. He could end this. A single flick of his finger at 20% would create a shockwave that would likely knock her unconscious. A 45% smash would tear the entire arena apart. But that wasn't the point. Ozpin wanted her to evaluate him. Ironwood wanted to see a monster. He needed to show them something else. Control. Respect. He saw his opening. Glynda had launched 3 beams at once in a triangular formation, trying to box him in. Instead of dodging, he let the lightning around him intensify. He used Fa Jin, the third user's quirk, storing up kinetic energy from his evasive maneuvers. As the beams closed in, he unleashed it in a single, controlled burst of speed. He vanished. From Glynda's perspective, he was there one moment, a green star against the bright lights of the ceiling, and the next, he was simply gone. Her senses, honed by decades of combat, screamed at her. She spun around, her riding crop already glowing, ready to erect a shield. A gentle tap on her shoulder. She froze, every muscle in her body locking up. He was standing directly behind her, not even breathing heavily. The faint smell of ozone and rain filled the air around him. He hadn't made a sound. The dozens of tons of metal she had been manipulating clattered uselessly to the floor as her concentration broke completely. I believe the term is checkmate, Izuku said softly, his voice right beside her ear. He took a respectful step back, giving her space. Glynda stood motionless for a full 10 seconds, the silence of the arena broken only by the hum of the lights and the sound of her own frantic heartbeat. She slowly turned to face him. Her face was pale, her green eyes wide with a mixture of shock, fury, and something she couldn't immediately name. It might have been awe. How? She breathed, the single word encompassing 1,000 questions. How did you move that fast? How did you make no sound? How did you get past my senses? How are you not even winded? A combination of things, Izuku said, letting the green lightning fade from his body. I stored up kinetic energy and released it all at once for a short burst of speed. The rest was just practice. He had shown her overwhelming power, but tempered it with absolute control. He had countered every attack, not with greater force, but with superior tactics and mobility. He had disarmed her, both literally and figuratively, without laying a single hand on her. It was a display of dominance so total, so absolute, that it circled all the way back around to being a gesture of immense respect. He had proven he could have destroyed her at any moment, and had chosen not to. The professional barrier between them, already cracked by his actions in the forest, now had a massive fissure running through it. This wasn't a monster. This wasn't a mindless weapon. This was a warrior. Your evaluation, she said, straightening her blouse and regaining a semblance of her composure, is far from complete. But this initial assessment has been illuminating. The sharp edge in her voice was gone, replaced by a grudging respect. Your control is as remarkable as your power. Perhaps Ozpin is not as mad as I thought. A small, genuine smile touched Izuku's lips. Thank you, Ms. Goodwitch. Do not thank me yet, Mr. Midoriya, she warned, her stern mask slipping back into place, though it didn't quite fit anymore. I still have many more tests for you. And I assure you, the next one will not be so simple. Despite her words, as they walked out of the silent, wrecked arena, Izuku felt a subtle shift. The tension between them had not vanished. But it had changed. It was no longer the tension between a warden and a prisoner. It was the tension between two professionals, two powerful individuals who had just taken measure of one another and found a surprising, and unsettling, degree of mutual respect. News of the evaluation spar spread through the student body like wildfire, though the details were warped and exaggerated with each telling. Some said the new guy leveled the entire arena. Others claimed he fought Professor Goodwitch to a standstill for an hour. The one consistent detail was the outcome. The mysterious green-haired powerhouse had won. This, combined with his unparalleled display during the initiation, had cemented his status as a campus legend before he had even attended a single class. He was an enigma. He ate alone in the crowded cafeteria, his posture betraying a quiet loneliness that was at odds with his immense power. He walked the halls with a purpose that seemed disconnected from the school's rhythm. He was an object of awe, fear, and intense curiosity. For Pyrrha, he was something more, a mirror. She watched him from across the training hall. While other students were practicing flashy moves or testing their semblances, Izuku was going through a series of grueling physical exercises that seemed almost mundane by comparison. Push-ups, sit-ups, deep squats, with an intensity and volume that was anything but normal. He moved with a relentless, disciplined rhythm, his muscles straining, sweat pouring from his brow, yet his expression remained one of deep concentration. Pyrrha knew what she was seeing. It was the work, the endless, thankless, solitary work that went into maintaining an image of perfection. For years, she had been the invincible girl, the 4-time champion of the Mistral Regional Tournament. People saw the flawless victories in the arena, the effortless grace, the charming smile on the cereal boxes. They didn't see the pre-dawn runs, the thousands of hours of drills. The aching muscles, the crushing loneliness of being placed on a pedestal so high no one else could reach you. She looked at Izuku, a boy who had obliterated Grim that would have been a serious threat to a full team of huntsmen, who had reportedly bested the formidable Glynda Goodwitch, and saw him sweating through a basic set of push-ups. She saw the discipline, she saw the burden, and she felt an overwhelming urge to connect with the person beneath the power. That evening, she found him on one of Beacon's many balconies, overlooking the glittering expanse of the city of Vale. He was staring out at the lights, his shoulders slumped slightly, the weight of a world, or perhaps, worlds, upon them. "It's a beautiful view," she said softly, not wanting to startle him. He turned, his green eyes wide with surprise. When he saw it was her, a small, tired smile touched his face. "Yeah, it is. I'm Pyrrha Nikos." She offered a hand. He took it, his grip firm and calloused. "Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you properly." An easy silence settled between them for a moment. It wasn't awkward, it was comfortable, as if they both understood that sometimes, words were unnecessary. "I saw you in the training hall today," Pyrrha began, her voice hesitant. "And in the forest. I've never seen anyone with your level of power before." Izuku's smile faded slightly. He turned back to the view. "It's not always a good thing. It can be, a lot." The simple, honest admission resonated deep within Pyrrha's soul. "I know what you mean," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "When you're strong, people put you on a pedestal. They stop seeing you. They only see the champion, the prodigy, the symbol. It can be very lonely." Izuku looked at her, truly looked at her. And for the first time since she'd arrived at Beacon, Pyrrha felt like someone was seeing past the celebrity. His eyes held a deep, ancient sadness and an empathy that was profound. "You feel like you have to be perfect all the time," he said, not as a question, but as a statement of fact. "Because if you show any weakness, you're not just letting yourself down, you're letting down everyone who believes in you." Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. He understood. He actually, truly understood. "Yes," she managed to say. "I would like to ask you for something," Pyrrha said, finding a new resolve. "If you have the time, I'd like to spar with you." Izuku looked surprised. "With me? After what you saw, are you sure? I wouldn't want to hurt you." "I'm not asking for an evaluation," she clarified, a genuine smile gracing her lips. "I'm not trying to test your limits. I want to learn. When you fight, you're so efficient, so controlled. I rely on my semblance, my polarity. It's won me every fight. But against you, I don't think it would be enough. I want you to push me. I want you to help me be better." She was not approaching him as a fan, or a rival, or a subordinate. She was approaching him as a fellow warrior, an equal seeking to hone her craft. It was a request Izuku hadn't received in a long, long time. It was a request based on respect, not fear. "Okay," he agreed, his own smile returning, brighter this time. "I'd be happy to." They met the next night in one of the smaller, private training rooms. The atmosphere was completely different from his bout with Glynda. There was no tension, no animosity. Only a quiet, focused anticipation. Pyrrha stood ready with her spear, Milo, and her shield, Akoo. Izuku stood opposite her, unarmed, in a simple training uniform. "No holding back," Izuku said, echoing Glynda's words but with a completely different meaning. "Show me why you're a champion." Pyrrha nodded and attacked. She was a whirlwind of controlled, elegant violence. Her movements were textbook perfect, a seamless flow of strikes, parries, and blocks. Her spear was an extension of her arm, darting out like a serpent's tongue. Neo. Their student at Beacon would have been overwhelmed in seconds. Izuku was not any other student. He moved with an economy of motion that was breathtaking. He didn't block, he redirected. He didn't retreat, he pivoted. He used her own momentum against her, his hands a blur as he deflected the point of her spear again and again. He was always just outside her reach, his footwork so precise he seemed to glide over the floor. Frustrated, Pyrrha decided to use her trump card. As she thrust her spear forward, she activated her semblance, intending to subtly guide the metal tip past his defenses and score a point. The moment she tried, black whip erupted from Izuku's arm. A single, dark tendril lashed out and wrapped around Milo's shaft, yanking it from her grasp. The spear clattered to the floor 20 feet away. Before she could even process the disarmament, he was inside her guard. He didn't strike her, he simply tapped her on the chest with 2 fingers. "Point," he said calmly. Pyrrha stared, stunned. He had anticipated her semblance. He had countered it instantly and perfectly. "Again," he said, already backing away. They reset. This time, Pyrrha was more cautious. She used her shield more, trying to bash him and create an opening. But his senses were preternatural. He ducked under a shield bash that would have broken another man's ribs, swept her legs out from under her, and caught her before she hit the ground, helping her back to her feet. "You're too reliant on this," he said, tapping her shield. "And on your semblance. Your form is perfect, flawless, even, but that makes you predictable. You fight like you're following a script. The perfect script, but it's still a script." His words struck a chord. It was true. She had drilled the same forms, the same techniques. For years until they were second nature. It had always been enough. "What do I do?" she asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. "Improvise," he said. "Break your own rhythm. Your opponent expects perfection from you. Do something imperfect, something unexpected. Use the environment. Use me." They sparred for another hour. He never used more than a tiny fraction of his power, but he pushed her relentlessly. He forced her to abandon her spear and shield and engage him in hand-to-hand combat. She was strong and skilled, but he was on another level, countering her strikes and pointing out weaknesses in her stance. He encouraged her to be creative, to use the walls, to feint, to be unpredictable. By the end, they were both sitting on the floor, backs against the wall, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Pyrrha had never felt so thoroughly defeated, and yet so incredibly exhilarated. "Thank you," she said, looking over at him. No one has ever treated me like that in a fight. They either go easy on me because I'm the invincible girl, or they fight with everything they have out of pride and I beat them easily. You taught me. You're a great fighter, Pyrrha," Izuku said honestly. "You just needed someone to show you the box you've put yourself in. Now you know how to step out of it." They sat in a comfortable silence, the shared exertion forming a bond between them. "Does it ever get easier?" she asked quietly. "The burden, the expectation." Izuku's gaze became distant again, filled with the ghosts of his own past. "No," he said, his voice thick with a weariness that seemed far too old for his young face. "But you learn to carry it. And it helps, if you have someone to help you carry it." He looked at her, and his eyes were kind. "You're not alone on that pedestal, Pyrrha, not anymore." In that moment, Pyrrha Nikos felt the suffocating weight on her shoulders lighten, just a little. She had found something she hadn't even known she was looking for, a peer. A kindred spirit, a friend. Ozpin watched the recording of the 2 spars on the large screen in his office, Glynda standing beside him, her arms crossed. First, the recording of her own explosive, high-stakes battle with Izuku. Then, the footage from the private training room, showing the quiet, intense, and deeply instructive session with Pyrrha. "Remarkable," Ozpin murmured, taking a sip of his cocoa. "In one instance, he demonstrates the power to level a mountain and the control not to harm a single hair on your head. In the next, he acts as a mentor, precisely identifying the weaknesses of a champion and helping her overcome them. He is a warrior, a guardian, and a teacher." Glynda nodded, her expression unreadable. "He is also a paradox, headmaster. His power is an existential threat, yet he wields it with more restraint than some of our own students. He is a boy with the eyes of a veteran who has seen horrors we can only imagine." "Indeed," Ozpin said, turning away from the screen. "Which is why neither James's prison nor the council's leash are appropriate. He doesn't fit into our world's neat little boxes. So, We shall have to create a new one for him. He gestured for her to follow him to his desk, where he brought up a new student file on his scroll. The picture was a simple headshot of Izuku, taken earlier that day. His name was listed, but his age, history, and family information were all marked. CLASSIFIED. I am officially enrolling Mr. Midoriya as a student of Beacon Academy, Ozpin declared. However, he will not be placed on a 4-person team. Such a structure would be an injustice, both to him and to any potential teammates. His power and experience would render them obsolete, stunting their growth. So he will operate alone? Glynda asked, raising an eyebrow. Not exactly, Ozpin said, a sly twinkle in his eye. He will be the sole member and leader of his own team. A one-man crisis response unit. Team designation. Deku. Glynda looked at him, surprised. Deku. Based on the insults of that blonde boy, Mr. Arc. An insult to one can be a badge of honor to another, Ozpin mused. Izuku told me that where he comes from. He turned that name, which once meant useless, into his hero name, a symbol meaning, you can do it. I believe that's a sentiment Beacon could use. Furthermore, I am enacting a special provision. In the event of a school-wide or city-wide crisis where I am unreachable, Team Leader Deku is granted operational command authority over all other Beacon student teams. This time, Glynda's jaw genuinely dropped. Headmaster, that is an unprecedented breach of protocol. You're putting the entire student body under the command of an unknown entity we've known for less than 48 hours. You're effectively making him a king. Ozpin finished for her, his expression serious. Perhaps, but a king is not always a tyrant, Glynda. Sometimes, a king is a figure of stability, a rallying point in a time of chaos. The students already see him as something more. They whisper his name in the halls. They watch his every move. They don't give him that respect because of a title. They give it because his competence demands it. I am simply formalizing a reality that already exists. He is the uncrowned king of Beacon. I am merely giving him his crown. When Izuku was Kae-D back to the office and informed of the decision, his reaction was exactly what Ozpin had predicted. He was horrified. Me, a leader, of everyone, he stammered, his hands flying up in a panic. No, I can't. I'm not a commander. I just punch things. I follow orders, I don't give them. This is a terrible idea. On the contrary, Ozpin said calmly. The best leaders are often those who do not seek the power. You have already demonstrated flawless tactical command during the initiation. You protect others instinctively. This role does not ask you to rule them, Izuku. It asks you to lead them. To protect them when no one else can. Is that not what a hero does? The question struck Izuku like a physical blow. Ozpin had framed it in the one way he couldn't refuse. To reject the position would be to reject his core identity, his very reason for being. The responsibility felt like a physical weight settling on his shoulders, heavier than any he had carried before. He looked at Glynda, who gave him a single, sharp nod of encouragement. He looked at Ozpin, whose wise, ancient eyes held a deep and unsettling amount of faith in him. With a long, shaky sigh, he relented. I will accept. On one condition. Name it, Ozpin said. Don't call me a king, Izuku said, his voice firm. I'm not a king. I'm a student, and a hero. That's all. Ozpin smiled. As you wish, Mr. Midoriya. Welcome to Beacon Academy. Deep within the grim, petrified forests of the Land of Darkness, a throne of glistening black crystal sat within a chamber of pulsating veins and eerie silence. Upon it sat Salem, her skin as pale as bone, her eyes burning with red malevolence. Before her knelt Cinderfall, flanked by a smirking Mercury Black and a nervous Emerald Sustre. A floating ear grim projected images into the center of the room. It showed the initiation, fast-forwarding to the moment of Izuku's arrival. The green comet, the obliteration of the Death Stalker, the casual, almost contemptuous, destruction of the King Taijutsu. Salem watched, her expression unchanging, but a deep, cold curiosity stirred within her. The raw power was immense, that was obvious. But it was the nature of it that was wrong. It wasn't aura, it wasn't a semblance, it wasn't dust, it certainly wasn't the magic of the maidens or the relics. It was something utterly alien, a discordant note in the ancient song of her long war. He appeared from a tear in the sky, Cinder reported, her voice laced with a frustration she tried desperately to conceal. He single-handedly ruined the observation phase of our plan. The Grimm were drawn to him, but he dispatched them with ease. Ozpin has taken him into Beacon. Salem waved a slender, pale hand, and the seer's projection changed. It now showed grainy footage from a hidden camera near Beacon's arena, capturing fragments of Izuku's spar with Glynda. It showed him walking on air. It showed dark, energy-like whips erupting from his body. It showed a burst of speed so extreme he seemed to teleport. This is not one of Ozpin's pawns, Salem murmured, her voice a silken hiss that echoed in the vast chamber. This is new, a glitch in the system. An unexpected variable in an equation I have balanced for centuries. She looked down at Cinder, her red eyes glowing with renewed purpose. Your mission has changed. The Fall Maiden can wait. This glitch is a far greater priority. He represents a power I do not understand, and any power I do not understand is a threat I will not tolerate. You will shift your focus. Learn everything you can about this boy. His strengths, his weaknesses. If he can be turned, turn him. If he can be broken, break him. But if he is a true obstacle, her lips curled into a predatory smile. Erase him from the board entirely. Cinder's eyes lit up with malicious glee. A new, more exciting challenge. It will be done, my queen. As they departed, Salem continued to watch the looping footage of the green comet. She had felt it, when he arrived, a tremor not in the ground, but in the very fabric of existence. A surge of power so immense it had momentarily made the energy of the Grimm pools around her feel like puddles in a storm. She had dismissed it as a fluke, but now she knew better. Something had come to her world, and she would either control it, or she would destroy it. Meanwhile, miles away from Beacon, in the still smoldering crater left by Izuku's arrival, something was stirring. The faint, violet-black energy that had seeped into the ground had not dissipated. It had festered. A lone Beowulf, drawn to the lingering negativity, sniffed at the edge of the crater. As it inhaled, a wisp of the violet energy flowed into its nostrils. The creature spasmed, its body contorting. The bone plates on its back sharpened, growing into jagged, crystalline spikes. Its claws elongated. Its red eyes, once burning with mindless animal rage, now glowed with a malevolent, chillingly intelligent violet light. It let out a howl, but it was different now. Not the guttural cry of a beast, but a sharp, tactical call. From the surrounding woods, other Beowulfs, similarly twisted and mutated, emerged from the shadows. They did not snarl and fight for dominance as normal Grimm would. They moved with a purpose, forming ranks. The Alpha, the first to be changed, looked towards the distant lights of Vale. It could feel it, the dust convoys, the energy sources, the prey. With another sharp bark, it led its new, horrifyingly intelligent pack into the night, leaving the silent, glowing crater behind them. The glitch in Salem's plan was not the only new variable that had come to Remnant. A far older, far hungrier power had been awakened, and it was beginning to spread. Chapter 3. Whispers in the Docks. The quiet hum of Beacon's advanced climate control systems was a sound Izuku Midoriya was beginning to loathe. It was a sound of passivity, of deliberation, of waiting. In his world, that sound had preceded disaster more times than he could count. It was the sterile silence of a hospital waiting room, the low thrum of a command center monitor as heroes debated jurisdiction while a city block burned. Here, in the grand library of Beacon Academy, surrounded by towers of books containing centuries of Remnant's history, philosophy, and Grimm-slaying techniques, the hum was a constant, maddening reminder of institutional inertia. For 2 weeks since his enrollment, he had dutifully attended Glynda's evaluations, sparred with Pyrrha, and absorbed every piece of information Ozpin fed him about this world. He learned about aura, semblances, dust, and the Four Kingdoms. He learned about the Great War and the Faunus Rights Revolution. And he learned about the White Fang, a movement born of desperation that had curdled into terrorism, and their charismatic, theatrical accomplice, Roman Torchwick. The information came in neat, tidy packages. Reports from the Vale Police Department. Declassified Atlesian intelligence briefings, courtesy of a grudging Ironwood. Ozpin's own cryptic summaries. They all painted a picture of a growing shadow over Vale, a series of IOUS dust robberies that were clearly building towards something catastrophic. And what was the official response? Investigation, deliberation, caution. Izuku sat at a large oak table, a data slate in front of him displaying a map of Vale dotted with the locations of recent heists. His fingers drummed an agitated rhythm on the polished wood. Caution was a luxury. He had seen firsthand what happened. When heroes were cautious while villains were decisive. He had a city's worth of ghosts whispering in his ear, a constant testament to the price of hesitation. All for One hadn't waited for a committee's approval. Shigaraki hadn't paused for political consensus. They acted, and people died. Danger sense was a low, persistent thrum at the base of his skull, a web of potential threats spidering out across the entire city. It had been his constant companion since his arrival, but over the past few days, certain threads in that web had begun to pulse with a more urgent rhythm, coalescing around the industrial sectors and shipping docks. It wasn't just a general sense of criminal activity, it was the sharp, specific signature of imminent violence, the kind he had learned to recognize with chilling accuracy. The official channels were too slow. The threads were tightening, and he knew, with a certainty that made his stomach clench, that someone was going to get hurt tonight if he did nothing. He pushed the slate away, the decision crystallizing in his mind. He wasn't a student, not really. He wasn't a huntsman bound by Vale's laws. He was a hero, and there was work to be done. He stood, the legs of his chair scraping softly against the floor, a sound that seemed to echo the grating of his own frustration. Ozpin had given him a role, a team name, a place to sleep. But Izuku Midor, IYA was not defined by a title or a dorm room. He was defined by his actions. Clad in the reinforced, dark green fatigues that served as his provisional uniform, his own hero costume was still undergoing repairs by Glynda's meticulous use of telekinetic weaving. He moved through the quiet halls of Beacon. He was a ghost, his steps silenced by the practiced control of One for All. He bypassed the main exits, instead opting for a high, arched window in a deserted corridor. With a flicker of green energy, he activated float, drifting silently out into the cool night air. Below him, the lights of Beacon glittered like a fallen constellation. Ahead, the sprawling metropolis of Vale beckoned, a concrete jungle where real monsters, the humankind, were on the prowl. He let himself fall, catching the air with controlled bursts of power. A silent green comet streaking towards the city's shadowed heart. The Vale shipping yards were a labyrinth of steel and shadow. Corrugated metal containers were stacked 6 high, forming claustrophobic canyons that smelled of salt, rust, and diesel fumes. The rhythmic lapping of water against the pylons was a constant, mournful sound, punctuated by the distant clang of a loose chain and the cry of some unseen nocturnal bird. It was here, perched atop a crane overlooking the sprawling complex, that Blake Belladonna kept her vigil. Her amber eyes, sharp and accustomed to the dark, scanned the area below. Her real ears, hidden beneath the black bow that had become her cage and her disguise, twitched, filtering every sound. She had been tracking this shipment for 3 days, following whispers from old contacts, fragments of conversations overheard in the shadier parts of Vale. The Schnee Dust Company, a name that tasted like ash in her mouth, was moving a massive, special consignment of raw dust crystals. And where there was a Schnee shipment of that size, the White Fang were never far behind. She wasn't sure what she planned to do. Intervene, observe, warn the authorities and watch them bungle it. A part of her, the part that still remembered the fire of protest rallies and the sting of tear gas, felt a bitter, traitorous pang of sympathy. She understood their anger, their desperation, but then she remembered the fear in the eyes of innocent shopkeepers, the casual cruelty of their new methods, and the cold resolve would settle back into her heart. This wasn't the way. This was just more pain. A flicker of movement below drew her attention. A small convoy of SDC trucks, heavily armored, rumbled to a stop near Warehouse 12. Figures emerged from the shadows between the containers. They wore the grim, impassive masks of the White Fang, their animal-like visages a mockery of the faunous features they were meant to champion. They moved with paramilitary precision, fanning out, their weapons raised. Leading them was a man whose swagger was as loud as his garish orange hair, Roman Torchwick, a human criminal who treated their cause like a profitable business venture. Blake's fists clenched. He was everything wrong with the new White Fang, a symptom of the sickness that had taken root. She drew Gamble's shroud, its familiar weight a cold comfort in her hands. She had to do something. She couldn't let them take that much dust. The destruction they could cause, it was unthinkable. She prepared to move, a silent predator ready to descend upon her former pack. Before she could even tense her muscles to leap, danger sense screamed in Izuku's mind. It wasn't a vague premonition, it was a pinpoint, high-velocity alarm. Sniper. He was several hundred meters away, crouched on the roof of a neighboring warehouse, cloaked in smokescreen, a fine, dark mist that rendered him all but invisible to the naked eye. From his vantage point, he saw the entire scene unfold. The SDC trucks, the White Fang grunts, Torchwick preening with his cane, and a lone, black-clad figure on a crane, about to make a fatal mistake. His enhanced vision, a passive benefit of One for All's energy coursing through his optical nerves, picked out a glint of light from a far-off gantry. A high-caliber sniper rifle. The crosshairs would be settling right on the girl with the bow. There was no time for a warning. No time for a plan. Only time for action. He coiled his legs, Fa Jin storing kinetic energy in a near-instantaneous pulse. One for all, 15%. He shot from the roof like a cannonball, the smokescreen dissipating behind him. He didn't aim for the White Fang. He didn't aim for Torchwick. He aimed for Blake. Blake saw a blur of green lightning. The air cracked with a miniature sonic boom. One moment she was on the crane, the next she was airborne, wrapped in something strong and unyielding. It wasn't a rope, it felt like living tendrils of pure energy. She was yanked sideways with breathtaking force, a split second before the position she'd occupied was obliterated in a shower of sparks and ricocheting metal as a high velocity. Dust rounds slammed into the crane's cabin. She landed on a nearby rooftop, stumbling but unharmed, deposited with a surprising gentleness. Before her stood the source of the green lightning, the new student from Beacon they called the uncrowned king. Izuku Midoriya. He hadn't even looked at her. His gaze was fixed on the battlefield below, his expression one of intense, almost serene concentration. "Stay here," he said, his voice calm but carrying an authority that brooked no argument. "You were targeted." Before Blake could form a reply, he was gone, leaping from the roof and descending into the heart of the chaos. Black whip erupted from his arms, not as a single whip, but as a writhing nest of dozens of black and green tendrils. It was a terrifying, beautiful sight. The White Fang grunts had barely registered the sniper shot when the green apparition fell among them. They raised their rifles, but they were hopelessly outmatched. Izuku moved with a fluidity that defied physics. A tendril of black whip would lash out, wrapping around a rifle barrel and yanking it harmlessly towards the sky. Another would snake around a grunt's ankles, hoisting him upside down. A third would GENTLY but firmly wrap around a man's torso, lifting him and depositing him in a pile with three others. It wasn't a fight, it was a collection. He moved through them like a farmer harvesting wheat. There was no malice in his actions. No anger. Just a quiet, overwhelming efficiency. He disarmed, restrained, and neutralized the entire contingent of 24 soldiers in less than 10 seconds. Not a single punch was thrown. Not a single bone was broken. They were left in a tangled, disarmed, and utterly bewildered pile, bound by energy tendrils that they couldn't break. Blake watched from the roof, her mouth agape. She had fought alongside Adam Taurus, one of the most skilled swordsmen in the White Fang. She had seen huntresses in action. She had never, ever seen anything like this. The sheer, casual control over a power so immense was staggering. He hadn't fought them. He had handled them, like an adult separating squabbling children. The respect and fear that his display inspired in her were warring for dominance. Torchwick, who had been orchestrating the heist from a safe distance, stared in disbelief. "Well, that's not something you see every day," he muttered, backing away slowly. "Neo, Plan B, and C, and whatever we have after that." Izuku turned his head, his green eyes, glowing faintly with power, locking onto Torchwick. Danger sense flared again, this time pointing towards the warehouse. Something big was coming. He took a deep breath, settling into a low stance. This was just the beginning. From the shadows of a nearby alley, a figure watched the green blur incapacitate the white fang with wide, disbelieving eyes. Sun Wukong, a monkey faunus with a mischievous grin and an indomitable spirit, had followed Blake from a distance. He'd been worried about her, seeing the same brooding intensity that had consumed so many of his friends back in Vacuo. He'd been ready to jump in, staff at the ready, to back her up. And then, that had happened. Whoa, Sun breathed, his tail twitching in excitement. Okay, new plan. Make friends with the green lightning guy. He vaulted over a fence and landed with a casual flip, his golden staff, RWBY Bang and Jingu Bang, already in hand. He sprinted towards the rooftop where Blake was still processing the scene. Blake, he called out, skidding to a halt beside her. You okay? What in the world was that? Blake Fina, LLY tore her eyes away from the scene below. Son, what are you doing here? Following you. Duh, he said with a shrug. Looked like you were heading for trouble. Turns out, trouble met, whatever he is. He gestured with his staff towards Izuku, who was now standing alone in the yard, facing the large bay doors of the warehouse. He's from Beacon, Blake said, her voice quiet. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Beacon's got guys like that now. Sun whistled. They really stepped up their recruiting. Down below, the massive metal doors of Warehouse 12 groaned and buckled outwards before being blasted from their hinges. A mechanical behemoth stepped through the opening, its hydraulic limbs hissing as it powered up. The Atlesian Paladin 290, a state-of-the-art prototype stolen by Torchwick, stood over 20 feet tall. Its white chassis bristling with missile pods and a heavy rotary cannon. Roman Torchwick's smirking face appeared on a small monitor in the cockpit. All right, kid, playtime's over. Torchwick's voice boomed over an external speaker. Let's see how you handle some real firepower. Izuku didn't flinch. He just watched the machine, his mind a flurry of calculations. Heavy armor plating, likely reinforced titanium alloy, multiple weapon systems, exposed hydraulic joints at the knees and elbows. Central cockpit is the primary weak point. Annihilating it would risk killing the pilot. Goal: disable and apprehend. Non-lethally. We have to help him. Blake said, her resolve returning. She couldn't just stand by and watch. Right behind you, Sun agreed, spinning his staff. They leapt from the roof, landing gracefully in the yard. Izuku glanced back at them, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It's too dangerous, he stated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Its weaponry can level this entire block. We're not leaving you to face that alone, Blake countered, her grip tightening on Gamble's shroud. She's right, Sun added, slamming the butt of his staff on the ground. We can be a distraction. Keep it busy while you do your super-powered thing. Izuku considered them for a half-second. They were determined. And they were right. A coordinated effort, even with them as a diversion, was more efficient. His mind, honed by countless battles alongside dozens of heroes, instantly formulated a new strategy. Fine, he said, the word clipped and precise. He pointed at Sun. Your semblance creates clones, correct? Use them to draw its fire. Target its leg joints. Don't try to damage it, just keep its attention low. He then turned to Blake. You're fast and agile. Use the containers for cover. Harass its upper body, the missile pods on its shoulders. Your goal is to make it focus on multiple, fast-moving targets. I will disable the main chassis. The speed and clarity of his commands were staggering. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a field order from a seasoned commander. Blake and Sun found themselves nodding in agreement without a second thought. There was a raw competence radiating from him that simply demanded trust. As they spoke, a screech of tires announced a new arrival. An Atlas bullhead descended rapidly, its landing lights cutting through the darkness. The side door slid open to reveal a furious Glynda Goodwitch, her riding crop held in a white-knuckled grip. A squad of Atlesian knights filed out behind her, their weapons powering up. Midoriya, she yelled, her voice amplified by rage and the wind from the rotors. What in the name of the brothers do you think you are doing? This is an unsanctioned operation. You will stand down this instant. The paladin chose that moment to open fire, its rotary cannon spitting a stream of high-caliber rounds. No time, Izuku yelled back, not even looking at her. He gestured sharply to Blake and Sun. Go, now. Blake and Sun didn't hesitate. Sun's semblance flared to life, and 3 golden duplicates of himself burst into existence, immediately charging the paladin's legs. Blake fired Gamble Shroud's pistol form, the ribbon wrapping around a light pole, and swung high, vanishing into the maze of shipping containers. Glynda watched, momentarily stunned, as the 2 students followed the green-haired boy's orders without question. The sheer audacity of it left her speechless. Then, a missile streaked from the paladin's shoulder, aimed directly at her bullhead. Her fury was instantly replaced by cold professionalism. With a sweep of her crop, a shield of shimmering purple energy materialized, catching the missile and detonating it harmlessly a dozen meters from the aircraft. But the force of the blast buffeted the bullhead, and another missile was already in the air. "Get us out of here," she ordered the pilot, turning her full attention to the battle. She had come to stop him, to haul him back to Beacon for a lecture that would peel paint from the walls. Instead, she found herself trapped in his operation, her own forces pinned down by a stolen war machine. A familiar, infuriating feeling washed over her. She had lost control of the situation to Izuku Midoriya. Again, "Knights, provide covering fire. Target its primary weapon," Glynda commanded, her telekinesis lashing out to deflect a volley of cannon fire that would have shredded her android soldiers. She was now, officially, swept up in his plan. And a small, pragmatic part of her brain, the part that had kept her alive for years on the battlefield, had to admit, it was a damned good plan. The docks erupted into a symphony of chaos. The roar of the paladin's cannon, the sharp crack of Blake's pistol, the sizzle of dust rounds impacting on metal, and the constant, overwhelming hum of Glynda's telekinetic shields created a cacophony that echoed across the bay. Sun and his clones were a whirlwind of gold at the paladin's feet. They moved with dizzying speed, their staffs hammering against the mech's armored legs. The attacks did no real damage, but they were infuriatingly distracting. Torchwick, from his cockpit, found himself constantly trying to track the 4 identical figures, his targeting system struggling to keep up. "Hold still, you little monkey," he roared, stomping a massive metal foot down. Sun's clones dissipated into golden light as the real Sun backflipped away, creating 3 more clones to take their place. They were a perfect, regenerative distraction. High above, Blake was a phantom. She moved through the canyon of containers with a dancer's grace, using her ribbon to swing from ledge to ledge, always staying out of the paladin's direct line of sight. She would appear for a split second, fire a burst from Gamble's shroud at a missile pod's housing, and then vanish again before the mech could target her. Her attacks were pinpricks, but they were forcing the paladin to divide its attention between the ground and the sky, its torso twisting back and forth in a clumsy, lumbering ballet. Glynda held the center, a bastion of purple energy. She was the immovable object against the paladin's unstoppable force. With precise, elegant gestures, she wove telekinetic barriers, catching bullets, redirecting rockets, and even pping up chunks of asphalt from the ground to create temporary barricades for the Atlesian Knights. Her focus was absolute, her power a beautiful and terrible thing to behold. And through it all, Izuku moved. He wasn't a part of the chaos, he was the eye of the storm. While his impromptu team kept the paladin occupied, he was a green blur of analysis. He used float to stay airborne, circling the mech at a safe distance. His eyes tracing every seam in its armor, every hydraulic line, every power conduit. Smokescreen billowed around him intermittently, masking his position, making him a ghost on Torchwick's sensors. Come on, you green-haired freak. Fight me," Torchwick bellowed, firing a volley of missiles wildly in Izuku's last known direction. Izuku simply wasn't there. He had already moved, Fa Jin propelling him silently to the other side of the battlefield. Weakness identified, his mind concluded. Rear power core housing, less armored to allow for heat ventilation. Standard Atlesian design flaw. Blake, Sun, disengage on my mark. Glynda, prepare for a kinetic shockwave. Izuku's voice cut through the comms he had silently activated on their scrolls with a brush of his fingers when giving them orders. It was a feature he'd asked the Beacon Tech team to install for Team Deku, a private, encrypted channel. Understood, Glynda replied, her teeth gritted. The sheer arrogance of him, ordering her around, and the galling fact that she was complying because it was tactically sound. You got it, boss. Sun chirped. Blake just gave a sharp nod from her perch, her eyes fixed on him. Mark. As one. Blake and Sun pulled back. Blake swung away into the deep shadows, while Sun and his clones vaulted behind a stack of containers. The Paladin, its target suddenly gone, swiveled its torso. Its sensors trying to find them. For a brief, fatal moment, its back was completely exposed to Izuku. That was all the time he needed. Fa Jin, release. One for all. 45%. He shot forward, not a blur this time, but an instantaneous teleportation. He appeared directly behind the Paladin, his right fist cocked back, glowing with an incandescent green light. Black whip tendrils lashed out, not at the mech, but at the ground and surrounding containers, anchoring him, providing leverage against the incredible force he was about to unleash. Detroit smash. His fist connected with the power core housing. There was no thunderous explosion. Instead, there was a sickening crunch of compressed metal and a high-pitched scream of protesting energy systems. The reinforced alloy crumpled like tin foil. The entire 20-foot-tall war machine lifted from the ground, propelled forward by the pure, kinetic force of the blow. It flew a dozen meters before crashing face first into a stack of SDC containers. Its limbs twitching spasmodically before its lights flickered and died. The silence that fell in the aftermath was deafening. Izuku landed softly, steam rising from his fist. He took a deep, steadying breath, the power receding from his limbs. He strode towards the downed mech, his expression unreadable. With one hand, he reached up, gripped the edge of the cockpit's canopy, and tore the entire armored hatch off its hinges with a single, contemptuous pull. Inside, Roman Torchwick was slumped in his chair, dazed and bleeding from a cut on his forehead. He looked up at the silhouette blocking the night sky, at the glowing green eyes filled not with rage, but with a profound, weary disappointment. Well, Torchwick coughed, a grim smile playing on his lips. Guess you win this round, kid. Izuku just stared at him. The fight was over. Now came the part he hated, yet knew was just as important. He turned his attention to the bound White Fang grunts, who had watched the entire spectacle in terrified silence. Black Whip dissolved, and they fell in a heap, disoriented but unharmed. The Atlesian Knights moved in to secure them, but Izuku held up a hand, stopping them. He walked over and knelt before a young wolf faunus, whose mask had fallen off, revealing a face no older than his own, etched with fear and defiance. Why? Izuku asked, his voice quiet, devoid of accusation. It was a genuine question. The boy spat on the ground. You wouldn't understand. You humans have everything. We fight for what we're owed. For respect. By robbing and hurting people. Izuku countered, his voice still soft. By working with a man who sees your cause as nothing more than a paycheck. I've seen this before. People who are hurt, lashing out because they don't know what else to do. They think violence will earn them respect, but it only earns them fear. And fear breeds more hatred, more violence. It's a cycle, and you're letting men like him, he gestured to the captured Torchwick, spin it for his own gain. Blake had approached, drawn by the conversation. She stood at the edge of the group, her bow still in her hand, listening. Every word you spoke resonated with the turmoil in her own soul. I understand your anger, Izuku continued, his gaze sweeping over the captured faunus. I've seen oppression. I've seen people ignored and beaten down by a society that doesn't care. But becoming the monsters they think you are is not the answer. It's a surrender. It's letting them win. There has to be a better way. He wasn't lecturing them. He was pleading with them. There was a raw, aching sincerity in his voice that cut through their hardened exteriors. He wasn't a huntsman looking down on them. He was someone who, impossibly, seemed to understand their pain. The young wolf faunus looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Several others lowered their heads in shame. Blake watched, her heart aching. He had articulated the very thoughts that had driven her from the White Fang, the ideals she had thought were lost forever. In a few simple sentences, he had shown more understanding and offered more hope than anyone she had ever known. A silent tear traced a path down her cheek. The aftermath was a flurry of organized activity. The Atlesian Knights secured the prisoners, Glynda coordinated with the VPD, and Sun was enthusiastical. Why recounting his version of the fight, in which he played a much larger role, to anyone who would listen? Izuku stood apart from it all, leaning against a container, the adrenaline slowly seeping out of him, leaving a familiar exhaustion in its wake. He had won the battle, but his words to the White Fang replayed in his mind. There has to be a better way. It was a sentiment that had driven his entire life, and one that felt just as urgent, and just as distant, here. Glynda approached him, her earlier fury replaced by a complex mix of exasperation and grudging respect. The professional barrier between them, already strained, was showing serious cracks. You were reckless, arrogant, and you completely disregarded protocol, Midoriya, she began, her tone crisp and stern. They were going to take a city block's worth of dust. Professor Goodwitch, he replied, not looking at her. Protocol was too slow. That is not for you to decide. She snapped, but her voice lacked its usual conviction. She knew he was right. If they had waited for official sanction, Torchwick would have been long gone with enough explosive power to start a small war. A sudden, sharp hiss cut through the air. Danger sense flared, not a scream, but a short, sharp spike of warning. One of the White Fang grunts, a bull faunus who had been feigning unconsciousness, had managed to free a dust-loaded pistol. He wasn't aiming at Izuku. He was aiming at Glynda's back. Izuku moved without thinking. He pushed off the container, covering the distance between them in an instant. He spun her around, pulling her Agai NST his chest as he shielded her with his own body. A fraction of a second later, the shot rang out. The high-impact fire dust round, powerful enough to punch through aura and light armor, slammed into his shoulder. For a normal person, it would have been a devastating injury. For Izuku, whose body was saturated with the power of One for All, it felt like being punched, hard. It hurt, but it didn't penetrate. The energy of the quirk dissipated the force, though it left a nasty, scorched tear in his uniform and a deep, throbbing bruise underneath. Glynda was pressed against him, her hands on his chest, her eyes wide with shock. She had felt the impact through his body, heard the crack of the shot right next to her ear. She had been completely vulnerable. He had moved so fast, he had protected her without a moment's hesitation. The bull faunus was immediately subdued by a telekinetic blast from Glynda that sent him flying into the side of a truck, knocking him unconscious. But she barely registered her own action. Her attention was entirely on Izuku. Are you all right? She asked, her voice uncharacteristically soft, her hand moving to his shoulder where the shot had landed. I'm fine, he said, his voice a low rumble she could feel in her own chest. It didn't break the skin. They stood there for a moment, locked in the embrace. The professional distance between handler and asset, teacher and student, evaporated completely. In that instant, she was not Glynda Goodwitch, deputy headmistress of Beacon. She was a woman who had almost died, and he was the man who had saved her. She saw not just the overwhelming power, but the profound, instinctual protectiveness that drove him. It was the core of a true hero, and it was something she found herself admiring more than she was willing to admit. She pulled back slowly, her composure returning, but the look in her eyes had changed. The wall between them had not just cracked, a section of it had crumbled to dust. By the time Izuku returned to Beacon, it was nearly dawn. The official debrief had been a long, tedious affair, filled with reports and pointed questions from Vale officials, which Glynda had expertly deflected. He had slipped away as soon as he could, needing the quiet solitude of the academy grounds. He didn't go back to his room. Instead, he found his way to one of the highest balconies of the CCT tower. A place that offered a panoramic view of the kingdom. The sky was beginning to bleed from black into a soft, bruised purple, the first hints of sunrise painting the horizon. The city lights below twinkled, a sea of artificial stars. It was peaceful. He leaned against the railing, the cool metal a balm against his skin. He felt drained, not physically, but emotionally. The fight, the confrontation, saving Glynda, it churned within him. He was a stranger in this land, yet its problems felt so achingly familiar. I had a feeling I might find you here. The voice was soft, melodic, and read a warmth that chased away some of the morning chill. He turned to see Pyrrha standing a few feet away. She was in her sleepwear, a simple silk robe tied at her waist, her brilliant red high. A splash of fire against the pale dawn. She held 2 steaming mugs in her hands. Couldn't sleep, he admitted, his voice a little hoarse. She offered him one of the mugs. He took it, the warmth seeping into his fingers. It was hot chocolate, rich and sweet, a small, simple comfort that felt profound. I heard what happened, she said, moving to stand beside him at the railing. It's all over the student network. How you stopped Torchwick and the White Fang. How you saved Professor Goodwitch. He just grunted in response, taking a sip of the cocoa. Pyrrha was silent for a long moment, simply watching the sunrise with him. She didn't press him for details. She didn't offer praise or platitudes. She just shared the silence, a gesture of understanding that was more comforting than any words could have been. I've been pushing my team harder in training, she said eventually, her gaze still on the horizon. John, Nora, Ren. I saw the way you took command during the initiation. The way you moved. The decisions you made. It was inspiring. She turned to look at him, her green eyes searching his. You carry a great deal of weight, don't you? It's not just the power. It's everything. I can see it. It's the same look I see in the mirror sometimes. He finally met her gaze. She was right. She did understand. The loneliness of being on top, the burden of expectation, the feeling of being set apart from everyone else. Her invincibility was a cage, just as his power had once been. It never gets lighter, he said, his voice barely a whisper. You just get stronger, so you can carry more. A small, sad smile touched her lips. I know. They stood there in comfortable silence as the sun finally broke over the horizon, casting long shadows across the city and bathing the world in a golden glow. He was exhausted, bruised, and emotionally raw. But in that quiet moment, sharing a simple mug of hot chocolate with a kindred spirit, Izuku Midoriya didn't feel quite so alone. The unspoken connection between them, forged in the sparring arena, deepened into something more tangible, a quiet promise of mutual support in a world that demanded so much from them both. It was another bond, different from the one he felt with Glynda, but just as real, and just as vital. Miles away, in the now police-cordoned Vale docks, a team of SDC forensic accountants and Atlas Specia lists were going through the recovered cargo. Most of the containers held what they expected, crates of raw dust crystals, carefully packed and catalogued. All except one. It was a standard gray shipping container, tucked away at the back of the warehouse, seemingly forgotten in the chaos. It bore no SDC markings, only a complex alphanumeric code stenciled in black. It wasn't on Torchwick's stolen manifest. According to the dock's logs, it shouldn't have even been there. Two Atlas soldiers, their armor gleaming under the harsh portable lights, approached it with magnetic pry bars. Probably just empty, one grumbled. Or full of fish. They jammed the bars into the seam of the doors and pulled. The heavy doors groaned open with a burst of stale, cold air. But the container wasn't empty. Inside, it was filled with a strange, pulsating organic matter. It was a deep, unsettling violet black, like a bruise on reality itself. Veins of a sickly purple light pulsed within it, and the entire mass seemed to breathe with a slow, rhythmic cadence. It gave off a low, subsonic hum that made the soldiers' teeth ache and the hairs on their arms stand on end. It smelled of ozone and something else, something ancient and wrong. What is that? The first soldier stammered, taking a step back. Before the other could answer, the surface of the mass writhed. It split open in a dozen places, like hatching eggs. From the fissures emerged a swarm of small, insect-like creatures. They were about the size of a man's hand, with sleek, chitinous bodies made of the same solidified violet-black energy. They had too many legs, sharp and spindly, and their multifaceted eyes glowed with the same malevolent purple light as the biomass they had spawned from. They were not grim. They had no bone-white armor, no red eyes. They were something utterly alien. The creatures launched themselves from the container with impossible speed. They swarmed the two nearest soldiers before they could even raise their rifles. They didn't bite or sting. They simply attached themselves to the soldiers' armor. The men screamed. The purple light from the creatures intensified as lines of brilliant blue energy, their aura, were visibly siphoned from their bodies and drawn into the alien insects. Their aura displays on their HUDs flatlined in seconds. The soldiers collapsed, not dead, but completely drained, unconscious and vulnerable. Having fed the creatures, bodies began to shimmer and distort. They dissolved into motes of violet-black dust, dissipating into the morning air as if they had never been there at all. The pulsating organic matter in the container shriveled, turning into a dry, inert husk. The incident was over in less than 30 seconds. Other soldiers rushed to the scene, finding their comrades unconscious and the bizarre substance inert. A priority alert was sent to Atlas, to Ironwood, and to the temporary office of Glynda Goodwitch at Beacon. A new player had made its first move on the board. The whispers in the docks had been a harbinger, not just of Torchwick's schemes, but of a far greater, far more terrifying darkness. The Voidbringer was beginning to manifest, and Remnant was utterly unprepared for the hunger it would bring. Chapter 4. The Breach and the Bond. The air in Vale was a fragile lie, a beautiful, gilded cage built to contain a city's willful ignorance. It smelled of fried noodles from street vendors, of sweet dust-infused pastries sold in preparation for the vital festival, and of the crisp, hopeful autumn breeze that swept down from the mountains surrounding the kingdom. Banners of every color, representing every combat school, hung from lampposts and balconies, fluttering like captured prayers. The CCT Tower, a gleaming white spear piercing the heavens, broadcasted a constant stream of cheerful propaganda about unity and strength. To the casual observer, it was a city on the verge of celebration. Izuku Midoriya was not a casual observer. For him, the air tasted of ozone and anxiety. Danger sense, a quirk that had become as natural to him as breathing, had been a low, persistent thrum at the base of his skull ever since the incident at the docks. It wasn't the sharp, stabbing premonition of an immediate attack, but something far more insidious, a deep, resonant hum, like the sound of a colossal engine warming up miles beneath the earth. It was a promise of catastrophe, a countdown timer with no visible clock. He stood on the rooftop of a Beacon dormitory, the wind whipping at the collar of his uniform jacket. Below, He courtyard was a vibrant tapestry of students. Team RWBY was engaged in a loud, laughing debate over weapon maintenance, Yang's boisterous voice carrying easily on the wind. Team JNPR was practicing coordinated drills, with Pyrrha moving like a dancer of impossible grace, her every motion a study in lethal efficiency. He saw Glynda Goodwitch striding across the grounds, her riding crop held tight in her hand, correcting students' stances and issuing sharp, concise orders. Her presence was a pillar of stability, an unyielding constant in a world he was quickly learning was anything but. His gaze lingered on her, then shifted to Pyrrha. The two women had, in a shockingly short amount of time, become the twin poles of his new existence on Remnant. With Glynda, there was a friction that sparked into an unexpected fire. She was his handler, his evaluator, the symbol of authority he was programmed to respect. But in their interactions, the intense debriefings, the grueling sparring sessions, the shared, weary glances in Ozpan's office, he saw the woman beneath the formidable huntress. He saw the exhaustion in her eyes, the immense weight of responsibility she carried for every single student, every citizen in Vale. He saw a loneliness that mirrored his own, the isolation of being powerful enough to protect everyone but having no one to protect you. He found himself wanting to ease that burden, a sentiment that was as unprofessional as it was undeniable. With Pyrrha, it was different. It was a gentle, quiet understanding. She didn't look at him with the awe or fear that many of the other students did. She looked at him with the empathetic eyes of a fellow champion, someone who knew the crushing solitude of the pedestal. Their conversations were rarely about grand heroics. He spoke of small things, the taste of food from their respective homes, the strange quiet after a difficult fight, the pressure of 1,000 expectant eyes. In her presence, the constant thrum of danger sense seemed to recede, replaced by a sense of peace he hadn't realized he was missing. He was a hero. His mission was to save people, but a selfish, achingly human part of him was beginning to realize that he wanted to save them most of all. It was a vulnerability he couldn't afford, a distraction he knew he should excise. Yet, the thought of doing so felt like tearing out a part of himself. A flicker of violet-black energy in the corner of his vision snapped him back to reality. It was gone in an instant, a ghost on his retina. Danger sense pulsed, a sharp, painful spike. Something is wrong. He turned his head, scanning the city, then the forest. Nothing. It was a phantom, a whisper. But he trusted the quirk that had saved his life 100 times. The engine was no longer warming up. It was about to ignite. Deep within the labyrinthine tunnels that snaked beneath Vale, Cinderfall was seething. Her meticulously crafted plan, years in the making, had been systematically dismantled by a single, inexplicable variable: the Green Comet, the uncrowned king, Izuku Midoriya. He had thwarted their dust robberies, unraveled their alliance with the White Fang at the docks, and High's very presence at Beacon had made any attempt at infiltration or manipulation impossible. Emerald's illusions were useless against a boy who could apparently sense malice, and Mercury's cocky provocations would be met with overwhelming, world-breaking force. Salem had been clear. Midoriya was now the primary target. He was a glitch in the system, a rogue variable that had to be eliminated. But how? He was untouchable, a walking god of destruction who held his power in careful, infuriating check. A direct confrontation was suicide. That's when she felt it again. The strange power she had first brushed against at the docks, siphoned from the bizarre organic matter in that shipping container. It was a cold, hungry energy, a stark contrast to the fiery passion of the maiden powers she coveted. It promised not just strength, but dominance. It whispered of shortcuts, of overwhelming force that could bypass strategy and skill. It felt like an answer to her prayers. "The time is now," she said, her voice echoing off the damp cavern walls. Mercury and Emerald exchanged a nervous glance. "But the festival hasn't started," Mercury argued, leaning against a rock formation. "Our part of the plan." "The plan has changed," Cinder snapped, her eyes glowing with a faint, unnatural violet light mixed with the orange of her own aura. "The breach will happen tonight. We will sow chaos, draw out their forces, and in the confusion, I will descend to the vault and claim what is mine. Midoriya cannot be everywhere at once. We will give him an impossible choice: save the city, or save the maiden." She reached out, placing her hand on a massive concentration of dust crystals embedded in the tunnel wall. She didn't just ignite it. She poured the alien energy from her being into the network of tunnels. A corrupting plague of power. She felt it connect to something larger. A vast, dark consciousness that hummed in resonance with her ambition. The violet-black energy surged, not just from her, but from the very bedrock of the mountain. The tunnels didn't just explode, they tore open. The first tremor was subtle, a gentle shudder that most dismissed as a heavy vehicle passing by. The second was a violent lurch that rattled windows in their frames and sent birds scattering into the sky. Then came the sound. It wasn't an explosion. It was the sound of reality ripping like old canvas. A deep, guttural roar that originated from everywhere at once. On the dormitory roof, Izuku was already moving. Full cowling flared to life, green lightning arcing across his body at 15%. Danger sense was no longer a hum. It was a screaming siren in his mind, a cacophony of 1,000 impending deaths. He leapt from the roof, landing in the courtyard with a ground-shaking thud that cracked the flagstones. All eyes turned to him. Everyone. His voice was a thunderclap, imbued with the authority of countless life-or-death battles. It cut through the rising panic like a knife. "Get to the evacuation points. Huntsmen and huntresses, with me. We have a breach." His words were punctuated by the sight of it. In the center of Vale, the streets buckled and split apart. From these fresh chasms, a tide of blackness surged forth. Grim. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Beowulfs, Ursai, creeps, King Tygetus, a writhing, screaming sea of black fur and white bone. But something was horribly, dreadfully wrong. These were not just grim. Dotted among them, like tumors in the black tide, were creatures twisted into new, more horrifying shapes. Beowulfs with razor-sharp bone spurs protruding from their spines, their eyes glowing with a malevolent violet intelligence. Ursai whose bone plating was jagged and crystalline, shimmering with an oily, dark light. They moved with a terrifying coordination, not as a mindless horde, but as a disciplined army. The city's sirens began to shriek, a desperate cry swallowed by the roar of the grim. "Pyrrha," Izuku's voice cut through the chaos. "Take JNPR. Secure the northern evacuation route. It leads to the airship docks." "On it," she replied without hesitation, her usual grace replaced by a warrior's grim focus. She trusted him implicitly. "RWBY. Team RWBY. You take the east sector. There's a hospital there. Get the civilians out. Weiss, your glyphs for crowd control. You can count on us." RWBY shouted, already deploying crescent rows. Glynda. Izuku turned, his green eyes locking with her violet ones across the courtyard. The world seemed to slow for a fraction of a second. He didn't need to give her an order. She was already moving, her crop raised. Telekinetic energy shimmering around her. She gave him a single, sharp nod, a gesture of absolute trust and shared purpose. She would hold the line at Beacon, the last bastion. Izuku took a deep breath. Jin beginning to store kinetic energy in his muscles with every twitch. He had to be the vanguard. He had to be the tip of the spear. He bent his knees, the ground beneath his feet groaning in protest. Let's go. And with a sonic boom that shattered the remaining windows in the courtyard, he was gone, a green comet streaking toward the heart of the broken city. He landed in the center of a ravaged plaza, the impact cratering the street and sending a shockwave that threw a dozen Grimm into the air. He didn't waste a moment. Black Whip erupted from his arms, dozens of tendrils of dark energy lashing out. They weren't weapons of destruction. They were tools of control. They wrapped around the limbs of Beowulfs, tripped charging Borbatusks, and formed a temporary writhing cage around a massive Ursa Major, buying precious seconds for a family to scramble into a nearby building. The mutated Grimm were the true problem. One of them, a Beowulf with wickedly curved bone claws, dodged his Black Whip tendril, feinted left, and then lunged right, a tactic far too complex for a normal Grimm. Izuku's eyes widened. He sidestepped, grabbing its arm and using its own momentum to slam it into the pavement with a sickening crunch. They're learning. He saw the overwhelmed Atlas forces, their neat, disciplined lines breaking under the sheer ferocity and cunning of the new Grimm. Their bullets, effective against normal Beowulfs, seemed to ricochet harmlessly off the crystalline bone armor of the mutated variants. A squad was cornered, their backs to a burning noodle shop, about to be overrun. Izuku took a step, building kinetic energy with Jin. He focused on the space just behind the Grimm line. He pictured the destination, the transfer of energy, the violent displacement of air. He called it transmission. It was a crude, short-range teleport, more of a controlled kinetic explosion that propelled him through space than a true warp. The air around him distorted. With a sound like a thunderclap ripping through fabric, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the Grimm pack. Before they could react, he clapped his hands together, a 20% Delaware Smash Air Force, and unleashed a cannon blast of pressurized air that pulped the Grimm and cleared a path for the soldiers. Fall back to the Grand Promenade, he yelled, his voice cutting through the ringing in their ears. Set up a defensive perimeter. Use high-caliber rounds on the ones with glowing armor. He was a whirlwind of green lightning, a one-man army carving a path of deceit. Blind destruction through the heart of the invasion. He used smokescreen to obscure the retreat of civilians, danger sense to call out ambushes before they happened, and Black Whip to pull people from collapsing buildings. He wasn't just fighting. He was conducting a symphony of survival, his every action designed to save the maximum number of lives. But the tide was endless. For every 10 Grimm he dispatched, 20 more clawed their way out of the earth. The hum in his head was a maddening roar of 1,000 different crises happening simultaneously. A fire on 3rd Street. A collapsing overpass. A huntsman team pinned down in the market district. He was a god, but even a god could only be in one place at a time. The impossible choice Cinder had envisioned was becoming a horrifying reality. He couldn't save everyone. And then, Danger Sense shrieked, focusing on 2 specific points with an intensity that made his teeth ache. Glynda and Pyrrha. They were in mortal danger. Glynda go. Witch was the very image of stoic fury. She stood at the main entrance to Vale's Grand Promenade, a critical choke point for the Grimm pouring in from the city center. Behind her, a coalition of Con students and Atlas soldiers were desperately trying to evacuate the last pockets of civilians onto waiting bullheads. In front of her was a tidal wave of death. Her semblance, a force of raw telekinesis, was a magnificent and terrible thing to behold. With elegant, sweeping gestures of her crop, she ripped entire sections of pavement from the ground, raising them as massive, monolithic shields. Chunks of lampposts, cars, and debris from shattered storefronts became a storm of deadly projectiles, scything through the ranks of the Grimm horde. For a time, she was an immovable object, a god. Of order holding back an ocean of chaos. But even a goddess could bleed. Her aura, a brilliant violet, shimmered and flickered, growing visibly weaker with every monumental exertion. Each netic wave sent a tremor of exhaustion through her bones. Sweat beaded on her brow, plastering strands of blonde hair to her temples. She was holding back hundreds, perhaps thousands of Grimm, and it was costing her everything. The mutated Grimm were the breaking point. An enormous Goliath, larger than any she had ever seen on record, lumbered at the forefront of the horde. Its hide was the color of a deep bruise, and its tusks were jagged spires of pulsing, violet-black crystal. It didn't charge mindlessly. It watched her, its intelligent, malevolent eyes tracking her every movement. It was waiting for her to falter. It commanded the other mutated Grimm with guttural roars. A pack of the crystalline Ursai began to hammer at one specific point on her barrier, their coordinated strikes say. Nding spiderweb cracks through the tons of levitating rock and steel. Reinforce the left flank. She barked into her scroll, her voice strained. She poured more aura into her shield, the cracks sealing just as new ones formed. The strain was becoming unbearable. Her vision swam. A wave of dizziness washed over her. It was only for a second, a single, fatal moment of weakness. But it was enough. The Goliath bellowed, a sound of triumph, and charged. It smashed into her weakened barrier with the force of a freight train. The telekinetic construct, her beautiful wall of order, shattered into a million pieces. The psychic feedback was a hammer blow to her mind, throwing her back several feet. She landed hard, her aura finally breaking with a sound like shattering glass. She was vulnerable, defenseless. Pain lanced up her leg from the awkward landing. She looked up, her vision blurry, to see the Goliath bearing down on her. Time seemed to stretch and warp. She could see the saliva dripping from its maw, smell the stench of decay and alien energy, see the reflection of her own terrified face in its glowing, violet eyes. So this is how it ends, she thought, a flicker of profound, bitter regret flashing through her mind. Regret for her students, for Ozpin, for a certain green-haired boy she had only just begun to understand. A deafening sonic boom was the only warning. A streak of green lightning slammed into the ground between her and the monster. Izuku Midoriya stood there, his back to her, one hand braced against the ground. He had arrived not a second too late, but the exact moment he was needed. He rose to his full height, his tattered hero costume a mockery of the pristine uniforms around him, yet it looked more regal than any king's armor. The Goliath didn't slow. It lowered its head, its crystalline tusk aimed directly at Izuku's heart. Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't even seem to brace himself. As the multi-ton behemoth was about to impale him, he moved with a speed that defied physics. He sidestepped the charge, his hand shooting out to grab the massive tusk as it passed. There was a groan of protesting muscle and the shriek of stressed metal as his feet tore trenches in the asphalt. He didn't just stop the creature's momentum. He seized it. With a primal roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the city, he used the Goliath's own forward momentum against it. He spun, a single, perfect pivot, and threw the creature. The mutated Goliath, weighing more than a small building, was hurled through the air as if it were a child's toy. It's so, ARED back over the heads of the stunned Grimm horde, crashing into a distant building with an earth-shaking impact that brought the structure down on top of it. Silence. A pocket of stunned, absolute silence in the heart of the war zone. The Grimm hesitated, their hive mind momentarily broken by the impossible display of power. Izuku turned his head, his green eyes, blazing with the light of one for all, meeting hers. "Are you all right, Ms. Goodwitch?" he asked, his voice calm, but she could hear the ragged edge of exertion in it. She couldn't find her voice. She could only stare at him, this boy. This force of nature who had just casually broken every known law of remnants physics to save her life. He then stepped in front of her, creating a living shield between her and the horde. Black whip tendrils sprouted from his back, creating a defensive wall as the Grimm regained their courage and began to surge forward. She finally managed, pushing herself into a sitting position, ignoring the sharp pain in her ankle. "I'm fine. My aura is broken. I know," he said, not looking back. "Just stay behind me." In that moment, their eyes met again. The professional barrier between teacher and special student, between handler and anomaly, evaporated completely. She saw no arrogance in his eyes, no pride in his incredible feat. She saw only a fierce, desperate protectiveness and a deep, soul-crushing weariness. He was just a boy, she realized with a pang in her chest, a boy carrying a burden that would have crushed any sane man. And in his eyes, she saw her own desperation and fear reflected back. A silent, powerful current of understanding passed between them, a bond forged in the crucible of near death and absolute trust. He would protect her, and she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her soul, that she would do anything to protect him. Miles away, in the city's northern sector, Pyrrha felt the tremor of the Goliath's impact. She grit her teeth, ying the slash of a mutated Beowulf with her shield, Akoo, and driving her spear, Milo, through its chest. The creature dissolved, but two more took its place. Team JNPR had been cut off. They had successfully evacuated their designated zone, but on their way to rendezvous with the other teams, they had been ambushed. This wasn't a random encounter. It was a calculated trap. A pack of at least 30 mutated Beowulfs, their violet eyes glowing with predatory cunning, had herded them into a narrow alleyway. They used pack tactics that would make a veteran huntsman team pause. They feinted, flanked, and drew fire, trying to separate the team. Nora, suppressive fire. Ren, watch our backs. Pyrrha commanded, her voice steady despite the dire situation. Her semblance was working overtime, subtly manipulating the Beowulf's metallic claws to throw off their aim, yanking loose pieces of rebar from the walls to create impromptu barriers. John fought beside her, his shield held high. He was clumsy, inexperienced, but his courage was absolute. He put himself between Nora and a lunging Grim, blocking the blow but stumbling back. "Thanks, John," Nora yelled, transforming Magnild to its grenade launcher form and blasting a cluster of Grim into black dust. But they were being whittled down. Their aura levels were dropping dangerously low. Pyrrha felt a familiar ache in her soul. The ache of being the strongest. The one everyone relied on. She had to be the immovable wall for her team. She had to be invincible. The alpha of the pack, a hulking beast with bone spurs like Obsidian daggers erupting from its shoulders, saw its opportunity. It let out a sharp bark. Two Beowulfs charged Nora from the side while three more made a direct assault on Pyrrha, forcing her to focus her attention. It was a classic pincer movement. The true target was John. As John turned to help Nora, the alpha lunged, a blur of black fur and violet light, its claws extended to rip him apart. "John, look out," Pyrrha screamed. There was no time to think. No time for strategy. There was only instinct. She moved, pushing John out of the way with all her strength. She tried to bring her shield around, but she was too slow. The alpha's claws raked across her side. The pain was sharp, electric. Her aura shattered, the last of its protective energy dissipating with a sickening shimmer. The blow sent her stumbling, her vision spotting with black. She could feel the warm wetness of blood seeping through her torn uniform. She was open. She was vulnerable. The alpha Beowulf, its jaws wide in a victorious snarl, lunged for the finishing blow. Pyrrha watched it come, a strange sense of detachment washing over her. She thought of her parents. She thought of her teammates. And her last, fleeting thought was of a boy with kind green eyes and a power that could move the world. Izuku. A sound cracked the sky, a sound that was becoming synonymous with salvation. A high-pitched, whistling roar. Like the air itself was being torn apart. Izuku Midoriya arrived from above, a descending meteor of green fury. He didn't land. He simply allowed gravity to do its work, building a catastrophic amount of kinetic energy with Fa Jin on the way down. Street. Lewis smash. He didn't strike the alpha. He struck the ground in the center of the alley. The result was not an explosion. It was an annihilation. A wave of pure, concussive force erupted from the point of impact, a visible dome of distorted air that expanded outward in a heartbeat. The asphalt pulverized into dust. The brick walls of the alleyways bulged and cracked. The entire pack of mutated Beowulfs, the alpha, the flanking units, all of them, were caught in the shockwave. They didn't fly back. They were instantly and utterly vaporized. One moment they were there, a tangible thread of tooth and claw, and the next they were gone, reduced to nothing more than dissolving black motes in the wind. The alley fell silent. The only sound the faint trickle of dust and debris. Izuku stood in the center of a newly formed crater, steam rolling off his body. He was breathing heavily, the backlash from such a powerful, wide-area attack taking its toll. He looked up, his eyes immediately finding Pyrrha clutching her side, her face pale. The frantic energy of the warrior vanished, replaced by a gentle, overwhelming concern. He was at her side in an instant, his movements impossibly soft. "Pyrrha, you're hurt." I'm okay," she gasped, though the tremor in her body betrayed her words. The adrenaline was fading, and a deep, throbbing pain was setting in. He didn't listen. He gently, carefully, slid one arm under her knees and the other behind her back, lifting her as if she weighed nothing at all. Her head rested against his chest, and she could hear the frantic, powerful thrum of his heart, a counterpoint to her own weakening pulse. Looking up at his face, she saw the grime, the sweat, the sheer exhaustion etched into his features. But in his eyes, she saw the same fierce protectiveness she had seen when he fought for her in their spar, amplified 1,000 times. He wasn't looking at the invincible girl, the champion of Mistral. He was looking at her, and his gaze was filled with a terror that she, and she alone, might have been lost. "Hang on," he said softly, his voice a low rumble against her ear. "I'm getting you to safety." As he carried her out of the alley, past her stunned and grateful teammates, Pyrrha closed her eyes. The pain in her side was still there, but it was distant, led by a profound and overwhelming sense of safety. The uncrowned king had come for her, and in his arms, she felt more secure than she ever had behind her shield. The battle for Vale raged for another hour, an hour that felt like an eternity, with Izuku acting as a mobile, tactical nuke, appearing wherever the line was weakest, evacuating the injured, and eliminating the most significant threats. The tide slowly began to turn. The huntsmen, huntresses, and students, inspired by his impossible heroism, rallied. They fought with renewed vigor, pushing the grim back, sealing the breaches one by one. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, bloody shadows across the ruined city, the last of the grim had been destroyed. The roars of monsters were replaced by the cries of the wounded and the mournful wail of emergency sirens. Vale was saved, but it was a scarred, broken victory. The great hall of Beacon Academy had been converted into a makeshift medical bay. The scent of antiseptic fought a losing battle with the smell of dust, sweat, and blood. The floor was a sea of cots, occupied by injured students, soldiers, and civilians. Healers moved between them, their hands glowing as they mended wounds and eased pain. Izuku sat on the edge of a cot in a quiet corner, a medical technician stitching a deep gash on his arm. He had refused any substantive treatment until everyone else had been seen. His body ached with a deep, cellular exhaustion. He had used one for all at a sustained high output for hours, and the backlash was settling into his bones like a creeping frost. He looked out over the hall, at the faces of the people he had fought to protect. He saw RWBY comforting a crying child. He saw John, Nora, and Ren sitting by an unconscious student's bedside. He saw the cost of this victory written on every face. His victory, his responsibility. The weight was immense. A shadow fell over him. He looked up to see Glynda Goodwitch. She was out of her tattered combat attire, now wearing a simple gray tracksuit. Her ankle was bandaged, and she walked with a slight limp, but she held herself with her usual impeccable posture. Her face, however, was stripped of its usual stern mask. All he saw was weariness and a raw, unguarded emotion that made his breath catch. "Midoriya," she said, her voice soft. "Thank you. I was just doing my job," he replied, his voice raspy. "No," she insisted, shaking her head. "You did more than your job. You saved us. You saved me." She stood there for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words, a rare sight. Then, she reached out and gently, tentatively, placed her hand on his uninjured arm. Her touch was warm, grounding. It wasn't the touch of a handler or a teacher. It was the touch of an equal, a comrade. Her composure, the formidable wall she built around herself, finally broke. Her thumb traced a small, comforting circle on his arm, a silent admission of vulnerability and a profound expression of gratitude. At that moment, a third person joined them. Pyrrha Nikos, her side heavily bandaged, approached slowly. She had refused to stay on her cot, insisting she was fine. Her eyes, the color of emeralds, found Izuku's. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. He had seen the fear in her eyes in that alley, the moment she thought she was going to die. He had felt the tremor of her body as he carried her to safety. She walked to his other side, and with the same quiet, profound simplicity as Glynda, she reached down and took his hand. Her fingers laced with his, a silent anchor in the turbulent sea of the aftermath. Her hand was cool, but her grip was firm, a promise of presence, of shared survival. The adrenaline was gone now, washed away by the tide of exhaustion, leaving only raw, unfiltered emotion in its wake. Izuku sat between them, the two most powerful and respected women he had met in this world, and felt the circuit of their connection close. The stern, unbreakable huntress on his left, her guard finally down, the invincible, lonely champion on his right, offering a quiet, unshakable strength. He looked at Glynda's hand on his arm, then at Pyrrha's hand in his. He looked into Glynda's violet eyes, then into Pyrrha's green ones. He saw the same thing in both. Gratitude, relief, and something deeper. Something that mirrored the aching, protective feeling in his own chest. There was no grand declaration of love. There were no dramatic speeches. The chaos of the day had stripped away all need for pretense. In the quiet humility of the medical bay, surrounded by the cost of their survival, a simple, unspoken truth was laid bare. He had fought to protect them, and they, in their own ways, had anchored him. He had come to this world alone, a lost hero with a mission but no home. Now, looking between these two incredible women, he realized he wasn't alone anymore. He squeezed Pyrrha's hand gently and gave Glynda a small, weary smile. He accepted their feelings. He acknowledged his own, and in that shared, silent moment, they made a pact. They would face whatever came next, the rebuilding, the political fallout, the source of this new, terrifying threat, together. In the highest office of the CCT tower, which had remained miraculously untouched, Professor Ozpin watched the last of the security footage. The battle was over. His school was damaged, the city was in ruins. But they had survived. Midoriya had been more than he could have ever hoped for. He took a sip of his coffee, the warmth doing little to ward off the ancient chill in his bones. He switched the feed to a high-altitude camera, one that had a panoramic view of the battle. He was about to turn it off when a flicker of static caught his eye. A distortion, not from grim energy, or dust, or even the brilliant green lightning of One for All. It was something else. The static cleared for 3 seconds. On top of one of the tallest, undamaged skyscrapers, a figure stood silhouetted against the blood-red sunset. It was tall and unnaturally slender, vaguely humanoid but utterly alien. It was not made of flesh and bone, but of shifting, roiling, violet-black energy, a living tear in the fabric of reality. Stars from the night sky behind it were visible through it, but they were warped and twisted, as if seen through a broken lens. It wasn't fighting. It wasn't celebrating. It was simply observing. Its head was tilted slightly, and Ozpin got the distinct, horrifying impression that it was focused on the single, fading green light of Izuku Midoriya on the beacon grounds below. It watched him with a cold, detached, analytical curiosity, like a scientist studying a particularly interesting microbe before sterilizing the petri dish. The feed dissolved back into static. Ozpin stared at the blank screen. The ceramic coffee mug in his hand trembled, and a hairline crack spider webbed across its surface. For centuries, he had lived with a singular fear, Salem. He knew her. He understood her motivations, her power, her rage. She was a known quantity, a terrible, endless war he had resigned himself to fighting for eternity. This was different. This was not the fear of a rival. This was not the fear of a monster or a queen of Grimm. This was a deep, primal, cosmic dread. It was the fear of the unknown, the terror of realizing you are not the primary player on the board, but merely a pawn in a game whose rules you cannot begin to comprehend. For the first time since the fall of the old world, Ozpin, the immortal wizard who had guided humanity for millennia, felt truly, utterly afraid. Chapter 5. A Festival of Shadows. The Amity Colosseum was a monument to optimism, a floating island of manufactured hope suspended between a troubled earth and an indifferent sky. From its tiered seating, one could see the entirety of Vale, a sprawling tapestry of green and gray under the benevolent afternoon sun. The air, thin at this altitude, was thick with the roar of tens of thousands of spectators, a sound wave of human joy and excitement so powerful it felt like a physical force. Banners of every color, representing every combat school in the Four Kingdoms, snapped and billowed in the engineered breeze. The scent of roasted nuts, sweet popcorn, and the faint, clean tang of atmospheric dust crystals filled the air, a carefully curated cocktail designed to evoke celebration. To anyone else, it was a perfect day. To Izuku Midoriya, it was a waking nightmare. He stood on the highest public observation deck, a position that afforded him a panoramic view of the entire arena. The city beyond, and the flotilla of Atlas airships hanging in the sky like silent, white sharks. He was dressed not in his hero costume, but in a modified, dark green biak. On uniform with reinforced armored plating woven into the fabric. It was a compromise, a nod to Ozpin's insistence on maintaining appearances. But to Izuku, it felt like a cage. His senses, honed by a war that had demanded he perceive every possible threat from every possible vector, were screaming. One for all hummed beneath his skin, a low thrumming dynamo of power begging for release. But as danger sense that was the true source of his torment. For weeks, it had been a low, persistent throb at the base of his skull, a background radiation of ambient malice that he'd come to associate with Remnant's general state of affairs. Today, however, it was different. It wasn't a constant hum. It was a series of sharp, intermittent stings, like needles pricking his brain from the inside. They were too fleeting to pinpoint, too dispersed to track, but they spoke of focused, predatory intent hiding within the joyous crowd. Someone here, somewhere in this floating paradise, was a wolf. Or several. You're going to wear a hole in the ferrocrete if you keep that up, a calm, measured voice said from his left. Izuku stopped his relentless pacing and turned. Glynda Goodwitch stood there, holding 2 steaming mugs of coffee. She, too, was in her professional attire, a crisp white blouse and black skirt, but the lines of exhaustion around her eyes were deeper than they had been a month ago. The breach had taken a toll on everyone, but on her most of all. She had become the operational linchpin of Vale's defense, the immovable object against which the tide of Grimm had broken. He offered a small, tired smile and accepted the offered mug. The warmth seeped into his gloves, a small comfort against the chilling premonition that coiled in his gut. Sorry, it's loud today. Glynda's gaze was sharp, analytical, but softened with a deep-seated understanding that still felt new and incredibly precious to him. The crowd, or the feeling? The feeling, he confirmed, his eyes sweeping across the stands below. It's like trying to hear a whisper in the middle of a rock concert. I know it's there, but I can't make out the words. She moved to stand beside him at the railing, her shoulder brushing against his. It was a simple, grounding touch. In public, they maintained a professional decorum born of necessity and her own innate sense of propriety. She was the acting deputy headmistress. He the unprecedented one-man student team and de facto security consultant. But in the quiet moments, the space between them had shrunk to nothing. After the breach, after the raw, unspoken confessions in the blood-scented air of the medical bay, the barriers had been irrevocably shattered. Ironwood has his best men on every level, she said, her voice a low murmur meant only for him. Facial recognition software is scanning the crowds, and every entrance is monitored for abnormal aura signatures. If Cinder's people are here, they're being ghosts. They are here, Izuku said, the certainty in his voice absolute. Danger sense didn't lie. They're just good at hiding what they are. He took a sip of the coffee. It was black and bitter, just how she'd learned he liked it. Where's Pyrrha? In the stands with her team, Glynda answered, a faint smile touching her lips. She's trying her best to enjoy the festival. For John's sake, I think. And Norris. She wanted to be up here with us. But we convinced her that she deserved to be a student for a day. Izuku's eyes found her in the crowd, a splash of brilliant red hair amidst the sea of faces. She was sitting with the remnants of Team JNPR. Laughing at something Nora had likely shouted. But he could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes would occasionally flick towards the sky, towards the CCT, towards him. She felt it too, not with the supernatural precision of danger sense, but with the honed instincts of a champion who knew the calm before a storm. Their bond was different from his and Glynda's. Where Glynda was a meeting of minds, a shared understanding of duty and burden. Pyrrha was a meeting of souls. She understood the isolation of power, the weight of a destiny you never asked for. He felt a pang of guilt. They were supposed to be a unit, a promise forged in the fires of the breach. Yet he had encouraged Pyrrha to stay away, to try and reclaim a piece of the normalcy he had inadvertently helped shatter. He and Glynda had taken up the mantle of guardians for the day, a silent agreement that one of them, at least, should be allowed a moment's peace. As if feeling his gaze, Pyrrha looked up, her green eyes finding his across the vast expanse of the Colosseum. She offered him a small, reassuring smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. He nodded back, a silent conversation passing between them. "Be careful, always." The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, introducing the next match, Yang Xiaolong vs Mercury Black. The crowd roared its approval. Izuku's attention snapped back to the arena. The moment Mercury Black stepped onto the platform, a single, sharp spike of malice lanced through Izuku's skull. It was clearer this time, more focused. It wasn't the ambient threat of a hidden army. It was the specific, venomous intent of a predator sizing up its prey. He watched Mercury's easy, arrogant saunter, the way he rolled his shoulders. It was all a performance. Beneath it, danger sense detected a cold, coiled readiness. And it wasn't just directed at Yang. Izuku closed his eyes, filtering out the roar of the crowd, the flashing lights, the overwhelming sensory input. He focused solely on the thread of danger emanating from Mercury. And then he found the other one. A girl with mint green hair, sitting in the stands not far from Team RWBY. Emerald Sustre. Her threat signature was different. Not the direct, physical intent of Mercury, but something insidious, slippery. A feeling of deception, of a trap waiting to be sprung. His eyes snapped open. "It's them," he said, his voice low and hard. Glynda turned to him, her expression immediately serious. "You're sure?" Yang's opponent, Mercury Black, and a girl with him in the stands, Emerald Sustre, Izuku reported. His mind working at a furious pace. He began to piece it together. The plan wasn't a frontal assault. It was something more subtle. Something designed to cause chaos, to turn the crowd, to discredit a huntress. They're going to frame her. They're going to make it look like Yang attacked him viciously, unprovoked. That girl, Emerald, her semblance must be illusions. Glynda's hand tightened on her riding crop, her knuckles white. The council would be in an uproar. It would sow discord, create panic, and undermine faith in the huntsman. It's a classic destabilization tactic. And it's the perfect cover for whatever their real plan is, Izuku finished grimly. He looked at Glynda, his decision made. "I'm not letting it happen. What are you going to do? You can't just walk onto the field." "I'm not going to," he said, his green eyes crackling with a faint internal light. "I'm going to take the players off the board before the match even starts." He turned and strode towards the exit, his movements fluid and purposeful. Glynda fell into step beside him. "Ironwood won't authorize this. It's unsanctioned." "Then it's a good thing I'm not under his command," Izuku replied without breaking stride. "They're not just a threat to the festival. They're a threat to my people. To RWBY, to Yang. I'm not going to stand by and watch." Glynda didn't argue. She simply tapped a command into her scroll. "I'm rerouting security camera feeds in the lower maintenance corridors. You'll have 5 minutes of privacy. Don't be late." He gave her a grateful look. A world of trust passing between them in a single glance. He was the uncrowned king, the force of nature. She was his queen, the one who controlled the board on which he moved. And together, they were about to checkmate their opponents before the first move was even made. The maintenance corridors beneath the Amity Coliseum were a different world. The triumphant roar of the crowd was muted to a distant, rhythmic rumble. Like the breathing of some colossal beast. Here, the air was cool and smelled of ozone and lubricant. Polished steel walls reflected the harsh, utilitarian glow of strip lighting, creating a labyrinth of sterile, identical passages. Mercury Black swaggered down one such corridor, a cocky grin plastered on his face. Emerald walked beside him, her expression a mask of bored indifference. "You ready for your big performance?" Emerald drawled, examining her nails. "Try not to overdo the crippled victim act. You're not that good of an actor." "Please," Mercury scoffed, flexing his legs. The complex machinery within his prosthetic limbs whirred softly. All I have to do is let Blondie get a few good hits in, then I go down and start screaming. Your part is the only tricky one. You sure you can make it look convincing to a stadium full of people and every camera in the kingdom? Making people see what isn't there is what I do, Emerald said, her voice laced with pride. Cinder's plan is perfect. We'll turn this whole festival into a powder keg. One little spark, and the world will see Beacon's students for the violent, undisciplined animals they are. Yeah, save the monologue, Mercury said, waving a dismissive hand. Let's just get this over with. I want to see the look on her face when her entire future goes up in smoke. They rounded a corner and stopped dead. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, was Izuku Midoriya. He wasn't radiating power, nor was he clad in his intimidating hero costume. He was just there. A silent, unmovable obstacle in their path. The stark corridor lighting cast sharp shadows across his face, making his green eyes seem to glow with an unnerving intensity. Mercury recovered first, his arrogant smirk returning. Well, look what we have here. The famous, uncrowned king. Come to wish me luck. Emerald's hand drifted instinctively towards her weapons, her body tensing. Danger sense screamed a warning in Izuku's mind. But he didn't move a muscle. No, Izuku said, his voice quiet but carrying an unnatural weight that seemed to absorb all other sound in the hallway. I'm here to tell you to leave. Mercury let out a short, barking laugh. You're telling us to leave. That's cute. We have a match to get to. Now, step aside, short stack, before you get hurt. Izuku didn't move. He simply tilted his head, his gaze analytical and piercing. Mercury Black, orphan from the outskirts of Mistral. Your father, Marcus Black, was a renowned assassin. Until you killed him and burned your house down to cover your tracks. Cinderfall found you not long after. She offered you purpose, a place. All you had to do was obey. The smirk vanished from Mercury's face, replaced by a flicker of genuine shock, then rage. Who the hell have you been talking to? Izuku's eyes shifted to Emerald. Emerald Sustre, also an orphan, surviving on the streets of Haven. A master thief with a very useful, very specific semblance. You see Cinder as a savior. The one who rescued you from nothing. You'd do anything for her. You crave her approval more than anything else. Emerald's breath hitched. Her tough facade crumbled for a split second, revealing the vulnerable, desperate child beneath. Shut up. You don't know anything about me. I know enough, Izuku said, finally pushing himself off the wall. He took a single step forward, and the pressure in the corridor intensified tenfold. It wasn't his aura flaring, it was something far more profound. The sheer, unadulterated weight of his presence. I know you're planning to use your illusion semblance, Emerald, to make it look like Yang Xiaolong breaks Mercury's leg after the match is over. You're going to broadcast it to the entire world to create panic and distrust. He looked back at Mercury. But you and I both know that's not possible. Because your legs aren't real, are they? They're advanced Atlas prosthetics, highly durable. You'd feel the impact, sure. But for her to break them, she'd have to hit you with the force of an anti-tank rifle. Which I know for a fact she's not capable of. But it wouldn't matter what's real, would it? The illusion is all that matters. Every word was a hammer blow, systematically demolishing their confidence, their secrecy, their entire plan. They were exposed, laid bare by a boy who couldn't, know any of this. Mercury's shock morphed into cold fury. He abandoned all pretense of a friendly rivalry. You think a little bit of intel is going to stop us? You're one person. We can take you. You can try, Izuku said, his tone still unnervingly calm. And then, the green lightning began to crackle. It wasn't the explosive torrent he used in battle. It was a fine, almost incible web of emerald energy that danced over his skin, causing the hair on their arms to stand on end. The air grew thick with static electricity. But let me explain what will happen if you do. Emerald, the moment you try to use your semblance on me, I'll feel it. It will feel like a fly trying to land on my brain. A tiny, insignificant flicker of mental intrusion. Before your illusion can even begin to form, I'll have you wrapped in black whip and dangling from the ceiling. And I promise you, you won't be able to trick your way out of that. Black whip tendrils, dark as solidified shadow, erupted from his back. Not with explosive force, but with a slow, deliberate unfurling. They writhed in the air behind him like living serpents, their tips sharp and menacing. Emerald flinched back, her eyes wide with fear. Izuku's gaze then settled on Mercury, and for the first time, a flicker of something hard and cold entered his eyes. It was the look of a veteran soldier, a survivor of 100 impossible battles. As for you, Mercury, you're fast, your fighting style is impressive. But you rely on kicks, on your legs. You see them as your greatest weapon. But against me, they're just targets. I can move faster than you can think. I could dismantle your prosthetics bolt by bolt before you even realize I've moved. I could wrap Black Whip around your ankles and smash you against every wall. In this corridor until your aura shatters and your body gives up. And I will do it without ever hitting you hard enough to be considered lethal. He took another step forward. The lightning intensified, the low hum of one for all now an audible, threatening growl. But that's not what scares you, is it? It's not about losing the fight. It's about what I represent. You follow Cinder because you believe in strength. You believe she's the pinnacle of power. But right now, standing in this hallway, you feel it, don't you? That what she has, what she's promised you, is nothing. It's a candle flame next to a supernova. And that terrifies you. Mercury was trembling, not with fear of a beating, but with a primal, existential dread. He had built his entire worldview on the principle of power. The strong survive, the weak perish. He had killed his own father to prove that. Cinder was the strongest person he'd ever met, and he'd hitched his wagon to her star. But the boy in front of him wasn't just strong. He was something else entirely. A fundamental law of nature given human form. His own philosophy was crumbling in the face of this impossible reality. You have two options, Izuku stated. The lightning now crawling up his neck, illuminating the hard lines of his jaw. Option 1. You turn around, walk away, and abandon your mission. Disappear. I won't follow you. I won't tell anyone about this conversation. You get to live. He paused, letting the silence stretch, thick and suffocating. Option 2. You try me. He didn't need to elaborate. The promise of absolute, RWBY. Ming violence was implicit in his stance, in the crackle of his power, in the chilling certainty in his eyes. Emerald was the first to break. She looked from Izuku's terrifyingly calm face to Mercury's pale, sweat-slicked one. The confidence, the bravado, it was all gone. All that was left was fear. She had seen powerful huntsmen before. She had never seen anything like this. This wasn't a huntsman. This was a final boss. Mercury, she whispered, her voice shaking. He's not bluffing. We need to go. We need to tell Cinder. Mercury stared at Izuku, his mind racing. Every instinct screamed at him to run. To get as far away from this green-lit monster as possible. He had faced death before. This was worse. This was the threat of utter and complete annihilation, delivered with the casual air of someone discussing the weather. He swallowed hard, the sound unnaturally loud in the silent corridor. Without a word, he slowly, deliberately, began to back away. He kept his eyes locked on Izuku, as if looking away would cause the boy to instantly strike. Emerald followed suit, her movements jerky and panicked. Good choice, Izuku said, the lightning receding, the pressure in the air vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. They turned and fled, their footsteps echoing down the metal hallway, a sound of panicked retreat. Izuku stood there for a long moment, the last vestiges of One for All's light fading from his skin. He let out a slow, controlled breath. He hadn't wanted to terrorize them, but it was the most efficient way. A fight would have drawn attention. An explanation would have been ignored. Fear, however, was a universal language. He tapped his ear, where a small comm device was hidden. They're gone. The match is forfeit. Glynda's voice came back, crisp and relieved. Understood. Ironwood is already demanding to know why Mercury Black has withdrawn due to a sudden medical emergency. I'll handle him. Get back up here. The show isn't over yet. Izuku no. Dead to himself and started walking back the way he came. He had cut off one head of the Hydra. But he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that another, more dangerous one was about to grow in its place. Cinder Fall was not a woman who took failure lightly. And he had just handed her a spectacular one. Cinder Fall paced her hidden command center like a caged tigress. The room, a repurposed and shielded hotel suite overlooking the CCT, was a stark contrast to the festival's cheer. Here, the screens showed not tournament brackets, but tactical readouts, security vulnerabilities, and encrypted communication lines. The air was cold, sterile, and thick with her fury. The door hissed open and Mercury and Emerald stumbled in, their faces pale and their composure shattered. "Report," Cinder commanded, her voice dangerously soft. She did not turn to face them. "The plan is off," Mercury managed to say, his voice strained. We were intercepted." Cinder finally turned, her golden eyes narrowed to slits. A faint orange glow emanated from her, a sign of her barely controlled maiden power. "Intercepted? By who? Atlas? Ironwood?" "No," Emerald whispered, still trembling slightly. "It was him. Midoriya." The name hung in the air like a death sentence. Cinder's expression hardened into a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. This boy, this anomaly, this glitch in her perfectly crafted machine. First the docks, then the breach, and now this. He was everywhere, undoing her work with an almost casual efficiency. "He knew," Mercury said, his voice regaining some of its edge as anger began to replace fear. "He knew everything. Our names, our pasts, the entire plan with Yang. He knew about my legs, Cinder. He knew about your illusions, Emerald." "That's impossible," Cinder hissed. Though a sliver of doubt pierced her confidence. "No intelligence network is that good." "It wasn't intel," Mercury insisted, shaking his head. "It was something else. He just looked at us, and he knew. And his power, Cinder, it's not what we thought. It's not just strength. It's wrong. It's immense." Cinder walked over to a reinforced case on a nearby table. She keyed in a code, and the lid opened with a soft hiss, revealing a series of crystalline vials filled with a swirling, viscous substance. It was the color of a deep bruise, a sickly violet black that seemed to absorb the light around it. It pulsed with a slow, malevolent rhythm, an energy completely alien to Remnant. It was the material they had recovered from the docks after the breach, the substance that Iman aided from the crater where Izuku had first appeared. The Voidbringer's essence. She had been studying it, experimenting with it, siphoning its power. It was dangerous, volatile, and it whispered promises of power beyond even that of the maidens. It felt like a shortcut to her ultimate goal. Her original plan was ruined. Subterfuge was off the table. Midoriya had seen to that. He had forced her hand, backed her into a corner. Fine. If he wanted to stop her from sowing chaos, she would unleash a maelstrom he couldn't possibly contain. She picked up one of the vials. The dark energy within swirled faster, as if sensing her intent. "Our timeline has been accelerated," she announced, her voice resonating with a newfound, terrifying purpose. The festival was meant to be a distraction, a prelude to the main event. Now, it will be the stage. She turned to face her subordinates, her eyes glowing with a mixture of maiden fire and the corrupting violet light from the vial. "Emerald, you will hack the CCT broadcast system. Override all channels. The world will not see a disgraced huntress. They will see the fall of Beacon, live and in real time. Mercury, you will run interference. Deal with any of the students who try to be heroes. Keep them occupied. And you?" Mercury asked, a hint of awe in his tone. Cinder smiled, a cruel, sharp expression devoid of any warmth. She held up the vial. "I am going to pay a visit to the vault. Ozpin thinks he has the Fall Maiden hidden away, safe and sound. He is about to learn that there is no place safe from me." She crushed the vial in her hand. Instead of shattering, the crystal dissolved, and the void essence flowed over her skin, sinking into her like ink into water. Veins of violet-black energy spread from her hand up her arm, glowing beneath her skin. The power was intoxicating, a chorus of dark energy that harmonized with her own burning ambition. She felt stronger, faster, her maiden abilities amplified to an unheard-of degree. "The time for shadows is over," Cinder declared, her voice now a dissonant chord of its own in the alien whisper of the void. "Let the new age begin." Beneath Beacon Academy, in the sterile silence of the vault, the world was holding its breath. Amber, the Fall Maiden, lay suspended in a stasis pod, a constellation of medical devices and dust infusion tubes, her only connection to life. The air was cool and still. A sacred quiet in the heart of the mountain. Ozpin stood before the pod, his hands clasped behind his back. Hero Bronwyn and James Ironwood stood nearby, their expressions grim. The tournament had proceeded, but down here, the true war was being waged one heartbeat at a time. Suddenly, the entire vault shuddered. A deafening explosion echoed from the elevator shaft above, and the reinforced metal doors at the far end of the chamber buckled inwards, glowing cherry red at their center. "She's here," Hero growled, drawing his sword, Harbinger. Ironwood unholstered his pistol, due process. His face a grim mask. "Ozpin, get ready." Ozpin's cane, the long memory, shifted in his grip. "It seems our guest has decided to forego all subtlety." The doors exploded inward, in a shower of molten steel and shrapnel. Standing in the ruined entrance, silhouetted by fire and smoke, was Cinder Fall. She was wreathed in flame, but it was not the clean, orange fire of the maiden. It was a churning inferno of orange and violet, a corrupting blaze that seemed to warp the very air around it. The void energy coursed through her, visible as pulsating black lines across her skin. "Ozpin," she purred, her amplified voice echoing in the chamber. "Thank you for keeping her warm for me." Meanwhile, far above, Pyrrha felt it. She was sitting with her team, trying to focus on the announcers explaining Mercury's sudden withdrawal, when a cold, sharp dread pierced through her like a shard of ice. It was more than just a bad feeling. It was a pull, a magnetic, undeniable summons from deep within the earth. It felt like a part of her soul was crying out in agony from beneath the school. Her destiny, the one Ozpin had offered her, the maiden power, it was in danger. "Pyrrha, what's wrong?" John asked, noticing the color drain from her face. Something's happening," she said, her voice a choked whisper. She stood up, her eyes wide and fixed on the main tower of Beacon. "The vault. I have to go." Before anyone could stop her, she was moving, pushing through the confused crowds, her instincts screaming at her, guiding her towards the source of the terrible, compelling cry. At the same time, on the observation deck of the Colosseum, Izuku and Glynda watched in horror as the main CCT broadcast screen flickered. For a second, the image of the Stadio M was replaced with a live feed of a burning, ruined hallway. Then it cut out, replaced by the Vital Festival logo and a message about technical difficulties. But Izuku didn't need a screen. The moment Cinder had used the void energy, danger sense had erupted. It wasn't a prickle or a sting. It was a blinding, deafening explosion in his consciousness. A cataclysmic wave of malice and alien power so immense it brought him to his knees. Clutching his head, "Izuku!" Glynda cried out, rushing to his side. "Beacon," he gasped, forcing the words out through the psychic agony. "The vault. It's her. She's there now." The feeling was unmistakable. It was Cinder's familiar malevolence, but magnified, twisted, corrupted by the same horrifying energy he had felt from the crater, from the docks. Glynda didn't hesitate. She grabbed his arm, helping him to his feet. Her own scroll was already buzzing with alerts from Ironwood. "The CCT is down. All long-range communications are cut. We're on our own." Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing the pain of danger sense into a focused point. Green lightning began to arc around him, his body preparing for a battle he knew would push him to his limits. "Then let's go." They raced for the nearest bullhead, a private transport reserved for the staff. As they lifted off, banking sharply towards the besieged academy, Izuku saw a flash of red and bronze on the ground below. A lone figure sprinting with impossible speed across the campus grounds. Pyrrha. She was heading for the same place. His heart clenched with a cold dread. The three of them, bound by a promise made in the aftermath of one disaster, were now converging on the epicenter of a new, far greater one. The battle in the vault was a maelstrom of elemental fury. Ozpin moved with a grace that defied his age, his cane a blur of motion, deflecting blasts of void fire and striking at Cinder with concentrated bursts of aura. Hero was a whirlwind of black feathers and steel, his scythe carving through Cinder's obsidian constructs, his movements unpredictable and deadly. Ironwood provided covering fire, his high-caliber rounds exploding against the invisible kinetic shield Cinder threw up. But it wasn't enough. Cinder, amplified by the Voidbringer's energy, was a force of nature. She laughed as Ozpin's attacks glanced off her corrupted shields. She shattered Kiro's summoned blade, with a wave of her hand and sent him flying into a wall. She melted the metal in Ironwood's gun with a focused glare, forcing him to discard the glowing slag of his weapon. Is this all the great Ozpin has to offer? She taunted, her voice a discordant harmony of two distinct entities. Centuries of experience, and you still can't protect what is yours. She blasted Ozpin back, his green aura shield cracking under the strain. He slid across the floor, coming to a stop just feet from Amber's pod. He was faltering. It was at that moment that Pyrrha arrived. She didn't come through the main door, but through a secondary maintenance entrance she had used when Ozpin had first shown her the vault. She burst into the room, her shield and spear at the ready, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. "Get away from him," she yelled, her voice ringing with authority. Cinder turned, an amused smirk on her face. "Ah, the replacement. Come to claim your power a little early." Pyrrha didn't answer with words. She answered with action. With a gesture, every piece of metal in the room that wasn't bolted down, shrapnel from the door, discarded shell casings, even the metal buttons on Cinder's own clothes, shot towards the maiden. Cinder was forced to erect a barrier, momentarily distracted. That was the opening Ozpin needed. He lunged, his cane glowing with power. But Cinder was too fast. She spun, catching his cane and unleashing a point-blank blast of void fire that sent him crashing into the delicate machinery surrounding Amber's pod. Sparks flew, alarms blared, and the lights in the chamber flickered violently. Just as Cinder raised her hand to finish Ozpin, a deafening sonic boom shook the entire vault. A streak of green lightning shot down the elevator shaft, bypassing the broken elevator car, and slammed into the floor between Cinder and her targets. Izuku Midoriya rose to his full height, one for all at 45%, a raging storm of emerald energy contained in human form. Black whip tendrils writhed from his back, and his eyes were blazing with furious power. Seconds later, Glynda landed gracefully behind him, her riding crop already glowing with purple telekinetic energy. The trinity was complete. "Cinder fall," Izuku said, his voice dangerously low and vibrating with power. "Your plans end here. Now." Cinder looked at the three of them, the broken headmaster, the upstart champion, the furious teacher, and the impossible boy god. A genuine, ecstatic smile spread across her face. Finally, she hissed, the void energy pulsing around her like a dark halo. A real fight. The battle that followed was not a duel, it was a symphony of destruction. It was chaos given form and purpose. Glynda took command of the defense. Her priority was singular: protect Amber. A shimmering violet dome of pure telekinesis formed around the stasis pod and the sputtering equipment, shielding it from the shockwaves that were already cracking the vault's walls. She became an anchor, her feet planted, her arms outstretched. With flicks of her wrist, she caught chunks of ceiling ripped loose by the battle and hurled them at Cinder like meteors. She twisted the very steel of the floor into jagged spikes, trying to impale and trap the rogue maiden. Her fight was one of control, of will, of holding back the apocalypse with sheer mental fortitude. The strain was immense, sweat beaded on her forehead, but her expression was a mask of unbreakable resolve. Pyrrha was the battlefield's tactician. She couldn't control Cinder's magically generated obsidian, but she could control everything else. She became a dervish of red and bronze, her polarity a weapon of unparalleled finesse. She didn't just throw things, she manipulated the fight on a micro level. When Cinder fired a volley of glass daggers, Pyrrha subtly altered their trajectory with the metal particles in the air, causing them to miss their targets by millimeters. She ripped the steel supports from the wall, and wove them into a cage around Cinder, only for it to be vaporized by a pulse of void energy. She was a fencer against a tidal wave, her precision and skill keeping them all alive, creating NGS that lasted only a fraction of a second. Izuku was the juggernaut, the tip of the spear. He met Cinder's overwhelming power with his own. He moved like a living lightning strike, a green blur that was everywhere at once. The chamber became his playground. He used float to attack from the ceiling, Jin stored in his legs to launch himself like a cannonball, and danger sense to anticipate Cinder's every move before she even made it. Smokescreen. A thick, gray fog filled the chamber, obscuring vision. Cinder faltered, her senses momentarily blinded. Black whip. Dark tendrils shot through the smoke, not at Cinder, but at the walls around her, creating a complex, three-dimensional web. Izuku launched himself through the smoke, using the whips as slingshots, accelerating to impossible speeds. He appeared before Cinder, his fist cocked back. Detroit smash. His fist, glowing with the power of One for All, slammed into the shield of void fire Cinder managed to erect just in time. The impact was cataclysmic. The sound was like the world cracking in half. A shockwave erupted outwards, shredding the remains of the smoke and shaking the very foundations of Beacon. Cinder was driven back, her feet gouging trenches in the solid rock floor. Her shield held, but just barely. Impressive, she spat, her arms trembling. But you were just a boy trying to wield the power of a god. She unleashed a torrent of violet flame. Izuku used Fa Jin to blast himself backwards, the fire scorching the spot where he had been standing. They worked in perfect concert. Glynda would restrain Cinder with telekinetic bonds, forcing her to focus her power on breaking free. In that instant, Pyrrha would use her semblance to wrench Cinder's feet from the ground, throwing her off balance. And in that moment of vulnerability, Izuku would strike. It was a desperate, brutal, and perfectly coordinated assault. Izuku saved Glynda from a surprise attack, intercepting a void-laced spear with a black whip shield. Glynda returned the favor, telekinetically yanking a collapsing section of the ceiling away from Izuku. Pyrrha used her shield to protect them both from a wide-area blast, her aura shimmering under the strain. They communicated with glances, with single-word shouts, their actions flowing together as if they were three parts of a single being. Their bond, forged in emotion and trust, was now their greatest weapon. But Cinder was relentless. The void energy gave her a stamina that was unnatural, repairing her aura almost as fast as they could damage it. She was learning, adapting. She began targeting Pyrrha specifically, knowing her control over the environment was a linchpin in their strategy. She feinted an attack at Izuku, then spun, launching a massive obsidian blade at Pyrrha. "Pyrrha, look out!" Izuku yelled. Pyrrha tried to deflect it, but its magical nature was resistant to her semblance. She brought her shield up, but the force of the impact sent her flying, ashing hard against the wall near the vault's entrance. She slumped to the ground, her aura flickering dangerously. Pyrrha. Izuku's roar was pure, undiluted rage. In that moment, everything changed. The controlled 45% burn of One for All vanished, replaced by an uncontrolled, incandescent inferno of power. Green lightning exploded outwards from him, carving chasms in the floor. The air pressure. He dropped so suddenly that everyone's ears popped. 100%. He vanished from sight. He reappeared directly in front of Cinder, his fist already pulling back. The light from his arm was so bright it bleached all color from the room. Cinder's eyes widened in genuine terror. She had no time to raise a shield, no time to dodge. Time seemed to slow. Izuku saw Glynda's horrified expression, Pyrrha struggling to get up. Ozpin watching with a look of awe and fear. He saw the corrupting void energy pulsing in Cinder's eyes. He wasn't just fighting for his friends, for this world. He was fighting again. Saint the encroaching darkness that threatened all worlds. His fist connected. Street. Lewis smash. The resulting explosion of power was absolute. It did not just strike Cinder, it struck the very concept of space in the vault. The wall behind Cinder disintegrated. A tunnel was bored straight through the mountain, venting out into the night air on the far side of Beacon. Cinder was launched like a ragdoll. A scream torn from her lips as she was blasted out of her own attack, her body a blur of fire and darkness disappearing into the hole her own ambition had helped create. The vault fell silent, save for the groan of stressed metal and the crackle of fading emerald lightning. Izuku stood in the center of the devastation, his right arm shattered, bent at an unnatural angle, but already beginning to knit itself back together with a faint green glow, a lingering gift from the second user of OFA. He was breathing heavily, the backlash of 100% crashing down on him. Glynda rushed to his side, her hands glowing as she helped stabilize his arm, her face a mixture of terror and relief. "Izuku, are you all right?" He just nodded, his eyes already seeking out Pyrrha. She was on her feet now, bruised and battered, but alive. She met his gaze, and the look that passed between them was one of profound, bone-deep relief. They had won. They had driven her back. Amber was safe. But as they stood in the ruins of the vault, a new sensation washed over them. A deep, rhythmic trembling from the mountain itself. The hole Izuku had blasted through the rock revealed the night sky, and against it, something was moving. Something vast and ancient. A grim dragon, drawn by the sheer concentration of negative energy, was uncoiling itself from the top of Beacon Tower. And in the center of the ruined vault, Cinder reappeared. She wasn't solid, but a shimmering projection of fire and void. A parting message. "You're strong, anomaly," she hissed, her voice echoing from all around them. "Stronger than I could have imagined. But you can't be everywhere at once." She looked up, towards the ceiling. "You saved the maiden, but in doing so, you have doomed your precious school." She held up a hand, and the void energy within her flared like a black sun. It wasn't an attack, it was a signal, a beacon, a summons to every grim, every mutated horror, for 100 miles. The chapter was not over. They hadn't won. Izuku's desperate gambit hadn't been the finishing move. It had merely been the turning of the page to the next, bloodier chapter. The fall of Beacon had just begun. Chapter 6. The Fall and the Choice. The air in the vault beneath Beacon Academy had become a physical thing, a pressurized, suffocating weight that tasted of ozone, burnt sugar, and a chilling, ancient dust that seemed to predate the world itself. Every molecule vibrated with the catastrophic energies clashing within the sterile chamber. Izuku Midoriya, a living tempest of emerald lightning, moved like a scalpel. His every action precise and brutally efficient. Black whip tendrils, dark as a starless night, lashed out, not to strike, but to redirect, to parry, to turn Cinder Fall's own momentum against her. He was a force of controlled chaos. A guardian standing before the precipice. Glynda Goodwitch, her face a mask of grim determination, was the anvil upon which the battle was fought. Her telekinesis, a shimmering storm of violet power, was the only thing keeping the vault from collapsing entirely. Jagged spears of stone, ripped from the very foundations, hung suspended in the air, a deadly constellation aimed at Cinder. Her breath came in ragged bursts, each wave of power a testament to her immense will, but her aura was a flickering candle against a hurricane, diminishing with every deflected blow. Pyrrha Nico's was the rapier, a flash of bronze and crimson darting through the maelstrom. Her semblance was a subtle, invisible hand guiding the battle. A slight twist of polarity sent Cinder's glass projectiles skittering harmlessly off course. A powerful magnetic pulse ripped the metal components from the complex medical stasis pod, turning them into a swarm of razor-sharp hornets that Cinder had to constantly fend off. She fought with the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a cornered lioness, her eyes locked on the woman who dared to threaten her world, her friends, and the M. And who had finally seen her as more than a symbol. And then there was Ozpin. He was a ghost in the machine, his ancient soul burning brightly within his weary vessel. The long memory was a blur of motion, his cane a silver streak that met Cinder's obsidian blades with a wisdom born of 1,000 lifetimes of combat. He was the strategist, the fulcrum, directing the flow of the fight, his voice a calm anchor in the storm. Glynda, left flank. Pyrrha, disrupt her footing. Midoriya, pressure her core. But Cinder Fall was no longer just a vessel for the Fall Maiden's power. She was a conduit for something else. Something alien and hungry. The violet-black energy Izuku had first encountered at the docks pulsed within her, a parasitic heartbeat beneath her skin. It whispered to her, promises of power beyond the maidens. Beyond Salem, beyond the petty gods who had forged this broken world. It fed on her ambition, her rage, her lifetime of feeling powerless. And now, cornered by this impossible quartet, she felt that old, familiar powerlessness creeping back in. Izuku was too fast. Pyrrha was too clever. Glynda was too strong. Ozpin was too experienced. Every strategy, every attack, was countered before it could fully form. Her maiden flames, a power that should have made her a goddess, were being contained, dispersed, and thrown back at her. The whispers of the void grew louder, more insistent. They invalidate you, it hissed, a voice that was not a voice, a thought that was not her own. They see you as a nuisance, an obstacle. You hold the power of a season, yet you are being swatted aside like an insect. Is this what you clawed your way from nothing for? To be upstaged by a boy wreathed in broken lightning? Enough! Cinder screamed, the sound tearing from her throat, raw and furious. She slammed her hands together, not to cast a spell, but as a physical outburst of her monumental frustration. The obsidian blades she wielded shattered, and in their place, tendrils of pure void energy, thick and writhing like starved serpents, erupted from her arms. Ozpin's eyes widened in genuine shock. That energy, it is not of this world. The void tendrils lashed out, and they did not behave like any physical or aura-based attack. One flickered past Glynda's telekinetic shield as if it weren't there, the space it occupied simply ceasing to exist for a microsecond before reforming. It grazed the stone wall, and the point of contact didn't crumble or burn. It turned into a patch of glittering, crystalline dust that sublimated into nothingness. Izuku's danger sense screamed, a high-pitched siren in his skull that was more intense than anything he had felt on Remnant. This wasn't just danger, this was anti-existence. He used Fa Jin, storing kinetic energy in a sin. Glay step and releasing it in an explosive burst, shoving Pyrrha and Glynda back just as Cinder unleashed a wave of the corrupting energy. The wave washed over the spot they had just occupied. The stasis pod holding Amber, the Fall Maiden, flickered violently, its system screaming in protest as reality itself warped around it. Ozpin moved to intercept, his cane glowing with the green light of his own magic. A desperate attempt to shield the maiden. Cinder saw her opening. It was not a calculated plan born of strategy, but a raw, instinctual lunge fueled by desperation and the void's seductive promises. She ignored Izuku, ignored everyone, and focused all of the alien power she could command not into an attack, but into a beacon. If I cannot have this world, she snarled, her voice distorting, layered with 1,000 echoes. Then it can have oblivion. She threw her head back and screamed, and the violet-black energy within her detonated outwards. It wasn't an explosion of force, but of pure, unadulterated wrongness. It shot up from the vault, through hundreds of feet of solid rock and steel, and erupted from the grounds of Beacon Academy like a pillar of bruised twilight. It tore through the sky, a silent, screaming announcement to the darkest corners of reality. In the vault, the backlash was immense. Glynda's shield shattered into a million fragments of lilac light. She was thrown back, her head striking the wall with a sickening crack, and she slumped to the ground, unconscious. Pyrrha, shielded by Izuku's body, was safe but disoriented, her ears ringing. Ozpin, caught protecting Amber, took the brunt of the magical feedback. His ancient aura, already strained, completely collapsed. He staggered, his face pale, the light in his eyes dimming for the first time in centuries. Cinder, panting, her skin now laced with flickering violet veins, ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on the weakened Amber. With a flick of her wrist, a void-laced arrow of glass formed and shot towards the defenseless maiden. Ozpin, with the last of his strength, moved to intercept the arrow with his own body. But Izuku was faster. A black whip tendril, impossibly swift, shot out and wrapped around Ozpin's waist, yanking him out of the path of the arrow just as it struck the stasis pod. The machine exploded, and in that blinding flash of light, the remaining power of the Fall Maiden, a torrent of autumnal fire and energy, flowed from Amber's dying form and into the nearest, most powerful vessel, Cinder Fall. Power, absolute and overwhelming, flooded her. She felt the fusion of the maiden's magic and the void's alien energy, a volatile, exhilarating cocktail that made her feel like a true goddess. She laughed, a triumphant, ugly sound that echoed in the ruined vault. But outside, her call had been answered. The sky above Beacon, once a placid blue, tore open. It did not rip like fabric, it fractured like obsidian glass, revealing a swirling, nauseating vortex of violet and black. From this wound in reality, a shadow fell. It was colossal, a winged behemoth that blotted out the sun. A grim dragon, larger and more ancient than any recorded in the histories of Remnant, descended. But it was hideously transformed. Its bone-white armor was veined with the same pulsating violet energy that coursed through Cinder. Its eyes were not the malevolent red of Grimm, but deep, intelligent pools of cosmic darkness. Crystalline, void-laced spines grew from its back, and as it opened its maw to roar, the sound was not one of animalistic rage, but of grinding dimensions. And behind it, they came. Legions of them. Beowulfs whose claws dripped with void energy that decayed the ground they touched. Ursai with crystalline armor that seemed to absorb light. Nevermore's had left trails of spatial distortion in their wake. The fall of Beacon had begun, not as an invasion orchestrated by a bitter queen, but as a supernatural plague, a manifestation of a cancer from beyond the stars. In the vault, the sudden influx of power and the distant, soul-shaking roar of the dragon seemed to snap everyone out of their stupor. Cinder, wreathed in flame and shadow, turned her gaze towards the exit. Her work here was done. She now had the power, and the tower's broadcast system was her stage. "This is the end of your little fairy tale, Ozpin," she spat, her voice resonating with newfound power. With a final, contemptuous glance, she melted into shadows and fire, rocketing up the shaft the beacon had created, heading for the CCT. Izuku was already moving. His first priority was the people. He scooped up the unconscious Glynda, his touch surprisingly gentle. "Pyrrha, is she okay?" Pyrrha scrambled over, her hands hovering over Glynda's head. "There's a gash, she hit her head hard. She needs medical attention." "Izuku, what was that? What's happening?" Her voice trembled, the invincible champion utterly shaken by the scale of the cataclysm unfolding. "An invasion," Izuku said, his voice grim. He looked at Ozpin, who was leaning heavily on his cane, his face aged 100 years in a single moment. "Ozpin, are you?" "I am diminished," Ozpin admitted, his voice a strained whisper. "She has the full power. She will go to the tower. She will broadcast this chaos to the world, break their spirit, break their hope." And at that moment, Pyrrha felt it. It was a pull, a deep, resonant hum in her soul. The maiden power, now fully unified in Cinder, was a beacon, and it was calling to the one Ozpin had designated as its next host. It was a siren song of duty, of destiny. She looked up towards the distant tower, its spire now silhouetted against a sky filled with monsters. She saw the path laid out before her, the one she had been trained for her entire life. To be the shield, to be the hero. Her expression hardened, her fear replaced by a familiar, heavy resolve. "I have to go after her," she said, her voice steady. "It's my duty." She took a step, but a hand, wrapped in scarred, calloused fingers, clamped down on her arm. She turned to see Izuku, his green eyes burning with an intensity that stopped her cold. He had set Glynda down gently, leaning her against the wall. "No," he said. The word was not a request. It was a command, an unbreakable law. Pyrrha's brow furrowed. "Izuku, you don't understand. Ozpin chose me. This is my responsibility. She's too powerful, you can't." "I said no," he repeated, his grip tightening just enough to emphasize his words. He stepped in front of her, blocking her path to the exit, a human wall of sheer, unwavering resolve. "We are not losing anyone else. Not today." The words hung in the air, heavy with the ghosts of his past. He saw Sir Night-Eye, impaled and dying, his final words a prophecy of Izuku's own demise. He saw Katsuki Bakugo, throwing himself in front of an attack meant for him, a gruesome sacrifice he had never been able to forget. He saw the faces of countless civilians he had failed to save. The price of a hero's hesitation. The lessons of his war had been paid for in blood and grief, and the most important one was this: a hero does not send their friends to die. "It is not your duty to die, Pyrrha," he said. His voice softer now, but no less firm. "It's your duty to live. To fight, yes, but to live to fight another day. There is no honor in a pointless sacrifice." "It's not pointless," Pyrrha argued, her voice rising with frustration and a desperate need to make him understand. "It's the only way. She has the maiden's power. Only another maiden, or someone like me. Someone like you is exactly who needs to stay here and protect everyone else." Izuku countered, his gaze unwavering. "Look around. The school is under attack by things we've never seen before. Glynda is down. Ozpin is weakened. The students, our friends, are out there, and they are going to need a leader. They are going to need a champion to rally behind. That's you, Pyrrha. Your place is with them." Ozpin, listening to the exchange, slowly straightened up. He looked at the young man from another world, a boy who carried the weight of ages in his eyes, and saw a wisdom that dwarfed his own carefully constructed plans. He had been prepared to let Pyrrha make her choice, to walk the lonely path of a hero as he had done countless times. But Midoriya was right. His plan was born of desperation and sacrifice. Midoriya's was born of an unshakable desire to save everyone. "He's right, Miss Nikos," Ozpin said, his voice regaining a fraction of its authority. "My gambit has failed. The old rules no longer apply. A new strategy is required. Pyrrha looked from Ozpin to Izuku, her resolve beginning to crumble. Everything in her screamed that this was her fight, her destiny. But looking into Izuku's eyes, she didn't see someone doubting her strength. She saw someone who was terrified of losing her. And in that moment, she understood. He wasn't sidelining her. He was protecting her. He was choosing her life over some abstract concept of destiny. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. But you can't face her alone. She has the void energy and the maiden power. It's suicide. A small, sad smile touched Izuku's lips. I've been told that before, he said softly. He reached out and gently brushed a stray strand of red hair from her face. Glynda needs you. John, Nora, Ren, they all need you. Get them to the evacuation ships. Command the defense. Be the hero they all know you are. Let me handle the monster in the tower. His decision was absolute. It was not a debate. He was the uncrowned king, and this was his decree. He turned to Ozpin. Get everyone out. Use whatever emergency protocols you have. I'll buy you all the time I can. With that, he turned away. Green lightning, more powerful and vibrant than ever before, exploded around him. One for all surged through his veins, a roaring river of power. He crouched, the very ground cracking under the strain, and then he was gone. A green comet blasting up the shaft and towards the sky, towards the tower, towards his solitary confrontation. Pyrrha watched him go, a single tear tracing a path down her dust-stained cheek. She felt a profound sense of loss, but also a sliver of hope. She turned to the now conscious but groggy Glynda, helping her to her feet as Ozpin gave them their new orders. Her personal battle was over. Now, her duty, the one Izuku had given her, began. The scene on the grounds of Beacon was a Bosch painting of chaos and horror. The sky, a swirling vortex of violet madness, cast the world in an eerie, apocalyptic light. The grim dragon circled high above, its roars tearing at the very fabric of the air, while legions of its mutated brethren swarmed the campus. Students, trained for combat but not for a war of this magnitude, fought with desperate courage. Huntsmen and huntresses, the faculty of Beacon, formed defensive perimeters, their faces grim masks of disbelief and resolve. This was where Glynda Goodwitch, her head throbbing and her vision still swimming, found her purpose. The administrator, the teacher, the disciplinarian, was gone. In her place was the battle witch of Beacon, a force of nature in her own right. All students, fall back to the docking ports. Form a defensive perimeter around the bullheads. Her voice boomed, amplified by her semblance, cutting through the din of battle. Team RWBY, you're on the western flank. Intercept and delay. Team CFVY, eastern courtyard, provide heavy fire support. Miss Nikos, you're with me. We establish the main line. Her telekinesis erupted from her, no longer precise and controlled, but a massive, raw wave of power. She ripped entire sections of the courtyard pavement into the air, forming a crude but effective barricade. Debris, chunks of destroyed statues, and grim corpses were hurled into the advancing horde like cannonballs. She was a one-woman siege engine, her will the only thing holding back the tide of darkness. Pyrrha was at her side, a beacon of crimson and bronze in the twilight gloom. The weight of Izuku's choice settled on her, not as a burden, but as a mantle of responsibility. She would not let his faith in her be misplaced. Her semblance flared, and every piece of metal in 100-yard radius became her weapon. Lampposts bent and speared through charging her side. The metal skeletons of training androids ripped themselves from the scrap heap and charged into the enemy. She fought with a focused fury, her every move economical and deadly, protecting her fellow students, her team, her friends. She found John, Nora, and Ren holding a desperate line near the dormitories. John, his shield battered and his face pale with fear, nonetheless stood his ground, shouting orders and covering his teammates. Nora was a whirlwind of pink and steel, her laughter manic as she smashed Grim into paste. Ren was a blur of green and black, his pistols barking a steady rhythm of death. JNPR. Pyrrha's voice cut through their desperate fight. Fall back to the main barricade. We're evacuating. Pyrrha, you're okay. John cried, relief washing over his face. We are if we move now. She commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument. She hurled her shield, Milo, and it ricocheted off 3 Beowulfs before returning to her hand. She was no longer just their teammate. She was their commander. Inspired by Izuku, she had found the authority within herself that had always been there, hidden beneath layers of politeness and expectation. They fought their way back, a brutal, grinding retreat through a campus that had become a slaughterhouse. Pyrrha's eyes were constantly drawn to the CCT, the tallest spire in the city, now wreathed in a storm of fire and emerald lightning. A battle of gods was taking place at the apex of their world, and all she could do was trust. Trust in the impossible boy who had refused to let her die. Glynda, coordinating the defense, felt the same gnawing fear. Every explosion from the tower, every tremor that shook the ground, was a punch to her gut. She had spent weeks evaluating him, trying to quantify him, to tie him into a neat little box labeled asset or threat. Now, all of that seemed laughably foolish. He was simply Izuku, the earnest, kind, impossibly powerful young man who had shattered her professional composure and made her feel something she hadn't allowed herself to feel in years: hope. And now, he was up there alone, fighting a battle that should have been hers, that should have been Ozpin's. The thought of losing him was a cold, sharp pain in her chest, more real than the throbbing in her head. She shoved the feeling down, converting it into fuel for her rage, and unleashed another devastating wave of telekinetic force. She would hold this line. She would save his students. She would give his sacrifice, if it came to that, meaning. At the pinnacle of the CCT, the world was fire and wind. Izuku stood amidst the wreckage of the broadcast center, his tattered hero costume whipping around him. Opposite him, floating in the center of the room, was Cinderfall. She was no longer entirely human. Her skin was pale as marble, cracked with incandescent lines of maiden fire and pulsing veins of void energy. Her left eye was a blazing orange orb, while the right was a pit of pure darkness. A tiny galaxy of violet stars swirling within it. She hissed, her voice a discordant symphony of her own and the void's whispers. The glitch, the anomaly. Why won't you just die? Because people are still fighting. Izuku replied, his stance solid, his fists clenched. Green lightning arced between his knuckles. Because as long as someone needs saving, I won't stop. Such a tired, pathetic sentiment, Cinder sneered. She raised a hand, and a vortex of fire and shadow swirled into existence above it. Power is the only thing that matters. The power to take what you want. The power to burn away your past. Something a coddled hero like you would never understand. You're wrong, Izuku said, his voice low and dangerous. I understand perfectly. I've seen what people like you do with power. You twist it, you hoard it, you use it to hurt anyone who reminds you of when you were weak. But true power is meant to protect. One for all surged, and the green light around him intensified. Full cowling. 100%. The floor beneath him disintegrated. He shot forward, a literal thunderbolt of righteous fury. The battle for Beacon's soul had begun. Cinder unleashed her vortex. It was a swirling tempest of maiden flame, superheated glass shards, and tendrils of void that ate at reality itself. It was an attack that could have leveled a city block. Izuku didn't dodge, he met it head-on. He activated float, using the 7th user's quirk to adjust his trajectory in midair. With his left hand, he unleashed an Air Force blast, a concentrated cannon of pressurous air that punched a hole in the center of the vortex. With his right hand, he manifested Black Whip, using the tendrils to grab onto the swirling glass shards and, with a monumental heave, tear the entire attack apart from the inside. He flew through the dissipating storm and aimed a kick at Cinder's head. She brought up an arm, wreathed in obsidian armor, and blocked it. The impact created a shish, a quave that blew out every remaining window in the tower and sent a visible ripple through the clouds. The entire CCT groaned, its structural integrity failing. Impressive, Cinder grunted, the bones in her arm screaming in protest. But you're just a brute. I am a goddess. She pushed him back and the battlefield changed. Using her maiden powers, she transmuted the floor and ceiling into a forest of razor-sharp glass spikes. All aimed at him. Then, the void energy came into play. The spikes began to shimmer, phasing in and out of existence, making them impossible to track. Danger sense was a continuous, deafening alarm in Izuku's mind. He couldn't rely on sight alone. He had to trust the quirk, trust the ghosts within one for all. He closed his eyes and let his instincts guide him. He floated in the zero-gravity environment of the crumbling tower, twisting and turning, the phasing spikes missing him by millimeters. It was a deadly ballet. He opened his eyes. My turn. He activated smokescreen, flooding the entire top of the tower with a thick, impenetrable cloud of smoke. Cinder's inhuman eyes could pierce the darkness, but Izuku wasn't trying to hide. He was shaping the battlefield. Inside the smoke, he began to move, building up kinetic energy with Fa Jin. He ricocheted off the walls, the ceiling, the floor, becoming a living pinball of unimaginable force. Cinder tracked his movements, blasting bolts of fire and void into the smoke, but she was always a fraction of a second too late. Then, he attacked. Bursting from the smoke, he delivered a 100% Detroit smash directly into her side. The sound was like the sky splitting open. Cinder was launched through the tower wall, soaring out into the open air. The maiden power saved her, cushioning the blow and allowing her to halt her trajectory. But her aura flickered violently, and she coughed up a trickle of black, void-tainted blood. She looked at the hero floating in the massive hole he'd just created, and for the first time, she felt a sliver of genuine fear. He wasn't just strong. He was smart, adaptable, and utterly relentless. Izuku knew he couldn't keep this up. 100% was taking a tremendous toll on his body. Even with his perfect control, he had to end this, but killing her wasn't the goal. He remembered the feeling of the void energy, its parasitic nature. It wasn't fused with her, it was a leech. And if he could just grab it, he could rip it out. He shot out of the tower, meeting her in the sky, the grim dragon circling far below them like a vulture. Their final battle would be fought among the clouds. Cinder, enraged and desperate, unleashed everything. She summoned meteors of fire, spears of void, and beams of pure destructive energy. The sky became a canvas of elemental fury. Izuku moved through it all. A green star against a backdrop of cosmic horror. He knew what he had to do. He needed to bind her, immobilize her, and then unleash a single, perfectly calibrated attack designed not to destroy her body, but to resonate with and expel the alien energy. He feinted left, drawing a massive beam of void energy from her. As it passed, he used Black Whip, launching dozens of tendrils that wrapped around her limbs, her torso, her throat, binding her tight. She struggled, her maiden flames erupting to burn them away, but Izuku poured more of One for All into the constructs, making them stronger, more resilient. It's over, Cinder, he yelled over the roaring wind. Let go of that power. It's destroying you. Never, she shrieked, the void energy pulsing violently, Ying to disintegrate the tendrils holding her. This power is mine. It was never yours to begin with, Izuku said grimly. He pulled her in close. He channeled the full, unrestrained power of One for All. The green lightning around him turned white hot. He drew back his fist, the kinetic energy stored from Fa Jin making his entire arm vibrate with catastrophic potential. He wasn't aiming for her flesh. He was aiming for the nexus of the void within her, the point where the parasite had sunk its hooks deepest. He had to create a shockwave, a resonant frequency that would shake the alien energy loose from its host. A blunt, powerful, overwhelming wave of pure, heroic force. The memory of his greatest smash, the one that had defeated All for One, came to mind. But this needed to be bigger, more focused. A wave, not a punch. He named it in his mind, a tribute to the power that had started it all. Wyoming Smash. He thrust his open palm forward, releasing all the stored energy in a single, cataclysmic blast. It wasn't an explosion of light or fire. It was a wave of pure kinetic force that struck Cinder's chest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a high-pitched, unearthly scream erupted from her. A sound that was not human. The violet-black energy within her recoiled from the pure energy of One for All as if struck by holy fire. It was ripped from her cells, torn from her soul, and expelled from her body in a violent, chaotic vortex of screaming, shadowy energy. The resulting explosion was silent but absolute. The void energy, now untethered, detonated, consuming the maiden flames in its blast. The top third of the CCT was simply erased from existence. The shockwave, visible even from the ground, expanded outwards, shredding the clouds. High above, the Grim Dragon. Its power source and connection to the Voidbringer severed, let out a final, confused roar before its own corrupted form destabilized. Its body began to petrify, turning to stone in midair, and a colossal statue plummeted from the sky, directly towards the main courtyard of Beacon where the evacuation was in its final, desperate stages. Cinder fell from the sky, a broken doll. Her powers were fractured, the maiden's flame a guttering ember, her connection to the void completely severed. She was weak, more vulnerable than she had been in years. As she fell, a dark portal opened beneath her, Salem's agents. Retrieving their failed asset, she vanished into the darkness, her last sight the crumbling ruin of her triumph. Izuku, caught in the epicenter of his own attack, was blasted backwards. His body was a wreck. His right arm was shattered, his hero costume was all but gone, and his aura was non-existent. He was running on the fumes of One for All, the embers of 9 generations of power. He fell, tumbling through the air, his consciousness fading. On the ground, Glynda and Pyrrha saw the explosion. They saw the tower crumble. And then they saw the dragon fall. Everyone, clear the courtyard. Glynda screamed, pouring the last of her aura into one final, monumental feat of telekinesis. She thrust her hands upwards, and a massive dome of shimmering violet energy formed over the evacuation ships. The stone dragon impacted the shield with the force of a meteor. The ground buckled, and cracks raced across the campus. Glynda's shield held for 3 agonizing seconds before shattering. The feedback throwing her to her knees, blood trickling from her nose. But it was enough. The bulk of the dragon's mass had been deflected, its corpse crashing into the main hall of Beacon, bringing the iconic building down in a cloud of dust and sorrow. The battle was over. The remaining mutated Grimm, their connection to the void severed, collapsed into dust. Silence fell upon the ruined academy, broken only by the whirring of the last bullheads lifting off and the crackling of fires. Beacon was lost. Ozpin was gone, having vanished during the chaos. But the students were, for the most part, safe. It was a victory, but it tasted like ash. Glynda and Pyrrha didn't hesitate. Their eyes met, a shared, unspoken terror passing between them. Izuku, Pyrrha whispered. They ran. They scrambled over rubble, through clouds of choking dust, towards the base of the shattered tower. They called his name, their voices hoarse, their hearts hammering against their ribs. The world had fallen apart around them. But only one thing mattered. They found him in the ruins of Ozpin's office, half buried under a pile of rubble and ancient clockwork. He was alive, barely. His breathing was shallow, his body a canvas of deep bruises and bleeding cuts. The green lightning that always surrounded him was gone, leaving him looking impossibly small and vulnerable. Pyrrha fell to her knees beside him, her hands trembling as she reached out, afraid he might break at her touch. Izuku. Oh, gods, Izuku. Glynda knelt on his other side, her professional composure completely gone, replaced by a raw, unfiltered anguish. She gently brushed the dust from his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. You foolish, idiotic, wonderful boy, she murmured, her voice thick with unshed tears. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, the vibrant green dull with pain and exhaustion. He managed a weak, blood-stained smile. Did everyone get out? Yes, Glynda choked out, a sob escaping her lips. You saved them. You saved us all. Told you, he rasped, his eyes drifting towards Pyrrha. No one else. His eyes closed, his consciousness finally surrendering to the immense trauma his body had endured. There were no more words. In the ruins of their world, surrounded by the ashes of their hopes, Pyrrha and Glynda moved closer. Pyrrha carefully took his uninjured hand, holding it as if it were the most precious thing in the universe. Glynda gently cradled his head in her lap, her tears finally falling, tracing clean paths through the grime on her cheeks as she stroked his green hair. The weight of their victory was immense, a crushing burden that threatened to break them. But as they held on to him, they held on to each other. A silent promise was made in the heart of that desolation. They would rebuild. They would keep fighting. The budding romance, the unspoken feelings, the hesitant connections of the past weeks had been burned away in the fires of the fall. What was left was something stronger, more profound, an unbreakable bond, forged in sacrifice and sealed in ash. They looked up at the fractured sky, at the dawn breaking over their fallen kingdom. They were no longer just a teacher, a champion, and a hero from another world. They were Remnant's new foundation, and together, they would face the coming darkness as one. Chapter 7. The Ashen Kingdom. The world tasted of ash. It was a constant, invasive sensation that clung to the back of Izuku Midoriya's throat, a phantom grit on his tongue. It was in the air they breathed, a fine gray powder that settled on their clothes, their gear, and the cracked vinyl seats of the repurposed Atlas cargo transport they now called home. 6 weeks. 6 weeks since the fall of Beacon, since the sky had burned and the tower had crumbled. 6 weeks of running, hiding, fighting. 6 weeks of living in the ruins of a world that no longer felt like the one he had crash-landed in. Their current haven was a dilapidate D-service station nestled in the winding, treacherous roads of Onima's northern mountain ranges. The sign, hanging by a single rusted bolt, creaked a mournful rhythm in the biting wind, its faded letters proclaiming, Griswold's Gas and Grub. There was no gas, and the only grub was the ration bars they meticulously portioned out each day. Glynda had found the location in a deep-level data cache recovered from Ozpin's scroll, a forgotten, off-grid safe house from a previous generation of huntsmen. It was defensible, remote, and most importantly, invisible. Inside the station's garage, the atmosphere was a mixture of strained silence and quiet industry. Nora Valkyrie was enthusiastically, and loudly, polishing Magnild, the rhythmic clanging of metal on metal echoing in the cavernous space. Lai Ren, sitting cross-legged nearby, was meticulously re-stitching a tear in his sleeve, his movements calm and precise, a stark contrast to his partner's boundless energy. John Ark, their de facto aider now that Pyrrha's focus was elsewhere, stood over a large map spread across a greasy workbench, his brow furrowed in concentration as he traced potential routes with a gloved finger. He looked older, the last vestiges of boyish uncertainty burned away by the fires of Beacon, replaced by a hardened resolve that sat heavily on his shoulders. Team RWBY occupied another corner. Weiss Schnee, her pristine white combat skirt now smudged with dirt and oil, was interfacing a salvaged Atlas terminal with the station's ancient power generator, her fingers flying across the holographic keys. She was their link to the outside world, sifting through the chaotic chatter of the CCT net for any scrap of useful intelligence. Blake Belladonna sat perched on a stack of old tires, gamble shroud resting across her lap. Her amber eyes scanning the perimeter through a grimy window, ever the silent sentinel. Ruby Rose, their beacon of indefatigable optimism, was currently disassembling and cleaning crests. Scent rose with a focused intensity that belied the faint tremor in her hands. The fall had shaken her, Izuku knew, more than she let on. She'd seen a friend nearly die, a school crumble, and a world she believed in fracture. Her hope was still there, but it was a more fragile, precious thing now. Yang was absent, having taken the first watch on the roof. And then there was his team. His anchor. Pyrrha Nikos stood beside him, her crimson hair a vibrant slash of color in the drab garage. She was sharpening her spear, a ko'o, the whisper of whetstone on metal a soothing, familiar sound. She had changed, too. The serene, almost distant champion was gone. In her place was a warrior who had stared into the abyss and refused to blink. A subtle tension now lined her emerald eyes, a constant readiness, but when she looked at him, it melted away into a warmth that was his alone to share. Glynda Goodwitch was at the center of it all, the axis around which their fractured world now turned. She stood near John, her back straight, her expression severe, a tablet in her hand displaying energy readings they'd been tracking for weeks. Her iconic riding crop was clipped to her belt, but she no longer wielded it with the casual authority of a teacher. It was now the tool of a general in a war she had never been trained to fight. The pristine white blouse and black skirt had been replaced with practical, dark gray combat trousers and a reinforced turtleneck. Yet, despite the exhaustion that etched fine lines around her eyes, she radiated an unyielding strength that held them all together. When her gaze met Izuku's from across the room, a silent conversation passed between them, a check-in, a reassurance, a shared understanding of the immense weight on their shoulders. Anything, Weiss. Glynda's voice cut through the relative quiet, sharp and clear. Weiss shook her head, a flicker of frustration crossing her features. It's a mess. The official channels are a disaster. Vale is under martial law, controlled by Ironwood. He's declared us, specifically you three," she nodded towards Izuku, Glynda, and Pyrrha, "as persons of interest in the fall of Beacon. He's not calling you criminals, not yet. But he's making it clear you're operating outside his authority. Which means he'll shoot us on sight," Nora chimed in cheerfully, not looking up from her polishing. Ren shot her a mildly disapproving look. "The public narrative is even worse," Weiss continued, pulling up a news feed. A stern-faced anchorwoman from the Vacuo Broadcasting Network filled the holographic screen. He headlined beneath her read, "The Green Comet, Savior or Harbinger." While eyewitness accounts continued to praise the unidentified powerhouse, dubbed the Uncrowned King, by some, for his role in saving countless lives during the breach, the anchorwoman reported, her tone grave, "Officials from the Atlesian military are raising serious questions." General James Ironwood, speaking from Vale, cited the catastrophic destruction of Beacon Tower, which coincided with the being's battle against Cinder Fall, as evidence of an uncontrollable and dangerous power. Critics are asking, did this stranger save Vale? Or did he simply bring a bigger war to its doorstep? The feed then cut to a grainy, zoomed-in image of Izuku, wreathed in green lightning, his face a mask of primal fury as he battled Cinder atop the tower. He looked monstrous. Izuku flinched, the memory of that fight a raw wound. He had felt the Voidbringer's energy coiling inside Cinder, a cold, hungry thing that whispered of entropy and decay. Ripping it out of her had felt like tearing a piece of reality apart with his bare hands. He had won, but the cost, Beacon, Ozpin, the world's sense of security, felt immeasurable. Pyrrha's hand gently rested on his arm. Her touch was a grounding force, pulling him back from the precipice of his own guilt. "They weren't there, Izuku. They didn't see what you did. What you prevented. It doesn't matter what they think," Glynda stated, her voice leaving no room for argument. She strode over, deactivating the news feed with a flick of her wrist. "History is written by those who survive to write it. Our focus remains singular. Track the energy signatures, identify the source, and eliminate it. Everything else is noise." Her pragmatism was a shield for all of them. But Izuku could see the toll it was taking. The sleepless nights, the endless planning, the burden of holding the fate of what was left of their world in her hands. He saw it in the way she gripped her tablet until her knuckles were white. In the fleeting moments her composed mask would slip, revealing a profound weariness beneath. A sudden, jarring alarm blared from Weiss's terminal. "Energy spike," she announced, her voice sharp with alarm. "It's close. And it's big. Bigger than any we've seen before." Instantly, the atmosphere in the garage crackled with tension. Nora dropped her polishing rag, her hand tightening on Magnild's grip. Ren was on his feet, his pistols in his hands. Blake melted into the shadows, and RWBY was a red blur, Crescent Rose snapping into its full scythe form. Glynda was already moving towards the main door, her eyes fixed on the tablet. Location: a small village, about 20 clicks east of here. Trent. It was abandoned after the Grimm breached the regional defenses last year, John supplied, pointing to a location on his map. "There's nothing there." "There is now," Izuku said, his voice low. Danger sense was screaming in his skull, a high-pitched why. Nay that felt like ice water being poured directly into his brain. It wasn't the familiar thrum of Grimm or the sharp sting of human malice. This was different. It felt hollow. A void. "Pyrrha, you're with me," Glynda commanded. "Izuku, you're our spearhead. The rest of you, stay here. Secure this position and be ready for evac. We don't know what we're walking into." There were murmurs of protest, especially from RWBY, but a single sharp look from Glynda silenced them. This wasn't a school mission. This was a surgical strike. They were the only ones who had faced the true nature of this energy before. As the three of them prepared to leave, stepping out into the cold mountain air, Pyrrha fell into step beside Izuku. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice a soft murmur. "That broadcast, I know it affects you." Izuku let out a breath, watching it plume in the frigid air. "I'm used to it," he lied, then immediately regretted it. There were no lies between them. "No," he corrected himself, meeting her concerned gaze. "I'm not. In my world, being a hero was simpler. There were villains, there were civilians. You saved one from the other." Here, everything is gray. And I feel like I'm the one casting the biggest shadow. Quote. She stopped, placing a hand on his chest, right over his heart. Your shadow is cast by the light you give off, Izuku. It's the brightest light any of us have ever seen. Don't you ever forget that. Quote. A faint smile touched his lips. He placed his hand over hers, squeezing it gently. Before he could reply, Glynda's voice cut through the moment. We're burning daylight. Let's move. Her tone was clipped, professional. But as Izuku looked over, he saw her watching them, and for a split second, the commander's mask softened. A flicker of warmth, of shared affection, crossed her features before being swiftly locked away. It was enough. In this ashen kingdom they now inhabited, these fleeting moments were the embers that kept them warm. They were a silent. She promised that no matter how dark it got, they would face it together. The village of Torrent was a ghost. It clung to the side of a mountain like a collection of broken teeth, its stone houses silent and hollow-eyed. Their roofs collapsed and their doors hanging open like gaping mouths. A thick, unnatural fog swirled through the single, cobbled street, muffling sound and clinging to their clothes with a damp, chilling touch. The air hummed with a low-frequency vibration that resonated deep in their bones, a nauseating thrum that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the village. Izuku led the way, one for all simmering beneath his skin at a steady 15%. Green bioelectricity arced between his fingers, casting an eerie glow on the oppressive fog. Danger sense was no longer a sharp alarm but a constant, overwhelming pressure against his skull, a sensory overload that made it difficult to distinguish specific threats from the ambient wrongness of the place. The signature is strongest at the center of the village. Glynda murmured, her eyes glued to the readings on her tablet. The old well. Pyrrha moved with a liquid grace, her shield raised, her spear held at a low ready. Her eyes, sharp and focused, scanned every shadow, every crumbling doorway. I don't like this. It's too quiet. No Grim, not even a bird. They're afraid, Izuku said, his voice tight. Whatever's air, the Grim are smart enough to stay away. They reached the village square. In the center stood a large, stone well, its surface covered in a strange, pulsating, violet-black lichen that seemed to drink the light. The humming was louder here, a discordant thrum that vibrated up through the soles of their boots. The fog swirled more thickly around the well, and Izuku could see faint, ephemeral shapes twisting and dissipating within it. What is that stuff? Pyrrha asked, her voice laced with revulsion. A biological manifestation of the energy, Glynda surmised, her expression grim. It's terraforming, corrupting the area on a fundamental level. As she spoke, a low gurgling sound echoed from a nearby alleyway. It was a wet, ragged noise, like something drowning in its own lungs. Izuku's head snapped towards the sound. Danger sense finally zeroing in on a single, potent threat. Contact, he hissed. Out of the fog, it shambled. At first glance, it might have been a person. It was bipedal, with 2 arms and a head. But the resemblance ended there. Its skin was pale and translucent, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. There were no eyes in its sockets, only swirling vort. XES of the same violet-black energy as the lichen on the well. Its limbs were too long, its fingers ending in blackened, needle-like claws. But the most horrifying part was its chest. A gaping cavity had been torn open, and from within, a cage of pulsating, energy-laced ribs was visible. In the center of the cage, where a heart should be, floated a single, luminous pearl of darkness. It wasn't Grim. It wasn't human. It was something else entirely. Aura readings are non-existent, Glynda whispered, her voice tight with a mixture of scientific curiosity and pure dread. It's like a hole in reality. The creature, the husk, let out another gurgling cry and lunged, its movements unnaturally fast and jerky. It ignored Pyrrha and Glynda, its eyeless sockets fixed solely on Izuku. It sensed the power radiating from him, the brilliant sun of one for all, and it craved it like a starving man craves bread. Izuku reacted instantly. He pushed off the ground, a miniature sonic boom cracking the air as he met the creature head-on. He didn't use a named smash, just a simple, 20% punch aimed at its torso. His fist connected with a sickening, wet crunch. But it didn't fly back. It didn't explode into dust. Instead, the area he struck simply dissolved. The creature's flesh turned to a thick, black ichor that clung to his gauntlet, and it was cold. Impossibly cold. A deep, soul-sucking call. That seemed to leach the warmth not just from his body, but from his aura. Izuku gritted his teeth, yanking his arm back as the husk reformed almost instantly, the hole in its chest sealing with a squelch. It swiped at him with its claws, and he danced back, the talons leaving shimmering, violet trails in the air where they passed. It feeds on energy, he shouted, his mind racing. Direct kinetic force is being absorbed and converted. Then we give it something it can't digest, Glynda's voice rang out. With a sweep of her riding crop, the cobblestones around the husk's feet ripped free from the ground. They flew through the air, not as simple projectiles, but as a swirling, grinding vortex of stone and dirt. A telekinetic storm. The husk was battered, torn apart by the sharpened stones, but the effect was temporary. The black ichor that made up its body would be flung apart only to sluggishly flow back together, the creature reforming with a patient, horrifying certainty. Pyrrha saw it too. Direct force was a losing game. She changed tactics. With a graceful spin, she flung her shield like a discus. It didn't aim for the creature's center of mass, but for its legs, her polarity guiding it in a low, sweeping arc. The shield slammed into the husk's knees, not to break them, but to unbalance it. As it staggered, she thrust her spear forward, not with force, but with precision. The tip slid into the gap in the creature's ribs, aimed directly for the dark pearl in its chest. The moment her spear touched the pearl, the creature shrieked, a sound that was not a sound, a psychic scream that scraped against their minds. Pyrrha cried out, stumbling back, her hand flying to her head. My aura. It's draining my aura. Izuku saw the shimmering green field around her flicker and dim. The husk, now enraged, swiped at her. No, you don't. Izuku roared. He activated Black Whip, tendrils of dark energy erupting from his arms. He didn't try to strike the creature. Instead, he shot the tendrils past it, latching onto the crumbling walls of the buildings on either side of the square. With a tremendous heave, he pulled. Tons of ancient stonework groaned in protest. Mortar cracked, and foundations shifted. With a deafening roar, the facades of 2 entire buildings ripped free and collapsed inward, burying the husk under a mountain of rubble. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the settling of dust and the pained gasps from Pyrrha as she tried to recover. Glynda was at her side instantly, a hand on her shoulder. Report. What did you feel? Pyrrha shuddered, her eyes wide. It was empty. A hunger. When my spear touched its core, I felt a connection. It tried to take everything. Not just my aura, my memories, my life, my soul. The pile of rubble began to shift. A black, tar-like substance began to seep from between the stones, slowly, inexorably, pulling itself back together. It's still regenerating, Izuku said, his jaw tight. We can't destroy it with blunt force. And getting close enough to target its core is too dangerous. They were in a stalemate. A monster they couldn't physically defeat, that fed on their power and regenerated from any attack. It was a problem that brute strength couldn't solve. Izuku's mind, honed by years of analytical mumbling and countless battles, churned through possibilities. Fa Jin's kinetic buildup. It would just absorb it. Float. Useless for offense here. Smokescreen. A pointless distraction. Danger Sense was still screaming, but now it was a flat, unhelpful drone of pure terror. Wait, Glynda said suddenly, her eyes wide with dawning realization. She was staring at Izuku's gauntlet, where the last remnants of the black ichor were slowly evaporating into nothing. The cold. You said it was cold. That's a massive expenditure of energy. Thermodynamics. Regeneration on that scale, converting matter and energy, it can't be infinitely efficient. It must have a weakness. Izuku followed her gaze, then her logic. The cold, an endothermic reaction. It was drawing energy from its surroundings to fuel its regeneration. He had poured a massive amount of kinetic energy into it, and it had used that to fuel itself. Pyrrha's aura had been a direct, delicious meal. But Glynda's telekinesis, that was different. She wasn't creating energy, just manipulating existing objects. The creature, had to expend its own reserves to regenerate from that. We can't destroy it, Izuku said, the pieces clicking into place. So we need to starve it. He looked at Glynda, a plan forming in his eyes. She understood immediately and gave a sharp nod. Pyrrha, fall back. Create a perimeter. Use your semblance to throw up a barrier of debris if anything else comes out of the fog. Don't let it touch you. Pyrrha, still shaken but resolute, nodded and retreated, her hands outstretched as loose scraps of metal, old pipes, discarded tools, iron fixtures from the collapsed buildings, rose from the ground and began to form a crude orbiting wall around the square. Now it was just Izuku and Glynda. The pile of rubble was visibly shrinking as the husk absorbed it, converting the stone into its own mass. Soon it would be free. This is going to be a massive drain on my aura, Glynda said, her stance widening as she prepared to exert herself to her limits. I can't keep it up for long. You won't have to, Izuku replied, a grim smile on his face. He slammed his fists together, one for all surging through him, not as a weapon, but as a power source. I'm a pretty big meal. Let's see if it can finish the whole plate. He was going to be the bait. He would let it feed, pour so much energy into it so quickly that it couldn't process it. He would become a living circuit breaker. The husk finally tore itself free from the rubble, larger now, having incorporated the mass of the stone into its form. It was a hulking, misshapen brute of black ichor and grinding rock. It let out its psychic shriek and charged, its eyeless gaze locked on Izuku. Now, Glynda, Izuku yelled. Just as the monster reached him, Glynda's power slammed down. But she didn't attack the creature. Instead, she targeted the very ground beneath it. The ancient cobblestones shattered, and a telekinetic wave of force ripped a deep chasm in the earth. The husk, caught off balance, plunged into the darkness. Simultaneously, Glynda's power seized the remains of the two collapsed buildings. With a gesture that seemed to strain every muscle in her body, she lifted thousands of tons of rock and timber into the air, holding them in a shimmering purple field of telekinetic energy. The ground shook, and the air crackled with the raw power she was wielding. The husk was already crawling its way out of the chasm, its form shifting and flowing over the rock. Izuku, she grunted, sweat beading on her forehead. Izuku didn't hesitate. He leapt into the chasm, directly on top of the creature. The moment he made contact, the feeding began. The soul-sucking cold washed over him, far more intense than before. He could feel his aura being ripped away, a torrent of energy flowing from him into the husk. The creature spasmed with ecstasy, its form swelling as it gorged on the feast of one for all. Izuku roared, channeling more and more power, letting it flow freely. 30%, 45%, 60%. His own energy reserves were plummeting at an alarming rate. The green lightning around him grew to a blinding intensity. The husk swelled, becoming a grotesque, pulsating bladder of raw power, unable to contain the sheer volume of energy it was consuming. Cracks of green lightning began to appear across its black surface. It was overloading. Glynda, he screamed, his voice raw. With a final, desperate cry of exertion, Glynda released her hold. The mountain of rubble she had suspended in the air came crashing down, plunging into the chasm with the force of a meteor strike. The world was reduced to a deafening roar of grinding stone and splintering wood. The entire village square collapsed, burying Izuku and the husk under a self-made tomb. Silence descended, thick and absolute. Pyrrha cried out his name, rushing forward, only to be stopped by Glynda, who had fallen to one knee, panting, her aura almost completely depleted. Wait, she gasped. For a terrifying minute, nothing happened. Then, a faint green glow began to emanate from the heart of the crater. With a sound like a thunderclap, the rubble exploded upwards. Izuku shot out of the ground, landing in a crouch 50 feet away, his suit torn, his body bruised, but alive. He was breathing heavily, the raw power of one for all flickering around him weakly. He looked back at the crater. There was nothing left of the husk. No ichor, no regenerating core. Just a fine, inert black dust that was already being scattered by the wind. They had starved it, overfed it until it burst. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly. Pyrrha was there in an instant, her arms around him, supporting him. Glynda limped over, her professional composure finally cracking as she placed a hand on his shoulder, her fingers trembling slightly. That was reckless, impulsive, and monumentally stupid, she said, her voice shaky. Izuku looked at her, then at Pyrrha, and managed a weak, tired grin. So, It was a good plan. Despite the exhaustion, despite the terror, a small smile touched Glynda's lips, and Pyrrha let out a short, relieved laugh. They stood there for a long moment, huddled together in the ruins of a haunted village, 3 survivors in an ashen kingdom. The battle was won, but it had revealed a horrifying truth. Their enemy wasn't just a monster to be punched. It was a concept, a hunger, and it was learning. Their return to the service station was grim. After Izuku's debrief, a heavy silence fell over the assembled teams. The revelation of a foe that fed on aura, that couldn't be fought with conventional means, was a sobering blow. Days turned into a week. They needed to recover. Glynda's aura took the longest to replenish, the sheer scale of her telekinetic feat having pushed her to her absolute limit. During this time, they hunkered down, poring over the data they'd collected, trying to find a pattern, a weakness, anything. It was during this lull that the true weight of their situation began to press in on them. The phantoms of their past came calling. Not the literal, void-spawned kind, but the ones they carried in their own hearts. One night, Izuku found Pyrrha on the roof of the station, sitting with her legs dangling over the edge, staring up at the shattered moon. The wind whipped her hair around her face, but she seemed not to notice. He sat down beside her, the silence stretching between them, comfortable and familiar. "You haven't been sleeping," he said, not as an accusation, but as a simple statement of fact. She didn't look at him. "Every time I close my eyes," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm back on the tower. I feel the heat of her fire, the arrow in my heel. But this time, you're not there to stop me. I make the choice. I go up to face her alone. And I die. Every single night." Her body was trembling. Izuku wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "You're not that person anymore, Pyrrha. You survived. You chose to live. But did I?" she asked, finally turning to face him, her emerald eyes swimming with unshed tears. "Or did you just choose for me? Cinder, the maiden power, I was supposed to be the one. My whole life has been about destiny, about fulfilling a role I was given. The invincible girl, the champion, the next fall maiden. When you stood in my way, you took that from me. You saved my life, Izuku, and I love you for it. But I don't know who I am without that destiny." Izuku's heart ached for her. He understood the burden of a legacy, the crushing weight of expectation. One for All was a legacy he carried every second of every day. "When I was a kid," he began, his voice soft, "I was told I couldn't be a hero. I had no power, no destiny. My dream was impossible, so I decided to make my own destiny. And then I was given this power." He held up a hand, letting green lightning crackle over his knuckles. "A destiny I never asked for. For the longest time, I thought I had to be just like my mentor, All Might. I had to be the perfect symbol of peace. But I'm not him. I had to choose to be my own kind of hero." He took her hands in his grip firm and reassuring. "Your destiny was never to die on that tower, Pyrrha. That was just one path Ozpin laid out for you. Your real destiny is the one you forge for yourself, starting right now. You're not the invincible girl. You're Pyrrha Nikos. You're a brilliant warrior, a kind soul. And the woman I love. That's who you are. The rest is just noise." A single tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek. She leaned forward, resting her forehead against his. "Thank you, Izuku," she whispered. The word was freighted with a depth of emotion that left him breathless. They stayed like that for a long time, 2 souls adrift in a sea of chaos, clinging to each other as their one true north. A few days later, a different kind of crisis emerged. A tense quiet had fallen over their group, an undercurrent of friction that Izuku couldn't quite place until he found Glynda in the station's small, cramped office, staring at a map of Remnant with an expression of such profound exhaustion that he feared she might simply crumble into dust. "What's wrong?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe. She didn't look up. "Everything," she replied, her voice flat. "Ironwood has locked down Atlas, pulling all his forces back. The council in Vacuo is in shambles. Mistral. The kingdoms are shattering. Salem is still out there. Cinder is still out there, and we're chasing shadows in the mountains while the world burns down." She finally looked at him, her violet eyes stark in her pale face. "I'm not Ozpin, Izuku. I don't have centuries of experience. I don't have his secrets, his network. I'm a teacher, a huntress. I'm trying to lead this army. And I don't even know what direction the war is. Her composure, the unshakable wall of strength she presented to the world, had finally cracked. Beneath it was a woman terrified of failure. Terrified of letting down the children she had sworn to protect. Izuku walked over to her, gently taking the tablet from her hands and setting it aside. "You're right," he said. "You're not Ozpin." She flinched as if he'd slapped her. "You're better," he continued, his voice firm but gentle. Ozpin played a long game, a game of secrets and acceptable losses. He was willing to sacrifice pieces for a victory he might never see. You fight for every single person. You haven't lost anyone. You got every student you could out of Beacon. You're holding this team together through sheer force of will. You're not playing his game, Glynda. You're teaching us all how to fight a new one." He reached out, tentatively, and placed a hand on her shoulder. "You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to keep trusting us. Keep trusting yourself. You're our leader. Let us be your strength." She stared at him, her lips parted in surprise. For a moment, he thought she would pull away, retreat back behind her walls of authority. Instead, she leaned into his touch, a shuddering breath escaping her. She didn't cry, but her eyes glistened with a vulnerability he had never seen before. "You are a ridiculously good man, Izuku Midoriya," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "I have good teachers," he replied softly. The moment was interrupted by a frantic call from Weiss. "You three need to see this. Now." They rushed back into the garage, where everyone was gathered around Weiss's terminal. She had managed to decrypt a fragment of Ozpin's personal journals, recover D from the data slate Glynda had salvaged from the ruins of his office. On the screen were drawings, ancient and faded. They depicted a temple, built around a massive, naturally formed crystal. There were notes in Ozpin's familiar script, esoteric and rambling. "The heart of the wild, a convergence of ley-lines, the planet's soul, exposed," RWBY read aloud. "What does it mean?" "It's a place of immense power," Glynda breathed, her eyes wide. "One of the creation myths talks about a place where the gods first touched remnant, where the barrier between worlds is thin." Ozpin believed it was real. "And look at this," Weiss said, pointing to a geolocation tag embedded in the data. "It's in the heart of the Dragon Continent, the most grim-infested land on the planet." "Unreachable, not unreachable," Izuku said, his eyes tracing the map. "Just difficult." His gaze drifted to another part of the journal, a section Ozpin had written more recently. "The anomaly's energy signature does not match any known grim variant. It is alien, other. It does not seek to destroy, but to consume. To erase. It is drawn to entropy, to the long, slow decay of our world. My endless war with her, it is a beacon for this thing. A cosmic sickness, as it might see it. If an anchor is ever established, it will be at a place of great power. The heart must not be allowed to fall silent." A chill went down Izuku's spine. "The convergence point," he whispered. "The Voidbringer is trying to set up its main anchor there. It's going for the planet's heart." Just then, another alarm pinged on Weiss's screen. Not from their local sensors, but a priority alert from an Atlesian deep-range patrol, one that was clearly not meant to be public. "What is it?" John asked. "A fleet," Weiss said, her voice trembling. "A small Atlesian fleet on the eastern coast of Anima. They're being attacked. But not by Grimm." She brought up the video feed. It was grainy, shot from a fleeing bullhead. In the sky, several Atlesian frigates were listing, smoke pouring from their hulls. Swarming them were not Grimm, but creatures of shifting, violet-black energy, things that looked like manta rays made of pure void. Firing bolts of corrosive energy that ate through the ship's hulls. And leading them, standing on the deck of the flagship he had just captured, was a man. He was enormous, larger even than Yatsuhashi, with skin the color of granite and arms laced with raw, dust-infused muscle. Dust crystals were embedded directly into his flesh, glowing with malevolent power. Hazel Reinhardt. He's hunting them too, Glynda realized. Salem's forces are also fighting this thing. A desperate, terrible idea began to form in her mind. The enemy of my enemy. We can't trust him, Blake warned immediately. We don't have to trust him, Izuku said, his expression hardening. But he's where the fight is. And he's heading inland, towards the Dragon Continent. All roads were leading to the same place. The source. Their period of rest was over. The trail to the source was a journey through hell. They traveled east, crossing the border into the desolate, grim-infested lands of the Dragon Continent. The sky grew permanently overcast, a bruised purple gray that seemed to suck the color and life from the world. The very air grew thin and sharp, tasting of ozone and decay. They battled new horrors along the way. Packs of void-mutated beowulfs that could blink short distances, their spatial warping making them impossible to track. Floating, jellyfish-like creatures that drifted through the dead forests. Their tentacles trailing phantom energy that, upon contact, induced vivid, terrifying hallucinations. During one such encounter, Izuku was caught by a trailing tentacle. The world dissolved around him. He was back in his own reality, during the final war. He saw his friends, his mentors, broken and bleeding. He saw Shigaraki, a monstrous god of decay, turning the world to dust. He felt the crushing, absolute despair of his failure, the weight of a world he couldn't save. He screamed, lashing out with One for All, nearly leveling the forest around them. It was Pyrrha and Glynda who broke through to him. Their hands on his face, their voices cutting through the nightmare, were his tethers to this new reality. He collapsed into their arms, shaking and spent, the GHOSTS of his past more terrifying than any monster. It was then, in that moment of shared vulnerability, that their bond was truly forged in fire. Not just a romance, but a trinity of survival. They were each other's strength, each other's sanity. Without a word, they helped him to his feet, one on each side, and they kept moving forward. Finally, after weeks of travel that felt like years, they arrived. They stood on the edge of a vast, sunken caldera. In the center, wreathed in a perpetual storm of violet lightning, stood the temple from Ozpin's journals. But it was wrong, horribly wrong. Structure itself seemed to twist and writhe, its geometry shifting in ways that made the eyes water and the mind rebel. The air around it shimmered, reality itself buckling under an immense gravitational and energetic pressure. Great, crystalline growths of the same black-violet substance they'd seen on the well pulsed with a sickly light, covering the ancient stone like a cancer. The very Faber-I of the world was being unwoven and re-stitched into something alien, something monstrous. This was the anchor, the heart of the void. My God, Weiss breathed, her voice trembling with awe and terror. Ren placed a hand on Nora's shoulder, his expression grim. I can feel it, he whispered. The negativity here, it's a bottomless ocean of it. It's calling every grim for 1,000 miles. Then we have to end this. And we have to end it now, Glynda declared, her voice ringing with a cold, hard finality. Izuku stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the pulsating heart of the storm. One for All surged to life. A brilliant green sun against the encroaching darkness. He could feel it, the Voidbringer. It was aware of them. It was waiting. He looked back at his companions. At the determined faces of RWBY and JNR. At Pyrrha, her spear glowing with the light of her semblance, her gaze unwavering. At Glynda, her eyes blazing with telekinetic power, ready to unmake the world to save it. This was it, the end of the beginning. They were no longer students, no longer fugitives. They were the last line of defense for a world on the brink of erasure. Standing together, they were Remnant's new foundation. Its last, best hope. And as they began their descent into the heart of the void, into the Ashen Kingdom's corrupted capital, they were ready for war. Chapter 8. The Heart of the Void. The world began to bleed at the edges. It was not a sudden, violent change, but a slow, insidious corruption, like ink dropped into water. The ancient path they followed, once paved with stones and smoothed by millennia of forgotten pilgrims, now rippled under their feet as if it were liquid. The colossal, moss-choked trees that flanked them did not sway in the wind but bent at unnatural angles. Their branches twisting into tormented spirals that clawed at a sky the color of a day-old bruise. Sound was a liar here. The crunch of their boots on gravel echoed a moment too late, and whispers say. Emed to come from inside their own skulls, speaking in languages that had never been uttered by human tongues. Team RWBY, what remained of Team JNPR, Glynda, Pyrrha, and Izuku, their small, defiant key. Nigdam of ashes, had followed the trail of coalescing void energy to this place, a location marked on Ozpin's oldest maps only with a symbol of a serpent eating its own tail and the single, ominous word, Nexus. Stay sharp. Glynda's voice was a low, steady command, a lighthouse beacon in a sea of madness. Her riding crop was held tight in her hand, its tip glowing with a soft lavender light, a ward against the encroaching strangeness. The laws of physics are suggestions here. Do not trust your senses. Ruby rose, ever the optimist, tried for a brave face, but her silver eyes were wide, darting from the pulsating ground to the weeping bark of the trees. It's like one of Emerald's illusions, but real. And way creepier. Crescent Rose was unfolded in her hands, its familiar weight a comforting, tangible truth in a world of lies. It's more than an illusion, Weiss-Schnee corrected, her voice tight with academic precision that barely masked her fear. Myrtanaster's tip traced a glyph in the air, a small circle of normalcy that fizzled out almost as soon as it formed. The energy readings are off the charts. It's not manipulating perception, it's actively rewriting the environment on a quantum level. This place is fundamentally unstable. Beside her, Blake Belladonna was a coiled spring of tension, her hand resting on the hilt of Gamble's shroud. Her faunus senses were in overdrive, a cacophony of impossible sights and sounds that threatened to overwhelm her. Yang Xiaolong, by contrast, was a simmering furnace of aggression. She cracked her knuckles, the metallic click of ember silica a percussive counterpoint to the distorted whispers. Good. Let's break it. John Ark, now the reluctant leader of his fractured team, swallowed hard. He felt the familiar weight of Crocia Morse on his hip and the heavier weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Nora Valkyrie was uncharacteristically silent, her grip on Magnild so tight her knuckles were white. Lai Ren stood in a state of deep meditation, his aura a placid lake in an attempt to filter out the emotional poison seeping from the landscape. But it was the trio at the vanguard who were the true eye of the storm. Pyrrha Nikos moved with a focused grace that defied the warping terrain. Her polarity was a constant, subtle pressure emanating from her, an attempt to impose order on the chaos. She could feel the metallic trace elements in the very soil twisting, screaming under the influence of the void. Her eyes, green and sharp, were fixed on the structure that was slowly resolving into view at the end of the path. Glynda Goodwitch walked with a rigid posture, her telekinesis a shield not of force, but of sheer will. She was actively pushing back against the reality warping effect, creating a small BBLE of relative stability around their group. It was an immense strain, visible in the faint tremor of her hands and the thin sheen of sweat on her brow. Every step was a battle against a tide of cosmic entropy. And then there was Izuku Midoriya. For him, this place was a symphony of agony. Danger sense was no longer a helpful buzz at the back of his skull, it was a continuous, high-frequency scream. A psychic alarm that had been blaring for miles. One for all thrummed under his skin, a caged star reacting violently to the anti-energy of the void. Green lightning, no longer just an aura but a constant, crackling discharge, coiled around his arms and legs, grounding him, anchoring him to his own reality. He could feel the vestiges within him, the past users of his quirk, stirring, not in fear, but in a cold, unified rage. They recognized this enemy not as a physical threat, but as an existential one. An antithesis to everything they had ever fought for. His eyes, which had seen so much war and loss, were narrowed on the temple. It was a monument to impossibility. Its architecture was a fusion of cyclopean stone and pulsating, organic tissue. Towers that reached for the sky also aimed to burrow into the ground simultaneously. Archways led to vistas of alien stars, only to shift and become solid walls a moment later. A great, obsidian gate stood before them, not carved with symbols, but seemingly composed of them, writhing, changing glyphs that hurt the eyes to look at. This is it. Izuku's voice was unnervingly calm, the practiced tone of a general before the final charge. The energy is densest here. Whatever the Voidbringer is, its heart is inside. He took a step forward, and the ground before him solidified. The whispers ceased. The air grew still and cold, Why with a pressure that had nothing to do with atmosphere and everything to do with presence. The obsidian gate dissolved, not opening, but simply ceasing to exist, revealing a cavernous space within. It's inviting us in, Pyrrha murmured. her hand instinctively finding the hilt of Milo. A trap, Glynda stated, her eyes scanning the impossible geometry of the interior. No, Izuku said, the green lightning around him intensifying. It's an audience chamber. He looked back at his friends, at the family forged in the crucible of Beacon's fall. His gaze lingered on Glynda and Pyrrha, a silent conversation passing between them in a fraction of a second, of trust, of love, of a shared and terrible purpose. RWBY, JNR, you are our perimeter. Secure the entrance. Do not let anything in or out. Engage any manifested threats, but do not, under any circumstances, enter the central chamber until I call for you. Is that understood? There was a moment of protest in Ruby's eyes, a desire to be at his side. But she saw the finality in his expression. She saw the king of Beacon, not the awkward boy who had crashed into their lives. She nodded, her grip tightening on her side. Understood. John echoed her, his voice gaining a measure of confidence from Izuku's own. You can count on us. Izuku gave them a final, grateful nod. Then, with Glynda on his right and Pyrrha on his left, he stepped across the threshold. Leaving the twisted parody of Remnant's nature behind and entering the pure, undiluted reality of the void. The interior of the temple was a negation of everything. It was a vast, cathedral-like space that seemed to stretch into infinity, yet also felt claustrophobically close. There was no floor, only a series of disconnected, floating obsidian platforms arranged in a spiral that descended into a swirling abyss of violet-black energy. Above them, there was no ceiling, only a starscape of dead suns and dying galaxies, a cosmic graveyard that offered no light, only a profound and chilling emptiness. The air was thin, cold, and utterly silent. Here, the whispers were gone, replaced by a silence so absolute it felt like a physical weight on their eardrums. The three of them landed on the highest platform, their movements soundless. Izuku's danger sense was screaming, focused on the lowest, largest platform at the heart of the spiral. Something was there. Something was waiting. It's drawing all the energy in this dimension to a single point, Glynda observed, her voice a hushed whisper that was somehow deafening in the silence. Her telekinesis felt sluggish here, as if the space itself was resisting her will. The anchor, Pyrrha breathed, her eyes tracing the faint lines of energy that flowed from the very fabric of the non-space into the center. If we can destroy that, we can cut it off from Remnant. It won't be that simple, Izuku said, his gaze locked on the central platform. He activated float, lifting a few inches off the ground, testing the strange gravity of this place. Green lightning flared around him, the only source of genuine light in the entire chamber. It knows we're here. It's waiting for us to make the first move. As if in response to his words, the energy in the abyss began to coalesce. It swirled, thickened, and rose like a column of black smoke, gathering on the central platform. It was not a sudden manifestation, but a deliberate, almost artistic creation. The smoke solidified, taking on a form that was vaguely, cruelly humanoid. It was tall and slender, sexless and featureless, its body composed of the same shifting, star-dusted darkness of the void around them. It had no face, only a smooth expanse of nothingness from which 2 points of light ignited, eyes like dying quasars, burning with an ancient, cold, and utterly passionless intelligence. When it moved, it did not walk, but simply was where it was not a moment before. And then, it spoke. Its voice was not one, but 1,000. A legion of voices, men, women, children, the old and the young, speaking in perfect unison, a chorus of the devoured. The sound did not travel through the air but simply appeared inside their minds, a violadio. And that was more intimate and terrifying than any shout. Less than so, the anomaly arrives. Greater than **** the chorus of voices resonated in their skulls. Less than the final, frantic heartbeat of a failed experiment. You bring with you the champion and the warden. A trinity of defiance. It is, aesthetically pleasing. Greater than. Glynda's hand tightened on her crop, a lavender shield of pure telekinetic force shimmering into existence around the three of them. Identify yourself. The being tilted its head, a gesture of mock curiosity that was profoundly unsettling. Less than I am the answer to a question this universe has been screaming for eons. I am the surgeon who removes the cancerous growth. I am the final page in a story that has gone on for far too long. Your kind has given me many names in your fleeting, terrified myths. You may call me the Voidbringer. It is as good a name as any for a force of cosmic necessity. Greater than necessity, Pyrrha challenged, her voice ringing with defiance. She planted the butt of her spear on the platform, and faint magnetic lines of force began to spread from her, a web of order in this chaotic domain. You've done nothing but corrupt and destroy. You twist the grim into abominations and feed on the life force of this world. Less than correction, Champion Pyrrha Nikos, greater than ****, the Voidbringer's mental voice was calm, utterly rational. Less than I do not corrupt. I perfect. The grim are a fascinatingly primitive expression of destruction. I merely gave them purpose, efficiency. And I do not feed on your world's life force. I am cleansing it of a poison. A sickness. Greater than. The entity extended a long, slender arm. And the space between them shimmered. Images appeared in the void, ghostly and translucent. They saw Ozpin, in one of his many incarnations, standing opposite a pale, dark-veined Salem. They saw kingdoms rise and fall. They saw millennia of secret, pointless warfare, a cycle of destruction and rebirth that never progressed, never evolved. Less than behold, the sickness, greater than ****, the Voidbringer explained. Less than two immortals, locked in a petulant, eternal squabble, fueled by gods who abandoned their creation. Their conflict has stalled this world's development for 100 generations. It is a cosmic error, a loop that will never close. Remnant is not a living world. It is a wound, festering and refusing to heal. My purpose is to bring it peace. The peace of absolute cessation. Greater than. You called genocide. Peace. Izuku's voice cut through the entity's monologue, sharp and filled with a cold fury. The green lightning around him flared brighter, casting the Voidbringer's form in a stark, flickering silhouette. The entity's attention focused entirely on him. Its quasar eyes seemed to bore into his very soul, dissecting him, analyzing the impossible power that churned within him. Less than Izuku Midoriya, the singularity, a being of impossible power, from a reality that should never have intersected with this one. Your arrival was unexpected. A variable I had not accounted for. But a predictable one. Greater than. He Voidbringer began to circle their platform, its movements fluid and silent. Less than you are the ultimate symptom of this world's disease. When a body is dying, it can sometimes produce a final, brilliant fever. A last, desperate defense that burns brightly before the end. You, with your boundless heroism, your selfless need to save everyone, you are Remnant's fever. You are beautiful, magnificent, and utterly futile. Greater than. We've saved people, Izuku growled, taking a step forward. We saved Vale from the breach. We saved the students at Beacon. We're going to save this world from you. Less than you saved a city only for it to fall later. Greater than ****, the Voidbringer countered, its tone devoid of malice, stating it as simple fact. The entity stopped directly before them, its form seeming to loom larger, absorbing the non-light around it. Less than but your power is unique. One for all, a chain of purpose, of legacy. It is the antithesis of my own nature. And yet, it is a tool. A powerful one. Your arrival supercharged my anchor. Gave me the energy needed to begin the final cleansing. You have, ironically, hastened the very end you seek to prevent. Greater than. The quasar eyes seemed to soften, an illusion of empathy that was more chilling than any open hostility. Less than I see the truth of you, Izuku Midoriya. You carry the weight of 1 billion souls on your shoulders. You see every failure as your own. You belly. Eve, you must be the pillar that holds up the sky. It is an exhausting, thankless existence. And it is unnecessary. Greater than. The Voidbringer extended an open hand. It was a gesture of invitation. Less than join me. Why? Our power could accelerate the process 1,000-fold. We can erase this failed reality, painlessly, instantly. And from the clean slate, a new universe can be born. One without the baggage of feuding gods and immortal children. One with a genuine chance. Your desire to save people is noble. So save them. Save them from the pointless agony of their existence. Help me prune this withered branch so the tree of reality can flourish. Be a true hero. Be a creator of worlds, not a janitor for a condemned one. Greater than. The offer hung in the silent void, monstrous in its logic, terrifying in its appeal. For a split second, The sheer scale of the proposal was staggering. An end to Salem. An end to the grim. An end to all the pain. Yang shouted from the entrance, her voice strained, "Don't listen to it, Izuku." Weiss's cry was more desperate. "It's lying. It's trying to manipulate you." But Izuku did not look at them. He looked at the monstrous, alien god before him. He saw the logic in its words, the cold, detached reasoning of a force of nature. And in that logic, he saw the ultimate evil. It was the logic of giving up. The logic of despair. He looked to his left, at Pyrrha. Her jaw was set, her eyes blazing. She had faced a similar choice on Beacon Tower, a choice to sacrifice herself for a cause she barely understood. She had been ready to die for the chance that others might live. He looked to his right, at Glynda. Her face was a mask of cold fury. She had spent her entire life fighting to protect a system, a people, a world that was deeply flawed. She did it not because it was perfect, but because it was hers. And because the struggle to make it better was the only thing that mattered. He saw his answer in their eyes. He felt it in the thrum of One for All, in the silent, resolute spirits of his predecessors. He thought of his mother, of All Might, of his friends in Class 1A. He thought of Ruby's smile, of John's determination, of the quiet strength of the people of Remnant. They were not a disease. They were not a failed experiment. A small, genuine smile touched Izuku's lips. It was a strange, disarming sight in this place of cosmic dread. "You're wrong," he said. His voice quiet but echoing with absolute conviction. "You talk about this world like it's a math problem that needs to be solved. You see the cycle of war, the flaws, the pain, and you think the only answer is to erase the whole equation." He took another step forward, the green lightning now a roaring tempest around him. Black-whip tendrils began to unfurl from his arms, tasting the alien air. "But you don't see the rest of it. You don't see the moments in between the fights. You don't see a baker in Vale getting up before dawn to make bread for his neighbors. You don't see students at Beacon helping each other study, laughing in the cafeteria. You don't see the courage of a fauna standing up against discrimination, or the love a mother has for her child. You don't see the small, everyday acts of kindness and hope and defiance that happen every single second. That's what a world is. Not the grand, cosmic struggles. It's the people." His voice rose, no longer quiet, but a clear, ion call of defiance that pushed back the oppressive silence. This world, and its people, are worth fighting for. Flaws and all. For the first time, the Voidbringer's chorus of voices held a new emotion. A faint, cold flicker of annoyance. Less than a sentimental, illogical conclusion. Predictable. Greater than the invitation was rescinded. The open hand clenched into a fist. Less than so be it. Your world will die screaming. And you, its beautiful, tragic fever, will be the first to burn out. Greater than. The battle for Remnant began not with a bang, but with the silent erasure of reality. The platform beneath their feet vanished. For a heart-stopping moment, they were falling into the swirling abyss. But Izuku was already moving. Black-whip tendrils shot out, latching onto other, distant platforms, while he wrapped his arms around Glynda and Pyrrha. He used float to arrest their descent, the three of them hovering in the vast, empty space as the Voidbringer's avatar unleashed its true power. It did not attack with fists or energy beams. It attacked with existence itself. The space around them warped and buckled. Gravity reversed, then multiplied, threatening to crush them. Phantom images swarmed them, a dying amber, a triumphant cinder. A fallen penny Palendina, ghosts of their failures brought forth to torment them. Don't let it distract you. Glynda's voice was sharp, a commander's bark. A massive telekinetic wave erupted from her, shattering the illusions and momentarily stabilizing the gravity around them. Its power is conceptual. Fight what is real. She thrust her crop forward, and a dozen of the obsidian platforms ripped free from their unseen moorings. They flew towards the Voidbringer like a volley of meteors, each one honed to a razor's edge by her power. The Voidbringer didn't move. The platforms simply ceased to exist moments before impact, consumed by the void of its body. Less than your physics or a quaint suggestion, greater than ****, it chimed in their minds. A wave of pure entropy washed over them, a force that didn't push or strike, but sought to unravel. It felt like cold fire, draining the aura from them, leeching the energy from Izuku's lightning. Pyrrha answered. With a cry of exertion, she slammed her hands together. Her semblance flared, not as a subtle manipulation, but as a raw, untamed force of cosmic law. Magnetism, a fundamental constant. She seized control of the metallic dust, the iron atoms adrift in the nothingness, and forged them into a glittering, razor-thin shield in front of them. The entropy wave crashed against it, and for a moment, the shield held, the raw power of the void clashing with a fundamental force of the universe. The shield buckled, then shattered, but it had given them the opening they needed. Now, Izuku, Pyrrha yelled. He was already there. Pushing off the lingering magnetic field with Fa Jin, he shot forward like a green cannonball. He drew his fist back, 100% of One for All roaring to life. Detroit smash. His fist connected with the Voidbringer's torso. The impact was silent but devastating. A shockwave, not of air but of pure kinetic force, erupted from the point of contact, shattering the nearby platforms and causing the very space around them to ripple. The Voidbringer's form was blasted apart, dissolving into a cloud of chaotic black smoke. But before its shear could even form in his throat, the smoke reformed, coalescing back into its slender, humanoid shape as if nothing had happened. Less than your strength is meaningless, greater than **** the Avatar stated, its lack of emotion more intimidating than any roar of fury. It retaliated. A dozen tendrils of pure void shot out from its back, not aiming for them, but for the entrance high above where their friends stood guard. They're the target, Glynda realized with a spike of cold dread. She didn't hesitate. With a sweep of her arm, she tore a massive section of the temple's non-existent wall free, a slab of impossible geometry and frozen time, and slammed it in the path of the tendrils. The void appendages struck the wall and began to dissolve it, but it bought the crucial seconds needed. Up above, Team RWBY and JNR saw the attack coming. Disperse, RWBY yelled, free. A gravity dust round from Crescent rose to propel herself sideways. Yang punched the ground, using the recoil from Ember Celica to launch herself away. John expanded his shield, its aura flaring as he protected Ren and Nora. This was the rhythm of their battle. A perfectly coordinated dance of three souls against a god. Glynda was their shield and battlefield controller, manipulating the very ground they fought on, creating barriers, projectiles, and moments of stability in the chaos. Pyrrha was their sword and anchor, using her semblance to deflect conceptual attacks, forge weapons from nothingness, and create paths for Izuku to traverse. And Izuku was the spearhead, the unstoppable force, the hammer that would break the unbreakable. He used float to stay airborne, a green comet in the dark. Blackwhip was his anchor, allowing him to swing through the void with impossible speed and agility. Fa Jin stored the kinetic energy of every dodge, every block, every movement, building towards a cataclysmic release. Pyrrha, now, he yelled, his voice strained. Pyrrha, hovering on a small platform she was manipulating with her polarity, thrust her hands forward. A storm of shimmering metallic shards, pulled from the very essence of the temple, flew towards the Voidbringer. It was not a simple attack. It was a cage. The shards did not try to pierce the Avatar, but to surround it, weaving a web of magnetic energy that resonated with her own life force. The Voidbringer paused, momentarily intrigued by the tactic. Glynda, Pyrrha grunted, the strain immense. Glynda's eyes glowed with purple light. She focused her telekinesis not on the metal, but on the space within the cage. She compressed it, trying to crush the Avatar in a bubble of distorted reality. The Voidbringer's form flickered. For the first time, it seemed to be under pressure. But it was not enough. Less than insufficient. Greater than ***, the chorus whispered, and with a pulse of pure void, the cage shattered and Glynda's telekinetic press collapsed. But it was the opening Izuku needed. He had been building power, storing Fa Jin's energy with every micro-movement. Now he unleashed it. One for All surged through him, no longer just at 100%. But pushing beyond, into a theoretical realm fueled by desperation and will. The vestiges of the past users appeared around him, ghostly green figures lending their strength to his. Street, Lewis, smash. He spun in the air, a human typhoon of green energy, and delivered a devastating axe kick to the Avatar's head. The impact was immense. The entity was driven downwards, smashing through 3 of the obsidian platforms before crashing onto the large, central one at the bottom of the abyss, the one that pulsed with the light of the anchor. Izuku landed opposite it, breathing heavily, his entire body screaming in protest at the power he was using. The avatar rose slowly, its form flickering more erratically now. His blow had done something. It hadn't destroyed it, but it had disrupted it. He saw it now. When his fist connected, the avatar's connection to the swirling energy of the anchor had wavered for a nanosecond. That was it. That was the key. We can't kill it, he shouted, the realization crystallizing in his mind. The information was relayed in an instant, a burst of shared understanding between him, Glynda, and Pyrrha. It's just a projection, a puppet. The real target is the anchor, the power source beneath it. The Voidbringer tilted its head. It had heard him. The entire temple began to shake. The central platform cracked, and the raw, unshielded energy of the Voidbringer's anchor to this dimension bled out, a maelstrom of violet-black chaos that began to tear the chamber apart. The platforms crumbled. The dead stars above began to fall like cosmic hail. It's destroying the pocket dimension, Glynda yelled, erecting a massive telekinetic dome over the three of them to shield them from the falling debris. It would rather say, LF destruct than let us sever its connection. There was no more time for tactics, for a protracted battle. There was only time for one final, desperate, all-or-nothing gambit. Their eyes met. Izuku's blazing green, Glynda's sharp violet, Pyrrha's fierce emerald. A lifetime of trust passed between them in that gaze. They didn't need a plan. They were the plan. Pyrrha. Izuku's voice was an unbreakable command. I need a conduit. Everything you have. Pyrrha didn't question. She nodded, her expression one of sublime, terrifying focus. She raised her hands, and her semblance roared to life, a force of nature unleashed. Every scrap of metal in the collapsing temple answered her call. The shattered remains of the platforms, the ancient, forgotten structural supports within the walls, the Ace minerals in the very fabric of the dimension, all of it ripped free. It was a storm of material, a galaxy of debris, and she was its center. With a raw scream of effort, she forced it all together, compressing it, forging it in the fires of her will. A colossal, gleaming spear of condensed matter formed in the space before them, its tip aimed directly at the heart of the anchor, where the avatar now stood, readying a final, world-ending attack. Glynda, focus it. Glynda's face was pale with strain, blood trickling from her nose, but her eyes were twin novas of power. She released the defensive dome and turned her full, unrestrained telekinetic might onto the conduit. But she wasn't pushing the metal. She was grabbing the ambient, chaotic energy of the collapsing dimension, the void energy. The kinetic force of the falling stars, the residual aura from their own attacks, a hurricane of raw power. She gathered it, wrestled it into submission, and funneled it like a river into Pyrrha's metal spear. The conduit began to glow, first white-hot, then a blinding purple, thrumming with a power that could shatter continents. Izuku hovered at the base of the conduit, his back to his partners. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a fraction of a second. He could feel them behind him, their strength, their trust, their love. They were his anchor. He pushed one for all. He pushed past 100%. Past 200%. He pushed past every limit he had ever known, into a realm of pure, incandescent power. The green lightning around him was no longer flickering, it was a solid, burning sun. The skin on his arms tore. His muscles screamed, but he felt no pain. There was only purpose. The 7 ghostly vestiges of the past users materialized around him, their hands on his shoulders, their power flowing into him. It was no longer just his strength. It was theirs. It was the legacy of generations, all focused into a single, final point. He placed his hands on the base of the supercharged conduit. He named the attack for the 2 places that had made him who he was. The home that had given him his dream, and the home that had taught him how to fight for it. Delaware, Detroit. Smash. He didn't push. He unleashed. 1000% of one for all. A tsunami of impossible power surged from his body, a pure, emerald green sunburst of kinetic energy, amplified and focused by Glynda's telekinesis. All channeled down Pyrrha's conduit. The world went white. The avatar on the central platform looked up. For the first and only time, the 1,000 voices in its head spoke with a single, unified emotion: surprise. Less than impossible, greater than ***. The conduit struck. There was no sound. Sound couldn't exist in the face of such power. There was only the silent, absolute annihilation of the anchor. The blast did not explode outwards. It imploded, punching a hole not through space, but through the concept of space itself. A tear in reality opened, a screaming vortex back to the infinite void from whence the entity came. The Avatar's form was torn apart, its thousand voices rising in a silent shriek of fury and disbelief as it was violently dragged back through the gate. Its connection to Remnant, its foothold gained over centuries and supercharged by Izuku's arrival, was severed in one cataclysmic blow. The vortex collapsed, and with its anchor gone, the entire pocket dimension imploded. The world returned with a gasp. They were kneeling on the cracked, rippling stone of the ancient path, just outside the space where the temple's gate had been. Before them was nothing. The impossible structure, the reality-warping energy, the malevolent presence, all of it was gone. The trees stood straight and tall. The sky was a normal, evening gray. The only sounds were the chirping of crickets and their own ragged breaths. Did we do it? RWBY's voice was a trembling whisper from behind them. The immediate threat was gone. Izuku collapsed. His body, pushed so far beyond its limits, simply gave out. The green lightning vanished. The immense power of One for All receded, leaving behind a vessel that was utterly, terrifyingly spent. He fell forward, but he didn't hit the ground. Glynda and Pyrrha caught him, one on each side, lowering him gently. Their own auras were shattered, their bodies trembling with exhaustion, but they held him, their strength his own. He was conscious, barely. He looked up, his vision blurry, and saw their faces above him. Glynda's hair was a mess, her glasses were cracked, and there were tear tracks through the grime on her face, but her expression was one of fierce, profound relief. Pyrrha was battered and bruised, her armor dented, but her green eyes were shining with an emotion so strong it needed no words. The world was still fractured. Salem was still out there, now surely aware of a threat far greater than Ozpin, a power that could potentially be turned against her. The kingdoms were in chaos, rife with paranoia and fear. The Grim, though no longer mutated by the void, were still a plague upon the land. They had won this battle, but the long, arduous war for the soul of Remnant was far from over. But as Glynda rushed the sweat-soaked hair from Izuku's forehead and Pyrrha squeezed his hand, a new truth settled over the ashes of their old world. The foundations of the past, Ozpin's secrets, the maiden's power, the very balance of their world, had been shattered. Now, something new had to be built in its place. Standing together, supporting their drained and battered hero, Glynda and Pyrrha looked out at the horizon, at the coming night. They had saved the world from an oblivion it never knew it was facing. Their war was just beginning. They were no longer just a teacher, a champion, and a hero from another world. They were Remnant's new foundation. And they were its last, best hope.